สวัสดีครับขอต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่สถาบันผู้นำเครือเจริญโภคภัณฑ์ครับเพื่อความปลอดภัยขอให้ทุกท่านให้ความสนใจชมขั้นตอนปฏิบัติเมื่อเกิดเหตุฉุกเฉิน3ขั้นตอนดังรายละเอียดต่อไปนี้ครับขณะนี้ท่านกำลังนั่งอยู่ในห้องออดิโทเรียมบริเวณชั้น1ของอาคารฝึกอบรมสถาบันผู้นำครับทางสถาบันขอแจ้งให้ทุกท่านทราบว่าพื้นที่ของเราเป็นเขตปลอดบุหรี่ครับห้ามสูบบุหรี่ในทุกพื้นที่ของอาคารและในกรณีเกิดเหตุฉุกเฉินขึ้นขอให้ท่านปฏิบัติดังนี้ครับขั้นตอนที่1เดินออกจากห้องถ้าได้ยินเสียงกริ่งเตือนภัยดังขึ้นขอให้ทุกท่านตั้งสติอย่าตื่นตกใจเก็บสิ่งของที่จำเป็นแล้วรีบเดินออกจากห้องโปรดอย่านำสิ่งของขนาดใหญ่ติดตัวไปด้วยขณะอพยพให้ทุกท่านรีบเดินออกจากห้องไปยังประตูทางออกที่ใกล้ที่สุดโดยมีประตูทางออก8ประตูด้านข้างมีฝั่งละ3ประตูรวม6ประตูและประตูทางเข้าหลักด้านหลังห้องประชุมอีก2ประตูซึ่งสามารถใช้เป็นทางออกกรณีเกิดเหตุฉุกเฉินได้โดยขอให้ท่านสังเกตป้ายทางออกที่อยู่สูงขึ้นมาบริเวณเหนือประตูสังเกตผู้นำอพยพของทางสถาบันผู้นำที่จะนำทางให้ท่านไปยังจุดรวมพลณประตูทางออกขอให้ทุกท่านใช้ความระมัดระวังขณะอพยพโปรดอย่าวิ่งหรือผลักกันและห้ามใช้ลิฟต์โดยเด็ดขาดหากมีกลุ่มควันจำนวนมากทำให้การมองเห็นไม่ชัดเจนกรุณาก้มตัวให้อยู่ในระดับต่ำและไปยังทางออกที่ใกล้ที่สุดขั้นตอนที่2เดินออกนอกตัวอาคารเมื่อออกมาจากตัวอาคารแล้วให้ทุกท่านเดินไปเข้าแถวบริเวณจุดรวมพลซึ่งตั้งอยู่บริเวณวงเวียนด้านข้างของอาคาร VIP Guest House ขั้นตอนที่3เช็คชื่อตามกลุ่มธุรกิจณบริเวณจุดรวมพลเมื่อท่านมาถึงที่จุดรวมพลแล้วขอให้ท่านเข้าแถวตามป้ายของกลุ่มธุรกิจเพื่อรอเจ้าหน้าที่เช็คชื่อเพื่อให้ทราบว่าท่านปลอดภัยและโปรดอย่ากลับเข้าไปยังที่เกิดเหตุอีกจนกว่าจะได้รับแจ้งว่าเหตุการณ์สงบและเข้าสู่ภาวะปกติทางสถาบันผู้นำเชื่อมั่นว่าจากขั้นตอนปฏิบัติเมื่อเกิดเหตุฉุกเฉิน3ขั้นตอนที่นำเสนอจะช่วยให้ทุกท่านได้รับความปลอดภัยขณะใช้งานห้องออดิโทเรียมอาคารฝึกอบรมสถาบันผู้นำแห่งนี้สวัสดีครับ
Dear guests, thanks for joining us today. Please kindly move to the front and take the front row. We would like to see your reactions and faces and excitement when you are hearing the findings and data from OECD. So please do come to the front rows and take a seat, one empty next to each other. We take the COVID sitting style. And our session will start shortly. Dear guests, please take the front row seats and join us closer to us that we can see your excitement when you hear the findings from OECD.
In a constantly changing world, driven by advanced technology, an organization's survival depends on the ability of the leader, who possesses the soul of an entrepreneur, sees opportunity in crisis, has resilience. creates a strong team, and leads the organization to sustainable global success. Jaren Pokapan Group has always realized the importance of having quality human resource. With this in mind, CP Leadership Institute was created in an environment of a fertile and magnificent national park. This raises awareness about the importance of the environment to humanity. CP Leadership Institute is a human resource innovation developed by Jaren Pokapan Group. This is where the souls of our leading entrepreneurs are fostered, our group strategies are forged, and our global power and strengths are united. Therefore, CP Leadership Institute represents both the heart and mind of the CP people. The CP Leadership Institute's architecture was designed to reflect the significance of being the center of faith and wisdom of Jaren Pokapan Group. It is stable, strong, elegant, and modern. The use of cutting-edge technology provides convenience, comfort, and safety. Moreover, it offers the wholesome, nutritious meals and recreational services to promote good health and well-being of the young leaders, enabling an effective learning experience. The CP Leadership Institute is managed by a quality operational team with impressive service enhanced with knowledge and friendship. The unique innovative curriculum is our core that incubates a new generation of good and competent CP leaders for our group. As well as the global community, the young CP leaders constitute both competent management and entrepreneurship. They directly receive advices and support from CP senior executive members. They are steadfast and adhere to the 6 core values of the Jaren Pokapan Group. They independently work on the Jaren Pokapan Group's prime strategic projects with high discipline, determination, and dedication. This enables our young leaders to have a great knowledge and understanding in the business and become good and competent leaders. They regard their organization and the Jaren Pokapan Group dearly, pay gratitude to the country, pioneer our new, grand, successful, and sustainable businesses for the benefit of the country, global society, and Jaren Pokapan Group. In a world full of challenges, Jaren Pokapan Group's new generation of determined leaders will bravely and confidently take our beloved organization to compete on a world stage, innovate stable and sustainable businesses that forever benefits the country, the people, the global society, and the environment. CP Leadership Institute.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning. Good to see you again.
Yeah, distinguished guests, welcome again to the Forum for World Education 2022. It's our pleasure to have all of you here joining us in Thailand. And for those of you who are watching us streaming online, thank you for joining us.
So in this morning, we're going to have sessions. That's the first session I'm going to introduce is our session 6, our panel discussion, scale gaps around the world, lessons from international data from the OECD.
Yes, and right before that, may I remind all of you guys that there are translation devices that we have, and on your desk, on your channel 1 for English and channel 2 for Thai. And for those of you who are joining us on Zoom, please click the global icon for translation function on the lower menu bar on the screen. And for settings, in terms of settings, please do join us in the front.
Exactly.
Exactly. We would like to hear your excitement and your happy faces when you're hearing the data and the findings from OECD, which is coming up.
Great. So without further ado, please join me to welcome our moderator for this panel, Mr. Andreas Schleicher, Director of Education and Skills, OECD.
Yes. Let's give him a round of applause.
Welcome.
A very good morning to all of you. Welcome to our session on skills gap. And once again, come to join us here in the front row. All the panelists have taken a COVID test. These are very safe places in the front. Skills have become the currency of 21st century economies. If you've got the right skills, you never have the life chances that you have today. If you struggle with the transition to the knowledge economy, you pay a price as high as you never seen before. So the disruptive forces that we see in our economies, our societies have been liberating and exciting for those who know how to use them. But for those who are insufficiently prepared, they often mean vulnerable work and insecurity. And when we talk about skills gap, you might think, well, that's about getting more people towards better degrees in schools, studying longer in school, but that's just part of the story, producing more of the same. The bigger issue really today is, do you have the right skills at the right place, in the right context? In some countries, you have university graduates who have difficulties finding a great job. And at the very same time, employers say they cannot find the people with the skills they need. That's what we have to address. And just to set the scene, I want to show you just a few pictures of this data. If you have skills that are not useful at your current workplace, you pay a price for that. All those bars, these earnings bars, go downwards. Or if you have studied something that isn't, the right combination in your current workplace, you pay a price for this. And the price is particularly high in very open economies. Look here at Israel, United States, Singapore, Turkey. Now, these countries are particularly vulnerable for this because employers are very, very good in extracting value from the skills of people. Now, skill match really matters, having the right skills. And then you look at where the future of work lies. Almost anywhere you can see that jobs are increasingly digitally intensive. We're no longer talking about digital jobs and non-digital jobs. Almost any job requires now a fair amount of digital skills. It varies slightly across countries, but not as much. You can see that basically a universal phenomenon. But it hits countries that are not yet ready as hard as those who actually are well prepared. The green transition means, some sectors are booming, requiring more and more people, and other sectors are disappearing. That means, it's no longer enough to prepare yourself once for your life. No, you used to learn to do the work. Now learning has become the work. Upskilling and reskilling is the theme of the day. Are you ready to learn new things, to unlearn things that are no longer useful, to relearn things that are done differently? That is the reality. You can see again, that's a picture that is pretty constant across economies. Yesterday, we talked a lot about vocational education and training. And for many, it's still a last resort if you can't make it into university, not yet a first choice. But look at these data. In most countries, actually, vocational graduates these days have as good or better employment prospects than people who went to university. That's the fact. That's what the data show. Even if opinions still are different. The reputation of vocational education is one of the past, but the present looks like this. In most countries, having a vocational qualification gets you as quickly into a job as having a university qualification. It's not yet true for pay. I agree with that, but actually the modern world requires people who cannot just think, but you can actually do something with their skills. And once again, the world no longer rewards you just for what you know. When Google knows everything, the world rewards you for what you can do with what you know. And that's what these data indicate very quickly. That's different from our economies a decade ago. And now you ask me, what's the secret of good vocational education and training? What makes it so effective in creating employment? And the answer is actually very simple. It's all about the work-based component. If you provide, vocational studies and education institutions, it's not so great, as you can see. If you provide young people with the opportunities to use their skills in workplaces, work with real people, work on real problems, do things that have real consequences, you can see that is what's driving, improved employment prospects. So that's very, very important. The integration of the world of work and the world of learning and the integration of employers with institutions is critical. And by the way, it's not just about, dual system of apprenticeship or formal programs. You can see even, doing informal work while studying has the same positive effects. So why do people not choose vocational programs? That's the other question to us. Why is there still, this idea, maybe that's not such an effective choice? Well, our qualification systems often hold young people hostage. They're segmenting our labor markets. We have often very narrow university entrance qualifications in school. That's the only goalpost. You have to get that degree or you get nothing. And they ripple down even into early childhood education and care. If we want to change that, we need to change our qualification systems. And that is precisely what you see happening. Many employers are now coming up with alternative credentials, with micro-credentials that become stackable, that give people, ownership over what they learn and how they learn and when they learn and where they learn. That is the future. The monopoly of a few educational institutions is crumbling. What made higher education institutions so powerful in the past? Well, they could bundle three things. They own the content, they manage the delivery, and they can guarantee the certification. Well, if the certification becomes independent through things like micro-credentials, we're going to see a very, very different world. Well, join me to discuss all of this with an amazing panel here, and I'd ask my panel members to join me while I introduce them. We have Dieterle, who is Executive Director at the ETS, the Educational Testing Service in the United States, and he leads the Center for Strategic R&D Alliances. We have Susan Sclafani, who you saw yesterday, manages the program at the Forum for World Education, but I met her when she was Assistant Secretary for Education for Vocational and Adult Education, actually in the United States. And what I can say is that she understood the importance of work-based learning and integrating work and learning decades before that became fashionable. One of the thought leaders in this field. We have Khunying Sumonta. Professor Sumonta, please join us. She is president of Chitralada Technological College, but also a member of the National Legislative Assembly here. And she's devoted, again, much of her work, how we can integrate the world of work and the world of learning to make great places of work, great places of learning, and great places of learning, places that are always good in anticipating the evolution of labor demand. And two of our panel members are joining us virtually. I hope we can see them now. If you can switch to the Zoom. That is always the magic of technology. It always surprises you. And there we have Professor Ling Lo. She's the Dean of Teacher Education at the National Institute of Education in Singapore, perhaps the world's premier institute of teacher development. Ling so used it at the source where the new skills come from. Now the schools, and you help, develop the kind of people that are going to develop tomorrow's students. So very interesting and important perspective as well. I hope we will also be joined at some point by Chen, who is managing partner at the Mckinsey Malaysia office, because he brings in the private sector perspective that's very important. Here and there he is actually. He has actually worked on, transforming large-scale organizations, and the skills at angle is front and center as well. He can tell us something about, how he sees the evolution of labor demand. But let's start with the foundations. If you don't know to read and write, there's very little you can do in a modern society. Most of us sort of think, well, when you have been to school, you learn to read, you learn to write. No? That's our sort of assumption that this is something that everybody has. No? But actually, Ed, tell us about the reality. Give us a reality check of where we stand with even the most basic foundation skills.
So my name is Ed Dieterle, and I'm an executive director at Educational Testing Service. And I've been a student of how people learn for about 30 years. The first thing that I'd like to remind us all is that literacy, they are the table stakes. These are the assumptions that we believe that all bring to the table, but that's not necessarily the case. Also, as a student of the learning sciences, I'd like to remind everyone that we can all learn just about anything to a great extent, given enough time, motivation, deliberate practice, and constructive feedback. These are the core tenets of a growth mindset. However, it shouldn't be considered at the individual level, but rather considered at the global level. And we should remind not just those who are in our classes, but everyone who we work with that this is possible. You can get better. And furthermore, you don't have to be sick to get better. The National Academy of Sciences a number of years ago defined 4 core groups of skills that were necessary for success in school, work, and life. They revolve around things like cognitive skills, interpersonal skills, and intrapersonal skills. And all of these are situated not just in the academic disciplines, but also in the meaningful work of trade. My colleague Erwin Kirsch and I did an investigation to look at literacy inside the United States. I'd like to just take a second to move across this graph and explain what it shares. There are 2 bars, the bar on the left and the bar on the right, at different levels of academic attainment. The bar on the left provides a score of 2 on the PIAAC measure of literacy. And the bar on the right at each academic level is a measure of 3. What this analysis reveals is that in the United States, among working age adults, there are about 30 million people between the ages of about 25 and 64 who are, in fact, literate. They score a 3 or higher on the PIAAC measure. This means that they can read to learn something new, not just read a sentence or an individual word. It means they can write to persuade, not just write an individual sentence. And lastly, they can use numbers to analyze and interpret, not just add 4 and 4 and get 8. These folks lack the opportunity to earn a credential, or as Andreas mentioned, a micro-credential, a certificate, or maybe even something as ambitious as like a license, like a driver's license, that could be presented to an institution of higher education an employer, a government, a military to say, I am in fact literate. Simultaneously in the United States, there are about 37 million working age adults who sit at that level 2, but only with a minor push, believing in the learning sciences that we can all get better. They could reach that level 3 and be ready to participate in and work in a knowledge economy. In 2020, a Gallup poll looked at the United States and determined that if we were able to get all working age adults from a level of 1 and 2 up to a level of 3, we would realize an increase in economic abundance of about $2.2 trillion a year, or about $6.8 thousand US per American. Now, these trends are not unique to the United States. We observe them across all of the participating PIAC countries. I picked the United States as a case study, but for all leaders, there's opportunity to grow and to improve. And if we wish to enhance our cognitive skills, our interpersonal skills, and our intrapersonal skills, we cannot neglect literacy. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share some opening remarks. I welcome the opportunity to continue the conversation. If you'd like to connect with me on LinkedIn to talk more, you can scan this QR barcode. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ed. And I was particularly struck, by the enormous gains for our economies from equipping more people with better skills to collaborate, compete, and connect, those advanced information processing skills. So if it's so clear that there is such a high payoff, why do you see this gap persisting? I mean, 37 million in just one country, and a well-developed, wealthy country seems an enormous number.
Well, Andreas, one thing I think that's very important to consider is that in the United States, we spend about $0.5 trillion annually on training. Simultaneously, we spend about $4.65 billion on the assessments associated with those trainings. A conversation that we're having inside of ETS, which we hope to share more broadly with the world, is the idea of shifting a few of those dollars which are associated with activity and to provide them to allow individuals to demonstrate what they know and are able to do. So I think that the missing piece right now is not continuing to overinvest in activities such as training programs, but the fact that we're underinvesting in the opportunity for people to sit for an assessment. And if they are not pleased with their score, just like when one goes to get a driver's license, take the test again.
Yeah, so I think a very compelling argument. If you cannot make the skills you have visible and convince your employer you can do certain things, then, you're probably not going to get a chance to use it and not going to see much of an incentive actually to upgrade and improve your skills. And that might explain why OECD data show consistently that actually the people who do that adult training tend to be the ones who have actually great initial qualifications, whereas the ones who need it most get the least out of this. And I think this is something that we need to turn the corner around. Do you have any suggestions on beyond, the signaling aspect, how we could incentivize, get more people to invest in their future?
Well, as a young person in the United States, I was very excited to get a driver's license. It sent a signal of opportunity and freedom and exploration. By earning a driver's license, it did not suggest that I was an expert driver, but rather it suggested that I knew the rules of the road and that also I could complete a performance assessment. And then from there, I was able to do more. I wonder how and in what ways governments, leaders around the world could make possible something like a literacy license, allowing individuals to, number one, sit for an assessment, and number two, maybe complete a performance assessment that would give them a credential that's independent of an institution like a university, but rather is recognized by a particular country or government that could be used and put in front of a potential employer as a demonstration that they have reached a particular level, maybe not of mastery, but on a proficiency level that's necessary for the work that they are going to be asked to complete.
Thank you, Ed. We talked about the most basics, the foundations. Let's go to the other end of the skill spectrum. Li Kai, I hope we can get you on the screen again. You are helping businesses to transform, to get to the cutting edge of competitiveness. You have the finger on the pulse of the skills that are probably most in demand these days. Where do you see the future of labor demand? What do you think people should, what type of knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values should people invest to be successful in tomorrow's economy?
Great. Thank you, Andreas. Can you hear me all
good.
right, Andreas, on your end? Are you, Andreas, thank you for having me. Are you able to hear me all right?
Now it works.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Andreas. Apologies, Andreas and everyone, for not being able to be in person. Thank you for the introduction. I wanted to start off by reflecting on, I think, the fantastic quote and framing, Andreas, you used around the concept of we used to learn to do the work, now learning is the work. And that very much sums up, I think, the sentiment around how businesses and organizations are viewing the new world of skills post-pandemic. We know that COVID, for example, has created quite a learning crisis globally. We also estimate that, for example, because of COVID, given lower levels of earning potential, productivity, and so on, economic productivity, lower levels of learning, by 2040, the economic impact of pandemic-related learning delays could lead to annual losses of about $1.6 trillion worldwide, which is about 1% of total GDP globally. So I wanted to share a bit at this point, maybe some of the data and research around how employers, how businesses look at the skills gap. And I want to maybe contrast a bit both pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. If I may, I would like to perhaps share my screen. So, and I'm assuming folks in the room and Andreas can see the screen as well at this point.
Yes.
Great. So we conducted a survey before the pandemic across about 1,000 plus companies, largest companies globally. This was pre-pandemic. So one of the questions we asked was, what have been the most significant challenges faced during your organization's reskilling programs? And the answer sometimes varied by sector, but some consistencies, right? So most sectors, most companies surveyed said the biggest challenge was around balancing programs' needs with those of current operations. In other words, balancing the needs of the skill gaps of current business operations with what the program requires. A lot of companies are saying, how do we measure the business impact from these skills programs? Of course, it varies by sector. Some sectors, financial services, are saying one of the biggest challenges is identifying which employees to engage. Right? But we also asked organizations, this was pre-pandemic in 2019, what actions has your organization taken? And typically there's 5 actions. Do you hire? Do you build skills? Do you contract? Do you redeploy internally? Or do you release? Do you separate individual from the organization? Again, a significant portion, in fact, the largest action that companies said was hiring. On average, 66%, again, varies across sectors. But the biggest lever, they said, was hiring. Now, fast forward to the pandemic, 2 years in, we ran another survey, and this was end of last year, as many economies are emerging from the pandemic. We asked the same question, and it looks like about 70% of companies are saying that across the 5 levers, building skills, redeploying, hiring, releasing, contracting, building skills, reskilling within the organization now is the biggest lever. So in fact, there's a delta, but there's 62% difference between respondents who say this is the action versus pre and post pandemic versus many others. So back to Andreas' point around, we used to learn to do the work, now learning is the work. Employers are seeing that even more so now as we emerge from the pandemic as before. With 70% of respondents of companies saying that building skills is the single biggest action they're going to take beyond redeploying, beyond hiring, beyond contracting. And in fact, most of the skills that companies are focusing on developing when we survey them as economies emerge from the pandemic are in fact social, emotional, and advanced cognitive. So what this data is showing is what is the difference between pre-pandemic in 2019 and post-pandemic? Well, not quite post, but emerging from the pandemic. What percentage of companies are saying these out of the 25 skills we surveyed, 25 skill groups, these are the largest. So for example, leadership, managing others, critical thinking, project management, adaptability, interpersonal empathy, many of these skills, in fact, the skills which employers are saying are their biggest priority coming out of pandemic are social, emotional, and advanced cognitive. We also see in terms of format, and again, no surprise here, digital learning, employers and businesses and companies are saying is by far the most effective that they believe is correlated with successful skill transformation. But what is interesting about this latest survey is that it looks like a multi-channel and omni-channel approach maximizes your chances of success. So it's not just digital learning, but in-person, peer learning, experience-led work, field work, a combination of learning formats leads to highest odds of success. So where does that leave us as we look forward, right? What we also found in the research and the survey is that there are what we call 9 practices which companies have adopted, which really maximize the odds of success. And these nine practices, if we simplify, can cut across 3 buckets. Right? One is this concept of scouting. So first, companies who successfully scale up their skill building practice, address the skill gap, as Andreas has articulated earlier. The first phase is called the scouting phase. So this consists of very rapid workforce planning, identify which skill gaps are there, the granular skill gaps for both entry-level jobs as well as critical moments of truth. This involves comparing a company's current supply of skills with the demand for skills based on its ambition, the digital agenda, and so on. Then they go to the second phase, which is the shape phase. Here, companies focus on shaping the skill strategy to close these anticipated skill gaps. They find the right mix of actions. How do they build skills, redeploy, hire, contract, and release employees, as we talked about earlier? And since skill building is right now the predominant action companies take, they need to make important decisions. Which learning format, how to design and deliver learning journeys, not just skill building modules, but learning journeys over time for employees that adopt what we call andragogy, in the same way that we think about pedagogy for students. What is the right andragogy for adults? And of course, putting in place learning management systems and so on. And then there is a third phase, the shift phase. And here, this is where companies focus on the actual execution and delivery. How do we scale up skill building, not just for small groups? How to develop, whether these are skilling hubs, redeployment hubs, setting up dedicated organizational structures focused on learning, implementing, tracking, measuring impact of these skill building efforts. So these are the three phases, if you go across these 9 practices. And we also ask companies, what percentage would you say, what percentage of companies would you say have successfully implemented this? Many companies, majority companies say they've successfully implemented the practices on the scout phase. Many say they've implemented on the shape, but very few say they're successfully delivered on the practices on the shift phase. And the reason we say all these 9 are important is the likelihood of success, the odds of success for companies that fully deliver these 9 practices as they implement and scale up their skill building programs is vital. So there is almost a 100% success rate for companies that we surveyed of their skill building programs if they've implemented all 9, compared to less than a third who successfully implemented skill building, reskilling programs for companies who've only implemented one of these 9 practices. So, and just to close, and would love to open up for discussion, debate here is, no surprise, I think, to all of us in the room that COVID has shifted the priorities in terms of reskilling, skilling, more so than hiring. It shifted the priorities for organization in terms of what skills to build and how to even think about skill building. But there are bright spots. As we come out of COVID, as we emerge from COVID, it is becoming evident that organizations in the social sector, in the public sector, and the private sector are able to successfully deliver, implement, and scale up skill building programs to close the skill gap if they deliver on specific practices and success factors. So there is hope, and it is exciting.
Thanks so much, Li Kai. And I was particularly struck by the transformation that we'll be seeing from, companies being a consumer of skills produced elsewhere by the education systems towards becoming part of the education systems, in building their own skill base. I think this is a really interesting kind of transformation. And I think these days we tend to blame everything that doesn't work on the pandemic. But my question to you really is, is what we are seeing really an effect of the pandemic, or is this, just an acceleration of a trend that we would have seen over time, actually, that learning is increasingly shifted to the front line where people actually use their skills? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think very much the latter, Andreas, it is very much an acceleration. I think in many ways, the old paradigm of the different concept of different actors, employers on one end of the scale, the participants in the training, the provider of skills or educational providers, all operate in different universes, in parallel universes. That's the old paradigm. These days, the three universes are coming together. The intersections becoming much closer. COVID has simply accelerated this. These days, the difference between an employer and a skills provider and participant groups are becoming much more blurred. Employers are engaging in extreme engagement with providers. In fact, employers are becoming some of the biggest providers of skill building, skills training. Providers are no longer working in isolation, even for participants in the training. Often participants in training aren't exploring employment after the fact. They are exploring employment during the training, even before. So it's very much an acceleration. And I think what is exciting is COVID has unlocked a lot of some of the barriers in terms of the unwillingness to engage. Has unlocked some of the barriers in terms of mindsets, in terms of how to think about skills training, as skills training is the responsibility of somebody else. I am an employer, or employment is the responsibility of somebody else, not that of the training provider.
Thank you. And maybe we should come back to this later when we talk about policy, because I think this raises the question to what extent we should make that more intentionally part of policy design and implementation. The other factor that I found really interesting in your presentation, Li Kai, is the point on redeployment of skill. And that really relates to, using the skills that people have, extracting value from this, because, what you showed for companies is in a way what we see for countries as well. The two biggest economies in the OECD, United States and Japan, if you actually compare them, Japan has an amazing skill supply. You find actually very few low-skilled people, very few people with very poor kind of foundation skills. Most people actually have great skills. And still productivity in Japan is quite low. When you ask, what's the explanation for this? It's because the labor market is very rigid, very siloed. People are just never getting a chance to use their skills effectively. You only advance through hierarchies and so on. And women are excluded from many parts of employment. So in a way, talent is wasted. You look to the United States, you could see the figures from Ed, and you ask yourself, how can a country with quite a mediocre overall skill supply be so successful economically? When you look for the answers, actually, because the business sector, the economy is just very good in extracting value from skills. If you have great skills, the economy actually redeploys you where you can use those skills and make a lot of money out of this stuff. And so I think we should not forget that part of the equation. And I think it comes also back to the earlier point, Ed, if we want to incentivize people to invest in their skills. They need to have the feeling, you know, that's going to be useful for me and my system. And also, you know, think about automation. People are not going to accept they lose their job to a robot if they don't feel that they are prepared for the next one. So I think really, really important points. Professor Sumonta, let me turn to you. You have spent a big part of your life actually studying, you know, how we can integrate the world of learning and with the world of work and make sure that great places of work become great places of learning, and that universities actually, you know, have a great sense of what are the skills that are needed. Tell us a bit about your perspective on that.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you for inviting me to have this opportunity. Well, so far, the audience have heard about reskilling, upskilling, new skilling, and you will be hearing these three words more and more. These are going to be very popular words, especially they demand that education should be able to provide those in. This sort of send us some signal. Educators get the signal that the academic skills or whatever we have done in education behind the institutions so far are not enough. Or maybe we have to change something. Literacy, content-based, subject-based are not right. I mean, completely right anymore, are not enough. So what I'm going to talk about really is another kind of skills. Besides technological skills, which are hard skills you can learn when new technologies come in existence, then that's not so difficult to train people about how to do things. But the other kinds of skills are much more difficult. And I think that the academia forget or neglect or don't do it enough. Those are life skills, social skills, and work skills. Sometimes we forget that the students we are teaching, after they get out of the universities or schools door, they are going to have to work. They're going to have to live by themselves. They're going to be independent of us, of their parents. So these are the skills that people are calling for much more. What are we going to do? I have tried to list those skills out, and it's limitless. There are so many things that are important, especially in the fast world, rapid moving world. But I think anyone can list up all the skills, but collectively, what are they? They are the skills that enable a person to live a happy life, a productive life, but happy. The skills that they can be with other people, again, productively and happily. And the skills that they can work to earn their living, to earn themselves and their family a living. That's plenty. Recently, I found out a list of 56 skills listed, identified by McKinsey research team, and it was in the McKinsey report. I think it was last year that first came out. 56 skills already in 4 groupings. The first group is cognitive, and we have done quite a lot in the cognitive part. But we haven't done, I went through the list and I found out that we haven't done enough on the second category, interpersonal. The third category, self-leadership, and the last one, digital skills. The digital skills, we can do something. We can add more skills of digital to not only the IT students, but to all students. Let me give you some examples of the McKinsey report skills. Things like role modeling, win-win negotiation, crafting and inspiring vision, organizational awareness, empathy, inspiring trust, humility, sociability, fostering inclusiveness. This is for team effectiveness, fostering inclusiveness, motivating different personalities, resolving conflicts, collaboration, coaching, empowering. For the self-leadership group, it's the understanding own emotions and triggers, self-control and regulation, understanding own strengths, integrity, self-motivation and wellness, self-confidence. I can keep on reading, but you can open your mobile and have a look. And the last one I want to mention is grit and perseverance. Grit and perseverance, which is important. In my experience, is most important. And so on and so forth, 56 of them. And they are very good start for the work skills, for the future work. Okay. Now I would like to give an example of what I do at the Chitralada Technology Institute. We try to develop these skills in the students, but we cannot do it one by one. It's a collective skills that can be done through this strategy, which I call study and work and study, which is the heart of vocational technological education. Why don't we subscribe them for any education? Give it a little bit of vocational touch so that they work while they learn and they learn while they work. I think this is a very good habit forming for the students, for anyone. So at Chitralada, Technology Institute, we have 3 kinds of programs. The lower certificate program, which is equivalent to high school. The higher certificate program, which is equivalent to the first 2 years in college, and the regular bachelor's degree program. All 3, we require them to have at least 1/4 of the time in the workplace. in companies, businesses, whatever, in the real work situation, not simulation or not hypothetical, in the real workplace, facing real life, real situation. But of course, with the help of the coach, there are two sides of coaching. Coaching from the company side and coaching from the faculty side. So far, it has been very satisfactory. And we have found that doing this, we have changed the personalities of the students. Their personalities have changed in a good way for their future. And we also found that the gaps between individuals is not much, regardless of their background, regardless of where they come from, what are their socio-economic background, even what are their grades, what are their IQs. So I recommend vocational education methodology as a part of learning. I would like to call it experiential learning. Please give our students a good experience so that they themselves can generate skills of their own. Nobody can make anyone or can design any skills for anyone. Only themselves, if they want to, if they are inspired, if they see the values, they will do so by themselves. And it turns out that everyone can be improved if you really try, and try it in real situation. In all my life, I believe that education is an important tool to change people's lives, and I have seen it. I've seen it. And I hope that this forum will agree with me and do something to change our students' life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sumonta. And indeed, I think you highlight that character is not something we are born with, but it's really shaped through our learning, our educational experiences. And would say we can probably extrapolate to our societies, our cultures. They're all a product of what we do in the field of education. And what the list of skills, you came up here is remarkably similar to what, we heard yesterday when we talked with young leaders here. Seems there's a fair agreement on type of skills that make people successful these days. But what is interesting is that when you talk to schools and universities, they would call them extracurricular activities. So they seem to say, this is not our business. And I was actually struck by your work at Chitralada Institute, that you have made that, the mission, actually, that kind of learning. Why is that not becoming everybody's approach?
It will.
Okay.
It will. And there are many examples. Chitralada Technology Institute is not the only one. But everything is integrated. There are no such thing as extra or additional or special or electives or It's learning to learn, learning by doing. It's very old concept. I think I'm back to old-fashioned way of education, learning by doing, learning from the known ones, experienced one, and do it, and then later on you can adjust and create. That's a way to learn. And I think we should get back to the old basic, the balanced education. The balanced education means that you don't just teach subject matter. You teach the practical part and you teach them how to do things by their own hands, not teachers' hands. How they can be on their own. So to answer your question, we are trying, right? Everyone here, we are trying, and we will say that education is our job, but to learn something is the student's job. Our job is how they will learn what we want them to learn. This is our task. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I think also the point you make that this is not, a novel or, climb out idea. It's actually very old, a traditional way of learning. And it was the general model of education before we industrialized schooling and beyond humans, all animals learn through apprenticeship. Now, I think this is, something that maybe we should just get that idea back. But maybe I should call on you, Ling, to come to the rescue of the honor of formal education, being sort of at the source of, developing the next generation of teachers. When you listen to this, how do you see that the next generation of teachers is preparing people for this new world?
Thank you very much, Andreas. Can I, I thought that it would be a nice place for me to come in as well. Are you all able to see my share slides right now?
Yeah, but we see the wrong screen. You need to put them on full screen.
Okay, yeah, okay, good. I just wanted to confirm that. Okay, I am going to be covering, just like my fellow speakers, some opening remarks, and then I'm happy to take some questions, some of the thoughts that I have. Obviously, I have a limited amount of time and I will try to cover as much as I can. But the first part, I really wanted to talk about how we look at not just OECD data, but research on education in order to inform policy formulation as well as practice of education in Singapore. And then I'd like to share some of our latest thoughts and ideas about moving forward, about rethinking teacher education in post-pandemic times. So allow me a few minutes to be covering some of these exciting points, and obviously we'll go to a more conversational part afterwards. So I would like to start with something that obviously is really just a thought piece, where we know that the OECD's indicators of students' global competence relate as follows, and this is how we're doing. I'm not here to report to you the OECD data because Mr. OECD himself is here. But how do we really look at some of these issues? If you talk to anyone from the Ministry of Education Singapore, we are really not there to be to emerge top in international student performance, but what we're more interested in is what are some of the gaps that we still need to fill. So I think that has always been our perspective. And with this as a backdrop, let me proceed. We think that the impact of international research is important because it provides us with a way of broadening our local perspective. We feel it is an opportunity for us to learn with the great data that the OECD has in terms of comparisons with other systems. This comparison can only help us to improve ourselves and to make us really world-class in order to provide the best quality education for our learners. We also think that the work of the international think tanks, for example, one that Professor Linda Darling-Hammond heads, the Learning Policy Institute, helps us to be able to objectively conduct multiple research in multiple countries and to learn from these. We think that research is important to reveal a system's strengths as well as weaknesses. We should not be apologetic of any areas for improvement, but we need to build on our strengths, but at the same time, address any weaknesses that we have. As a system, we are always looking to reviewing, revising, improving, and we are very willing to go out there to learn from the best practices in the world and to implement them in a contextualized fashion for the Singapore context. So some of the things that we've learned about the Singapore system is that there's extreme systemic coherence. This arises from judicious policymaking that is evidence-informed, and then there is very, very careful and great fidelity in the implementation of the reforms. We are extremely learner-focused. We believe that at the end of all our educational endeavors is the learner seated in the heart of our classrooms. That is our raison d'etre as educators. The only reason why we want to provide education is to provide high quality education to transform the lives of the learner seated in the center of our classroom, be it physical or virtual, as the pandemic has revealed. We also know that in Singapore, the very close tripartite partnership between the Ministry of Education, the National Institute of Education that prepares all students for schools in Singapore at the pre-service level, and all schools, 360 schools, because we are a very small system. It is the unified vision and the tripartite partnership that allows us to be able to provide quality education for our students. I would also like to draw on some of the research that we've conducted at the National Institute of Education by my colleagues, not least those at the Office of Education Research. SKIP is a very big project, the Singapore Kindergarten Impact Project, which aims to study how factors related to school, home, and child, the entire education in ecosystem, in fact, influence children's development and their future learning opportunities. SKIP aims to identify how these factors contribute to the successful development of not just English and mother tongue skills, literacy skills, as well as their holistic development skills. It comes as no surprise that we have been funded by the Ministry of Education through a competitive funding known as Education Research Funding Program, ERFP for short. We are now into not just our core 3, but moving on to a 5th tranche of funding. In core 1, we aim to understand how the system functions at the level of the classroom and to measure the effect of various interventions on our system. We aim to measure a range of educational outcomes of the Singapore system, including our examinations, our psychological provisions, social provisions, skills, competencies, educational and labor market participation, attitudes, and life satisfaction skills. In core 2, which started in 2010, we then aimed to measure, map, and model pedagogical practices that work in Singapore and aim to move beyond to establish the degree to which classroom pedagogy has changed significantly and to model the impact of pedagogical practice on, importantly, the motivational, cognitive, metacognitive, and non-cognitive student outcomes. In core 3, which started in 2016, we then aim to provide timely and systemic evaluations of the structure and inner logic classroom pedagogical practices to identify trends, variations in the structure, quality, and coherence of our pedagogical practices and student outcomes across successful cohorts of students. I myself have led a slew of educational projects, mainly on teacher education. I've named them BEST, Building an Evidence Base to Grow Singapore Teachers. Each of these programs aim to build an evidence base to inform the policy as well as the practice of teacher education. These projects aim to provide the evidence that we can have to form new questions in order to build a truly evidence-based teacher education program for Singapore. From the suite of studies, we have found the need to constantly strengthen our theory-practice nexus to provide more opportunities for authentic learning for our student teachers. We found that a compulsory teaching stint, for example, it does make a difference on our pre-service student teachers' learning. There is a need for us to provide more support for our beginning teachers through structured mentoring programs, which are important for our beginning teachers. We are also currently closing a project studying the impact of our enhanced postgraduate diploma in teaching programs. And our findings have helped to inform the enhancements of two programs that we run, two crucial programs, the Teaching Scholars Program and the Enhanced 16-month Postgraduate Diploma in Education Program. At the same time, our milestone teacher leadership programs have also been informed by our project findings. In terms of policy, we are able to introduce system-wide a compulsory teaching stint via contract teaching or the enhanced school experience through the ministry's support for all our postgraduate diploma in education pre-service students. More schools are also assigning protected time for mentoring and lesson observations to support our beginning teachers. Through a career-long perspective study for supporting teachers, I have found that factors that promote teacher commitment can help to retain teachers career-long and to develop them. There are four main insights about teachers' career-long development. There is a personal dimension that needs to be fulfilled. There must be positive workplace relationships. There has to be a balanced workload, even amidst all that we want our teachers to do. And career progression is important in order to retain our teachers career long. We believe as a system in being informed by international as well as local research. Here you see our Singapore teaching practice. And on the petals, you see the knowledge bases which are important. We are informed by international theoretical frameworks, for example, self-determination theory, but this is then applied to through our own local research and interventions. We study the motivational profiles of our local students, and we intervene in a way that is informed by local research on how our local students are motivated. And then we implement this system-wide. Moving forward, the NIE is interested in building 5 core areas of strategic research, namely child and human development, values and ethics, the science of learning, emerging technologies, assessment and evaluation. Having said that, we do not want to lose our evergreen focus on teacher education and professional development, educational transformation and sustainability, and disciplinary knowledge and curriculum. For child and human development, we want to create meaningful education experiences for our diverse learning and try to engender innovative programs so that we can also mitigate risks to the learning and well-being of our learners, and for that matter, our teachers. For values and ethics, this is at the center of all that we do in our teacher education programs. We want to inculcate and promote positive values and ethics in our educators and our learners. For the science of learning, we want to contribute to promote knowledge, cultivate collaborations, and develop thought leadership in order to contribute to a deeper understanding of learning. For emerging technologies, we want to promote the assimilation of the knowledge and skills for the effective design, development, and use of innovative pedagogies. But as the leading teacher education institute, it is not enough just to embrace pedagogies. We need to exemplify how these emerging technologies, pedagogies, and spaces that have come out of the pandemic may be used to enhance lifelong learning outcomes. For assessment and evaluation, it really is about assessment as learning rather than of learning. And we need to develop new knowledge, expertise in the areas of assessment and evaluation through our education, research, and outreach programs and initiatives. We want to rebalance the overemphasis on assessment to bring out the joy of learning. I've shown this in the Singapore panel yesterday, but it is relevant. Looking at the top 5 skills that the World Economic Forum has articulated for 2025, we see all that Andreas has been talking about: analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality, and initiative. Lifelong learning, therefore, then becomes extremely important. We now view student learning not to end at tertiary education, but to begin. The first 15 years are only the beginning. The next 50 years is what we as educators need to be concerned about. We want to strengthen our teacher education through the study of teacher efficacy, what keeps teachers motivated, through looking at teacher well-being, and how teachers can be role models of lifelong learning. In Singapore, we are beginning to reimagine what teacher education ought to look like. What should we articulate to be the archetype of the future-ready teacher? We need to walk the talk and to provide much more learning agency and flexibility in our teacher education programs. We need our programs.
Sorry, Ling, I'd like to bring our discussion back to the topic of skills gap. And I think the role that you highlight, the importance of evidence is, I think, really very well taken. Education and the skills agenda is so full of ideas and sometimes ideologies. I mean, having good data, having good research, and I think also how you highlight to localize this research, to put it in context, to see that this research gets really well assimilated at the front line, I think is crucially important. I think the point that you made on building this tripartite partnership to ensure that research, practice, policy really are well integrated, I think is very important. Maybe that's, part of Singapore's success. It means, that decisions are followed through, policy decisions get actually done. People do what they say, and that, creates trust in policymakers. And then, you have a very different environment. And I'd like to turn to Susan. Susan, help us to make sense out of all of this. I think we've seen very clearly, a group of schools and universities and even employers doesn't make a strong education system that works for all. What can public policy do to actually see that success becomes systemic, that we actually do not just rely on some good things happening, but ensure that all our learners are prepared for tomorrow's world of work?
I think that Singapore is a great example of how to establish an education system for the teaching in the K-12 environment. Unfortunately, it is not what we see across the world. So I think that, part of our problem is that a lot of the skills development that has to happen in order for adults to be successful in the workplace is going to require a new way of looking at what government policy and public policy can say about how we establish a credentialing system that takes into account the kinds of opportunities that are available through a variety of sources. And I think that what Li Kai was talking about earlier, as well as what Professor Sumonta has been saying that they're trying to do, is really important. If we are to be successful, we are going to have to bring these ideas together so that when we are looking for common ways to even understand what the skills and habits of mind are that are important for success in the workplace, we've got to look at what companies are telling us about their needs. And we have to see whether we cannot create public credentialing systems that measure whether or not, in fact, they have them. Ed was talking about, some of the basic kinds of learner assessments that can tell us whether somebody is ready to start on this path. But what businesses are saying is that's just the beginning. And we have to identify in our companies what it is that is going to make our workforce successful, and how we need to take people who've come through the old system and reskill them for the future system. In the United States, this has been something that's been talked about for the last 25 years. And we're making some progress on it. But frankly, we still have a great variety of credentialing organizations. And the systems that they're creating don't talk to one another. And so an employee who is looking to try to gain the skills that Li Kai is talking about doesn't know where to look. What credential should I focus on in order to develop the skills that they say are important? If I go with a single credentialing system, I may get some of those, but then there are other credentialing systems that focus on other things. And my employer then says, okay, you're presenting me with experience that you've had in this system and this system. How do they fit together? How do they give me a picture of what you are actually know and are able to do? And that is something that in the manufacturing realm in the United States has been done much more consistently than in any of the other areas. They developed a criterion-based system. They have the structures in place that enable an employee to demonstrate the capabilities and document how the employer will know that they have them. And that is a really critical piece of it. So that the linkage of a certificate to what that actually means in terms of the knowledge, skills, habits of mind that an individual has learned through that process has to be clearly identified and available. The National Manufacturing Association, or Association of Manufacturers in the United States, has done that and has kind of put their seal of approval onto these systems because they are clearly identifying what those skills are. You know, when we look at vocational education in the United States, with some of the best ways of demonstrating skills are done by separate organizations rather than by our schools. You know, so there's a program called Skills USA where students actually go to demonstrate the quality of their performance in ways that can be judged by professionals. And that at the end of that, then they can say, yes, you have demonstrated competence in these very specific areas. An employer can count on that to know what it is. But I think Li Kai is right. For employers to start developing these systems themselves rather than going to the variety of providers is going to be a much more effective system. You know, community colleges that are working with the employers that are saying, okay, you identify for us the needs, you identify for us the specifics that you're looking for, and we will co-design a program in order to ensure that this is what happens. But to make this happen, there has to be some governmental coordination and incentives for the people to participate. And that's what has not really happened in the United States. So the recommendations now in the last several years have been that the government has to establish programs that create incentives for the companies as well as for the providers to work together in order to provide guiding principles that make these things clear, and establish a credentialing innovation fund so that organizations that are trying to create these credentialing systems can get funding to test their programs, to get them evaluated, and to get a seal of approval for them. And again, that's something that that isn't happening, but that would lead to a more comprehensive learner record of what each individual knows and is able to do. I think that when we look at this, what we recognize is that we have to provide incentives along the way, not just for the credentialing system, but incentives for the training providers to identify what it is that they can offer to the employers. But you know, a recent study from MIT was pointing out that the certification systems that are needed, particularly for online ones, are much harder to develop than the creating of the online courses. So we see a multiplicity of online courses available, but again, how do you know what a student has learned from those programs, and how do you make clear to employers that if they go with this program, this is what their employees will now be able to do that they could not do before. So I think that as we're looking at this in the United States, what we're seeing is a set of two problems. The upcoming employees, particularly after the pandemic, are not developing the knowledge and skills that are going to enable them to move smoothly into the workforce. Or particularly when we look at mathematics, whether it's OECD's PISA exam, but more recently with the National Assessment of Educational Progress in the United States, we've seen a steeper decline in mathematical skills than we have ever seen before in the 20 years of the assessments. And that what that tells us is that we are likely to have fewer scientists. We are likely to have fewer people with the cognitive skills to be successful in the technology areas, in the scientific areas, in the mathematical understanding areas that are so critical to our future. So this is the situation that we have. And when we look at what the US Bureau of Labor Statistics points out, I mean, we've got 10 million jobs that are open now that we are not able to fill. And I think if you watched the tape last night, you saw Mayor Bloomberg talking about the fact that there are more unfilled jobs than there are unemployed people. The skills gap is the reason for that. And until we can address that, we're not going to be able to produce the 70% of job openings in the retail industry, 55% in manufacturing, 45% in leisure and hospitality, not to mention education and healthcare. You know, and we look to the system in Singapore for the unity of purpose in producing a highly qualified teaching force. We're finding in our colleges and universities across America that they're not even finding people interested in coming into the teacher education programs. Again, part of it is our teachers are not as well paid as they are in Singapore. There is no comparability between what an engineer earns and what a teacher earns, perhaps half the salary in the United States. We also see that the respect for teachers in Singapore is simply not available in the United States. When parents come to school, they blame the teacher, not the student. If there's a problem, it must be because of the teacher. And they defend their child despite whatever proof the school is providing of the issue at hand. So unless we can do that, unless we can create a more collaborative teaching environment for our teachers, we're not going to see an increase in the number of people going into education. You know, we see technology as an aid in helping us deal with this gap. But frankly, a country without a strong teaching force, as Andreas has proved to us year after year, is not a country that's going to successfully prepare young people for the world that they're going to live in. That's so much more demanding than ever before. So
Thank you, Susan. And in a moment, I'm going to open up for questions in the audience, so prepare yourself. And it seems quite a common thread to our discussions really is we're not going to fill skill gaps until we can make the skills of people visible to individuals, to employers, and to our societies. And I was struck when you said actually the manufacturing sector has figured it out, how to build a currency, stackable, compatible kind of credentials. I would add the technology sector to this as well. We see some good examples. So I think the question rises, why can't we do better at the systemic level? In other sectors of our societies, we take that for granted. When I travel from Europe to Bangkok, I can change European euro into baht. And actually, that is a really complicated process. And when, the European economy doesn't go so well, I get less, baht for my euro. And sort of these equivalences are sort of figured out by the system. And I think the question is, can we do better in the field of skills and skill gaps? In fact, it seems to me almost from what you say, Susan, that whether the government is a provider of skills is a question we can debate. I think Professor Sumonta has shown us actually, well, it can actually be very well integrated with the place of work, but certainly the government needs to become a better regulator of the system. And maybe we can find ways. Do you have any thoughts on how we could see progress on that?
I think part of the problem is that government has to agree that that's something it wants to do. And I know in the United States, there's a hands-off approach to this that says, no, let them figure it out on their own. We don't want to be seen as the ones with the heavy hand of regulation. And that's why the suggestion that they do it through an incentive system, incentives to employers to clarify what the needs are, what the skills need to be, as well as clarifying from the trainers and the training providers, what skills will you provide and how will you document them so that there is a clear opportunity for the employer to trust what is being done is the bigger solution. I think we're in the United States, in the same way that we are unwilling to step in and make judgments in some areas, this is one where the business sector is seen as almost sacrosanct and more important than and more knowledgeable than government, and therefore government should step back.
Yeah, and trust always comes from evidence, I think, and that brings us back to the agenda, on measurement, from it and research from Ling. So this is a good moment for you to think about any questions that you might have on those topics. And it's always difficult to ask the first question. So who wants to ask the second question? There's someone. Please. Can we get a microphone?
Raise your hand again so they know where you are.
So I have a question to add. Okay, so in this section, we know a lot of they have the skills about the soft skills that we have to develop, and in terms of the test distributor, in TOEFL, they have a plan to have the assessment about the soft skill that standard assessment that everybody in the world can be in the same page. Yeah.
Well, first, thank you very much for your question. We at ETS have a new CEO who recently joined our ranks. His name is Amit Savak, and he has a very broad and ambitious agenda that is intended to help take ETS, which is a US-based organization that attempts to do work globally, for example, providing the TOEFL examination, and instead become an international organization. There are 5 key areas that we wish to expand into. One is in the K-12 education space. A second is higher education. Third, in workforce. Fourth, in languages. And lastly, in working with governments. Now, this is not US-centric, but rather thinking globally. Now, we as ETS, we do one thing really, really well, and that is to measure. Things like evidence-centered design were invented at ETS. IRT was invented at ETS. With the inspiration of our new leadership, we're ready to engage with all parties, whether that be an ed tech company, a nonprofit organization, or a Ministry of Education, to figure out how and in what ways we can allow measurement to have its moment and allow individuals and groups to demonstrate what they know and they're able to do in such a way that employers, governments, and others trust that number and that measure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. And I do think we can say that, measurement has tremendously advanced over the last decade. I think that's where technology made a real difference. You can now, social emotional skills. In the past, we could barely conceptualize them. Now we have actually quite robust measures. We measure those at the OECD. Your mobile phone might know more about your social emotional skills than you might know yourself. In fact, big data are a big source about people's capabilities now that, and so on. I think the bigger question is really for us: can we harness those data? Can we make sense out of that? Can we make them comparable? Can we make them sufficiently trustworthy and reliably? But Li Kai, maybe you have some reflections on this too, because you confront that question every day when you work with businesses.
Yeah, thank you, Andreas. I was also reflecting, just to link this this point back to I think a point that I think Professor Sumonta made earlier about she mentioned these 56 foundational skills that we, as part of McKinsey research, we identified. So as a recap, I think what Professor Sumonta was referring to was in our research last year, we identified 56 foundational skills and mindsets which are critical for the future of work. And that links the question up, because what we also found was that proficiency in these foundational skills and mindsets are actually not necessarily linked to educational levels. So for example, there are skills around coping with uncertainty, self-confidence, courage, risk-taking, which there is no association with education levels. In fact, there are some of these critical foundation skills like humility, inspiring trust, which are actually negatively correlated with higher educational levels. And I say this in danger because everyone in this room is at a rather high education level, but it turns out that some of the skills and mindset needed of future, in particular, inspiring trust, humility, is actually less, folks become less proficient in these as they get higher education levels, which poses some interesting thoughts in terms of, Andreas, your other point earlier about what does that mean in terms of policy? Because there's some policy implications then for government, right? From industry or from a business sector that would push for. So, for example, one is how do we work? How does the public and the private sector work together to almost rethink the curricula, not just in basic education, but also higher education, lifelong education, especially given this weak correlation between the foundational skills and mindset needed for the future of work and the proficiency levels of these skills in folks with high education levels. I guess the second one is, we talked about this earlier, the reform of adult training systems, because given a lot of talk about skills, is there a big push around moving from a occupational-based certification system to a skill-based certification system? Is there something about redirecting funding? I think as Professor Ling has talked about earlier in Singapore, from towards schemes which focus on these foundational skills. Is there something around ensuring the affordability of lifelong learning? We know, for example, that most children across the world actually do have access to primary and secondary education, although not all of high quality. We also know that early education is in some ways the best time to develop mindsets and attitudes, but the reality is that's unaffordable to most people in most countries. So in the same way as Andreas, you alluded to earlier, that in the 19th century, the whole industrial revolution was the driving force to expanding access to education. And these days, we may criticize the concept of mass production education, but in reality, that was groundbreaking. If we think about what the 21st century is there something about the technology revolution as a driving force to drive expansion in universal, high quality, affordable, lifelong learning? And maybe that is our, I guess for this generation, maybe there is an opportunity and an obligation to drive that revolution in the same way that the 19th century was the precursor to mass education. Maybe now is a time to drive a revolution in lifelong learning, affordable lifelong learning. In fact, affordable universal lifelong learning.
Yeah, I think a very good point. And I think we should also reflect on this question of affordability. You know, that's an argument that we make very quickly because we look at the current system and think of expanding it, and then it looks very expensive. Maybe, you know, it's time to reconfigure space, people, time, technology, you know, the places of learning, the places of working in a way that actually makes it more conducive to individuals to invest in their learning, employers in building skills rather than, you know, recruiting them, and societies, you know, to strike a better balance between the present and the future, you know. And if our economies actually, you know, do have a lot of resources, and the cost of not developing those skills is just so much greater than getting it right in the start.
Perhaps if what we said was that what would be compulsory is age 3 to 15, and then let the rest be optional, because if we do a good job from 3 to 15, then the individuals can pursue through the variety of technology affordances, the rest of the education that they need, and can work with an employer to get specific skills, can go on to further education if that's the career requirement for what it is that they want to do. But I think we keep, in the United States at least, we keep kids in school much too long, in the sense that by the end of grade 10, we've clearly divided the students into two groups: those who are excited about learning and those who are just there because it's required. And if we gave them other opportunities rather than sitting in a classroom and going back over what they've done in the past, we gave them new ways to learn, we could afford early childhood education for every child.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually this raises a really important question on skill gaps. Maybe some of the skill gaps we can only fill in certain stages of our lives. And we know from our research in the OECD that, you know, skills like empathy and trust and confidence actually are skills for a 3-year-old, but become a personality trait for a 30-year-old. It's much harder sort of to, you know, build curiosity when you're older. And maybe that's, you know, I think also the point on curriculum design that we should think about that lifelong trajectory a lot more intentionally. Do we have time for one more question? Or
Yes, I guess not, at least one more.
Good.
Actually, our colleagues from the CPI seeing that lots of questions are coming up.
Good.
So yes, I'm just do a quick jumping. Yeah, please, to the gentleman on the back of the auditorium, please.
Good morning, professors.
Sorry.
From the Asia Foundation. For the past 2 days, you talk a lot about the need to create conducive space for teachers to be empowered and to be happy and to be driven. From your experience, do you have any concrete activities, campaigns, idea, policy that can be implemented to achieve that? Because from Andreas' presentation, you said money is not the only option for empowering teachers. So what are the other options? Thank you.
It's a very good question, actually. And I just to strengthen the last point that you made, we see actually very little of a relationship between teacher pay and their job satisfaction or their sense of empowerment and the sense of self-efficacy. Obviously, you know, teachers need to be adequately paid, but you go to the country with the highest teacher salaries in the world, Luxembourg, or my country, Germany, they're not far apart. Teachers are still, you know, not very interested in their job. I think the bigger question is, you know, how you build more attractive career structures for people. You know, if you tell a young person, 25 years old, you're going to be a teacher, and then 25 years from now, you're still going to do exactly the same job you're doing today, people don't want to do this job. If you give them a job that is highly prescriptive, I tell you what to teach and how to teach and when to do that, then, that's industrial work. Knowledge workers do not aspire from this. If I tell you, you work in isolation in the classroom, you're not, building a collaborative culture with your colleagues, then this is not interesting for people. If you tell people, I design the curriculum for you, you just deliver it, rather than being part of that profession that creates that practice, that job is not so interesting for you. So again, I think it's incumbent on systems to create an attractive job profile. And actually that's true for every other part of the economy too. If you run a business and you don't create, interesting work for your people and you don't pay them well, people choose other jobs. So I think education has maybe lost the train a little bit and, changing work practices, work habits, and so on. But maybe, Ling, you have some thoughts as well, working at the NIE.
Sure. I'd like to share from the Singapore experience just two things which we found works in terms of systemically. I think that our late founding Prime Minister, the late Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, has always likened the role of teachers to that of nation builders. So I think first and foremost, the deep respect that the society accords to the role of teachers is essential in, first of all, drawing people into the profession. Because if you liken the role of teachers to that of nation building, it really elevates their role and it gives it the importance. And that has been the rhetoric from the beginning. And even in the pandemic, the rhetoric now has been to liken the role of teachers to that of essential frontline workers like doctors and nurses. So at every stage in the development of the nation, whether it's local or global, the role of teachers has been very prominent. And that is one way in which we find teachers feel very empowered. Secondly, I think it is important to find out what motivates teachers. And this is a very big part of any research on teacher education. So in my own studies, for example, I'm very happy to report that our teachers in Singapore are motivated by altruistic reasons, mainly the love for children or the love for passing on the knowledge of their subject to the next generation. So I think these dual factors of giving very deep respect to the role of teachers, as well as finding out what motivates them, is important. Because like we've all found out, if it is not extrinsic factors like pay that motivates them, then increasing the pay of teachers, for example, is not going to draw the best people into the profession. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe Professor Sumonta, you have some reflections on this as well. How do you actually get, the best people to Chitralada Technology Institute to become educators?
Well, this is a difficult question. We have some very devoting teachers, and we have some who are still in the process of being the devoting teachers. I'm trying. I think the teachers have to like or have to be a very good givers. Those who give have the fundamental foundation to become teachers. I always give strength to my teachers by saying this, but whether it works or not, there's a awardee of Princess Mahachakti Award for the best teacher in ASEAN countries and Timor-Leste. And the Vietnamese best teacher said at the end of her talk that under this sun, the same sun, under this sun, teacher profession has the highest value. And I believe that if we can make our young teachers to see the value of being a teacher, which is beyond economic status. Well, economic status is important too, but not the first priority. So just like you teach students, what do you do when you teach not so good students? You just keep talking, keep teaching the same thing. Maybe someday they become a very good teacher, but maybe not.
Hi,
Yeah. It's
Andreas, this is Dawn. Maybe I could chime in from a business and private sector regarding teachers. My EdTech works with teachers on the ground, and we wanted to digitize teaching for the sake of creating standardization in quality so that we can scale it overseas. And one of the biggest toughest challenge I think we thought, right, was to convince teachers, right, to take away some part of them to be digitized. Then we found out that, and I just want to share this, experience across. It's a good ground information for all of us here also. We were thinking, how can we extract that precious, teaching part from the teacher? And then we realized that, true enough, exactly what Prof. Low and, our distinguished speakers were sharing about, that there is an altruistic value for every teacher to join the force. And one big reason that we could do that was because teachers were loaded with so many administration that the joy of teaching has been left so little that in the end, when technology comes in to remove that and digitize, we could bring and restore teaching and the joy of teaching and creativity back to the teachers. And that was something where the teachers actually readily accept the change. So I just want to put it out there. Your stats is true. What we found out was we brought the joy of teaching back to the teachers again.
Yeah, I think you make a really important point. And but the resistance and the questioning is actually a common phenomenon. And I think it brings me back to, if you feel that you're not prepared for that next future in your job, you're unlikely to give up, what you're currently doing. And again, I think it comes to the point how we can give teachers greater confidence that they can become great coaches, great mentors, great facilitators, great designers of innovative learning environments, great evaluators of student competencies. And then, if they have that competencies, probably they will be happy if they can get rid of, some of the administrative work or all of it, or even some of the knowledge transmission work, where probably technology will become better than educators. So we have to see sort of that part of the job of the skills building probably is something that, people will find other ways, but it's not going to make the role of teachers less important. It's going to make it far more important, probably. And this brings us back to the lifelong perspective here. Probably we will have coaches throughout our lives that help us, identify skill gaps and help us address and mediate them. And maybe, that is something that modern workplaces will, be doing much better in the future.
And perhaps if we go back to what the senior chairman said when we opened our conference yesterday about how people in his organization work, how they train people in small groups, how they determine how best to solve a problem, how they then get mentoring and coaching from more senior people. But our teachers are isolated in individual classrooms in too many of our schools. And if they had greater opportunities to work with their students on solving problems and giving the opportunity for groups of teachers to deal with a group of students rather than isolating them in one teacher and 25 children in each classroom, we could rethink our education systems in ways that would make them not only more productive for our students, but more engaging for our teachers. You know, Arthur Anderson probably 20 years ago was suggesting a new model of teaching in which a group of teachers would be responsible for a larger group of students, and they would figure out how to use their individual strengths to the best advantage in order to make this work. And I think that, again, back to apprenticeship programs, if we had our younger teachers working with our expert teachers in trying to figure out how to do a better job of educating our students, we would be more successful, our teachers would be more satisfied. And I think our students who tell us that their biggest problem is boredom would be more engaged. So I mean, I think it's time for us to rethink. But of course, that's very difficult given the length of time that we've had this particular structure in place and everyone's belief it's the only way to do things.
Thank you, Susan. We
Andreas,
yes.
sorry, I have a question.
Okay, unfortunately, this needs to be our last question, please.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm lucky. So this is Lydia Liu at ETSS colleague. So I have a comment and a question to the gentleman who asked the first question on how to handle assessments for 21st century skills. We actually have a session this afternoon at 4:15 in W3. I will be talking about assessment of transferable skills and power skills for workforce training. So you are all welcome to join us. I have a question for Andreas. The conversation we've had for the last 2 hours was very clear that we need to anticipate the future needs for the workforce. In terms of the OECD future assessment, how do you envision the kind of changes that might take place in order for us to integrate more of the 21st century skills assessment and transferable skills? Thank you.
Yeah, you know, a very good question. We do not know the future. Now, we do not even know what's going to happen tomorrow, but I do believe we can become a lot more open to different versions of the future. We know the big powers, the big global mega trends that are influencing our future. And we can imagine, you know, they can play out quite differently in different combinations. But we know those forces, and we should imagine how they could shape our future. And if we become better at imagining different futures rather than, you know, following the future we believe is most likely or the future we like most, I think we have a chance actually to do that. And then absolutely making those skills visible, accessible is very, very important, because this is the signal that we give young people in the classroom about the future. No, the exam, the test. This is a signal that we give teachers, you know, what is important to teach. This is a signal that we give employers actually about the skill that are in supply. So what we do at the OECD, we study future trends very, very carefully. And then, you know, we take, you know, that to heart and build evaluations and assessments that we believe mirror some of those components. You know, at this moment, this year, we have implemented a new assessment of creative thinking skills. It's possible. For the next round of PISA, we're going to look at learning in the digital world. We're not looking at whether you're digital competent. We're looking at whether you can learn in the digital world, that is, acquire new skills and competencies in a new context. So we'll try. We make our own kind of bets on where the gaps are more important. We are working on the assessment of social and emotional skills. Just published our first round. So we believe actually we can build those kinds of assessments and we can make those skills visible. But we should also, you know, keep a focus, and I think Ed's point is very relevant here. We should not lose the focus on the foundations. You know, the absence of mathematics skills doesn't imply the presence of all these wonderful social and emotional skills. Now, and we need to see them as not opposing ends on a spectrum, but as two sides of the same coin. You know, I would also say, you know, high levels of academic performance is not the opposite of learner well-being. You know, we should, you know, just ensure that we achieve high levels of academic excellence, not at the expense of student well-being, but through student well-being. So I think we should try to find in our metrics better ways to reconcile the future. That's unfortunately, we're out of time. I think this is a really interesting discussion at this point. I just want to thank my panel members here for contributing through those very interesting and relevant perspectives on the skill gaps. And I do believe we have seen that actually there are answers to those questions. There is a clear role for public policy in becoming a moderator of this process. There is the willingness of business, as we heard at the beginning, to move from being a client, a consumer of skills, to becoming part of that equation, to become part of our education systems. We need to move from a culture of public versus private to a culture of public with private. We have seen Professor Sumonta has highlighted this point as well. Now, I think the biggest question behind all of this is how we can get humans to make better trade-offs between the present and the future. And that is true for individuals. I'm going to study hard in education. That is true for enterprises, and it's certainly true for our societies. And has pointed us to the very high rewards that better skills bring for our societies and for individuals. And still, we need to get people ready to make those investments. And I hope, you can all contribute to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andreas, and our panel speakers. I think this is what it is meaning to be all of us staying here for 2 days, is because there's no one else in the world that can provide a platform for all of the researchers, educators, policymakers, and industrial experts to share their ideas and data together and communicate with our audience in such a direct method, right?
Exactly. And I think it's very interesting to hear that the number of unfilled jobs are more than the unemployment rate, the number of unemployment. So that's the issue of a skill gap. So I think that's some very important points to keep in mind, and about the importance of skill gap. And technology, of course, is advancing at an ever increasing rate and transforming the nature of work and employment. So I think with the understanding of technology, that leads us to our next panel.
Yes, why not? Please join us to welcome our next moderator, Sophia Schleicher. Come on the stage.
Yes, and our panel is going to be focusing on designing learning to form citizens of the world of the next generation. So let's give the young generation a round of applause.
Good morning to everyone. I'm really happy to be here with you at this conference led by the Forum of World Education. And I'm Sophia, Youth Ambassador of International Education of FWE, and I'm currently a neuroscience student at the University of Bristol. I'm really honored to present this panel on international education. The context in which our world was immersed in during the last years, with the pandemic, but also with the ongoing international tensions, reveals to us the dramatic need of an international cooperation. These crises highlight the necessity to understand, care for, and help each other beyond borders as a planetary community. Personally, I've had the chance to discover the world through various lenses. I grew up in a multicultural environment, which has given me the curiosity to explore different cultures and different customs. And this insatiable thirst of creating cultural bonds brought me to spend a gap year in China after high school. And during this gap year, I went to teach ballet in a primary school in Shanghai. And I saw how much this experience brought to me, opening my heart to a completely different culture and surpassing all judgments. And so I really believe that the opportunity to broaden their horizons should be given to every student and child to really create this international education. And the topic of international education has been addressed by major organizations. among the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals that 193 countries pledged to achieve by 2030, the fourth goal specifically targets education and aims at achieving quality education for all. The target 4.7 emphasizes global citizenship, the appreciation of cultural diversity, and the contribution of culture to sustainable development. However, by analyzing the national curricula of 78 countries, it has been found that the topics of global citizenship and sustainable development are addressed differently from one country to the other, and that the meaning of the terms themselves vary, creating possible tensions between local, national, and global identities and interests. In his book, 7 Complex Lessons in Education for the Future, the French philosopher Edgar Morin says, "Understanding between human is the condition and guarantor of the intellectual and moral solidarity of humanity." And he highlights the role of education, saying the development of understanding requires a reform of mindsets. This must be the work for the education of the future. So the question is, how can education contribute to this reform of mindsets, promoting a multicultural understanding and an understanding across cultures? In this panel, we will listen to the personal experience of our speakers to understand what brought them in the first place to care for international education. And we will then address the questions of what does it mean to be a citizen of the world, and how can we educate to become one? I don't want to stand longer in between you and the fantastic talks we're going to listen to. So let me just introduce you to our first speaker. Dr. Tony Jackson is the former Vice President for Education at Asia Society and Director of the Center of Global Education at Asia Society. He designed and developed the International Studies School Network, targeting children's education for success in today's global environments. Dr. Tony Jackson couldn't join us live, but he's here online with us.
Well, thank you, Sophia. Can you hear me okay? Is everything okay? I hope so. What I'd like to first say is that I am very, very honored to be a part of this panel with such esteemed colleagues. And as you mentioned, Sophia has asked us to comment on how we came to be involved in international education and what it takes to educate children to become citizens of the world. Well, what brought me to international education, which I've been involved in for now 20 years or so, is what brought me to pursue a career in education in the first place many years ago. And that is to advance equality among all people, especially for people who have been historically and systematically marginalized because of their race, their ethnicity, their culture, religion, or for a variety of other reasons. I'm an African-American man, and I'm keenly aware from my own experiences and vicariously from the experiences of African-American and Indigenous and other people of color in the United States and globally, what inequality feels like and how it impacts virtually every aspect of one's life. From my experience of first being educated in schools serving disadvantaged communities of color, and later in schools and universities serving wealthy white communities, I've come to know that education done well can be the great equalizer among people. Not only to raise up the capacity of students from groups who've been oppressed, but to be fully competitive, for example, within labor markets or political arenas, but to enlighten people from groups that have colonized or oppressed others as to the illegitimacy and unsustainability of these actions. I truly believe education is the pathway to equality. And international education, or as many of us think of it, education for global competence, is the road to global equality, even though I'm very well aware that it's a long and very winding road. Now, before I say more about what I mean by education for global competence, allow me to say a bit more about why this kind of a transformation in education matters so much today. We know from history that enduring shifts in education, they rarely emerge from peace and prosperity. Instead, they represent visionary education responses to historical moments of reckoning. And it's my belief that we're at just this point of global reckoning right now. And one way of understanding this is from the perspective of evolution. Now, from an evolutionary perspective, species either adapt or they perish. For humans, the locus of adaptability has shifted over time from physical characteristics to mental capacities. And to put it simply, nowadays, human survival depends on how we act based on how we think. Well, you put it even more simply, how we think can be dichotomized into two competing worldviews. One can be called the dominance paradigm, and at the core of this view is the belief that it is in the natural order of things that there are winners and losers. Some people are stronger and smarter and faster and in myriad other ways capable of achieving hegemony over others. And in the dominance paradigm, it is legitimate for them to do so. It's just the way things are and the way they've always been. The competing worldview, which we can call the egalitarian paradigm, recognizes that people and societies differ in profound ways, but these differences do not require or legitimize the dominance of one person over another or one group over another. Instead, the way to think and act towards others is to consider them on the same level with ourselves, equally deserving of that which enables anybody to survive and to thrive. Well, globally, I think we find ourselves in an age defined by the resurgence of the dominance paradigm. And as in the past, inequities in power and privilege today lead to gross disparities in the resources required, if not to survive, then to live with some semblance of well-being. And our continuing inability to reverse course on climate change reflects the dominance paradigm as well. The view that nature and the environment are there for human exploitation. The growing excesses in inequality are justified by a view that it's, again, just the natural order of things for some to have more than others, be it wealth or power or both. In terms of the ability for people worldwide to peacefully coexist with sufficient resources for a life worth living and for the earth to sustain the lives of now 8 billion people, we're at a tipping point. The inherent thesis of education for global competence is that all youth must be educated to develop a more egalitarian mindset. If we are to root out racism, if we are to survive as a species, education on a global scale must develop in youth the disposition to act more toward the common good than toward individual gain or group hegemony. Education for global competence and similar holistic approaches represent the education required for the 22nd century, not just to prepare for that millennium, but to get us there. Now, in a book called Educating for Global Competence, Preparing Students to Engage the World, which I'll just hold up here for a second, you can see that. This is a book that my colleague and I, Veronica Boix-Mancia, and I published just last week from ASCD Press. We define global competence and we provide a wide array of practical ways teachers and schools and school systems can develop globally competent students. And here we describe global competence in 4 dimensions, which we offer as a kind of framework for transforming education. The first dimension is called investigating the world, which prioritizes students' capacity to critically examine and to understand relevant local and global and intercultural issues. And at its core, investigating the world is about developing the capacity to select and to weigh and to use evidence from a variety of resources and to innovate, to reason, and to make sound judgments. Investigating the world does not downplay the acquisition of factual knowledge or the skill to solve problems. Facts and the truth matter. And the value of discovering the truth and of understanding how things work through disciplinary and interdisciplinary study comes in the ability to apply this learning flexibly to novel situations. The second dimension of education for global competence is recognizing and weighing the perspectives and worldviews of others. It's essentially learning about the cultures and values and histories and beliefs of others to see the world from their perspectives as a way of understanding their behavior and to recognize that one's own perspective is shaped by multiple influences as well. Being able to recognize others' perspectives is essential to recognizing their humanity and to being able to interact with others as equals, even if those others have views of the world that are profoundly different than our own. Third dimension of education for global competence is engaging in open and effective interactions across cultures, or in short, communicating across differences. This is the action that builds on recognizing other perspectives. It involves students engaging in respectful dialogue and exchange with others, including the crucial skill of communicating in multiple languages. And it extends to the digital universe in which young people can develop the ability to demonstrate sensitivity and curiosity and a willingness to engage with others anywhere in the world, again, as equal parties in the exchange of perspectives. And finally, the fourth dimension of global competence is taking action toward collective well-being and sustainable development. It involves developing students' capacity and their disposition to act in ways that are mindful of the balance between their individual or group self-interest and the consequences of their actions for others. So with that, I'll just leave it at that and look forward to the discussion. Thanks very much, Sophia. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Tony, for your very inspiring talk. I would like to introduce you to our second speaker, Ling Jensby Lange. She is an education innovation consultant and learning space designer. She is the founder and CEO of Autens Future Schools and president of the Global School Alliance, whose mission is to collaboratively raise the standards of education around the world. She has been recognized for her contribution to innovation in education by the Finnish nonprofit 100 organization. Ling.
Thank you, Sophia. And first of all, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for CP for hosting us in this incredible venue. And it's so exciting to be here in Thailand, one of the most beautiful countries on the planet. So I'm really honored to be here. I'm happy to follow on from you, Tony, actually, with a very concrete example of global competencies and what it might look like, and actually an example that falls in the category of I would say, extracurricular things that we've discussed a few times. And I'm here in my capacity also as co-founder of something called Ling Online Learners. And it's actually, it's kind of a beautiful opportunity that a group of people, which I was part of, stumbled upon a few years ago, which I'd like to share. And it happened to enhance well-being. It happened to really build empathy, to build trust, to build intercultural connections and understanding, listening skills, a lot of what you talked about, Tony. And let me take you back to a dinner table 2.5 years ago. I was sitting in Copenhagen with a very dear friend of mine who runs a fabulous school in Cambodia. We were about to do work with schools in Denmark, and all of a sudden, breaking news ticked in on my phone, as I guess it did in many countries for many people around that time. What happened was that my country would go into lockdown within 24 hours. And we would, of course, have to stop whatever it was that we were planning, and we needed to rush my friend Jeff to the airport, get him out of the country so that he was able to not be stuck in Europe but go back to where he needed to go. And while we were driving to the airport, it dawned on us how massive a change this would be to the daily lives of students across the planet. Students would find themselves stuck at home, whatever that situation might be, disconnected from their friends, from their daily lives that changed overnight. And we really felt an urge to figure out if we could do something about that. Could we find a way of opening up the world to young people while it was shutting down all around them? So what we did was reach out to one of the global networks that we're part of. You mentioned it, Sophia, the 100 organization in Finland. There are a lot of incredible innovators in that network. And within a couple of days, I think 10, 12 people got together. We discussed what we might be able to do. And 10 days later, we were able to launch Ling Online Learners. We had already run focus groups. We had partnered with young people who were co-founders. We had developed the whole protocol, training, website, logo, everything, and launched our very first Ling Online Learners session. And to explain a little bit what it is, it can probably best be described as a global digital youth club because it was very clear from the young people, they did not want us to create yet another school experience or formal educational experience, but they wanted to connect. And it was a very simple recipe and still is. Every Tuesday, we'd open up a Zoom room and facilitate that for young people. So 4 times around the clock, you could join. And we would really try to empower young people and bring forward whatever they were interested in discussing, talking about, and piloting. And a lot of young people joined us, and we had young people from more than 35 countries, and it's still running today. And I think there might be a video queued to give you a little impression of what that might be, if I can get in touch with the operator room.
I'm not shy anymore. Thank you, LOL. Links online learners. Ma salama. This is how I say goodbye in Arabic. Bye.
Thank you. So that was a little impression of what it is that we meet around every week. And you saw Noah, one of our wonderful members from Saudi Arabia, sharing how this has really meant a big difference to her, developing from a very shy and insecure person to somebody who's confident. And we've seen that in a lot of the young people that we're so humbled to be able to spend time with, how they grow from being where they are, understanding their own country, but not knowing too much about the world, and now feeling connected with the whole global family, and becoming confident collaborators, contributors, innovators. And what we've also seen is probably one of the most diverse classrooms I've ever been to. So it's across cultures, countries, religions, backgrounds, ages. And also the neurodiversity of our family is also quite huge, and it's such an inclusive community to take part in that. I'm just incredibly humbled that we could do that together. We're still pretty it's still like small in scale, even though it's born global, it is global, and it really builds global citizenship. And we're now at the point where we're looking for partners with bigger muscles who can really help us scale it, because it's all there and it's tried, it's tested, and 2.5 years later, it's still running every Tuesday. Now, I'd like to share some of the things that I've learned from the young people that we've worked with and connected with. The first thing is that we've learned that they really long to connect with each other. They really long to connect with other young people. They're so curious about learning about other cultures, understanding where people come from. And you saw in the video, we put what is ordinary to you is quite extraordinary to others. So everybody had a seat at the table and some extraordinariness to bring to the table. I remember one day we had a couple of girls, it was during Eid, and they were sharing the Quran and sharing around in their house, and how it was all decorated and beautiful. And later in the same session, we saw pictures from a girl in Canada and her bar mitzvah, and the way children just applaud each other and cheer for each other and are excited about each other's lives is just beautiful to see and witness. Also, we found that they really long to be seen and heard for who they are, for the struggles that they have in their lives, and not least for what they're passionate about. So we've seen piloting of interculturally or internationally created dramas and like theater online that they wrote themselves and played. We've had international concerts online and other things you'll hear about later. And lastly, as I said, they did not want us to create another school experience or anything that felt like formal education. They wanted a playful social space to connect. However, in doing so, we've really created something that educates all of us in terms of global citizenship and togetherness. And they've also been amazing colleagues and leaders in developing this initiative. And I'm incredibly proud to also share the stage here today with Olivia here, who's my friend, my colleague, and I feel you're my, close family, even my daughter. And we actually only met yesterday for the very first time in real life, but we've known each other for several years, being part of this initiative together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lene, for sharing such an inspiring example of how putting young people together can help them discover other cultures, of course, but also learn about themselves, actually. And that's really interesting. And we have the chance to have here with us one of the students that participated in the program. Olivia Cowie is a law and communication student, and she was involved in Ling Online Learners program as a youth member, and later a volunteer facilitating conversations to connect youth across the globe.
Tēnā koutou. Ko rangitoto te maunga, ko Waitemata te moana, ko New Zealand whaler 1820 te waka, ko Major William Gilbert Mayer te rangatira, ko Olivia Cowie toku ingoa, no Tamaki Makaro ahau. Kia ora, my name is Olivia Cowie, and I am a 19-year-old law and communications student based in Auckland, New Zealand, and also a very proud member of the Ling Online Learners global community. What brought me to engage in international education was an initiative created in response to the pandemic, an idea which was aimed to bring youth together during times when we were told to keep to ourselves. 2020, my final year of high school, was disruptive to say the least, plagued by strict and harsh lockdowns, but I found consistency, continuity, and joy when my principal shared with me Ling Online Learners. An organization which has never failed to let me down, Ling Online Learners, or LOL for short, has enabled me to make connections and form friendships with many people across the globe. My friend Elliot and I used to call LOL our breakfast club because we would both join each Wednesday before school at 8 a.m. Initially intrigued by the thought of expanding my friendships and meeting other people my age from around the globe, I can confidently confess that weekly Zoom meetings with global friends helped me get through the 107-day lockdown I faced from my tiny corner of the world. I remember so vividly joining my first LOL session, nervous as can be and not knowing what to expect, but I soon found comfort when I realized that although in different nations, seasons, and time zones, that we all had quite a bit in common, and life slowing down as a result of the pandemic is actually what brought us all together. There is something so special about being given the liberty to talk and to ask questions with peers during LOL. I was, and I continue to form friendships with people that had it not been for LOL, I would have never met before. I so fondly remember telling 12-year-old Austin from Sonoma, California, about how I play netball, a sport that I'm sure many of you are not aware of, and how New Zealand culture basically revolves around a Saturday night barbecue, watching an All Blacks rugby game with family and friends. It was no surprise that I had to explain to him what rugby, saucies on the barbie, and jandals were to him too. Whilst I found it most entertaining informing my peers about how Sir Edmund Hillary, a Kiwi man, was one of the first to climb Mount Everest and Ernest Rutherford split the atom, I equally gained knowledge and found myself learning about different countries and cultures too. As a group, we achieved this by curating a podcast, namely This Global Life. Each week, we would choose a different home country and an LOL participant and fire Q&A or true or false questions at the person in the hot seat. We interviewed a range of LOL members spanning from Australia to Canada, Belgium and Nigeria to places like Italy, England, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. Truly a moment I will never forget occurred when cherished LOL members, Noor and Hana from Saudi Arabia, told us that nearly every house has a maid and a driver. Learning these facts and engaging in this type of discussion are truly informative moments of education between youth, disguised as a hangout or perhaps a breakfast club. Like mentioned, being a student during COVID saw its challenges, but I managed to intertwine my hobby of LOL and my personal studies through impact projects which were offered at my high school. Albany Senior High School on Auckland's North Shore is a progressive high school institution where every Wednesday, instead of classes, students engage in what is called an impact project. This is a self-driven student project which aims to either impact yourself or the wider community. So for example, you could learn to play an instrument, teach yourself a language, volunteer at a food bank, or play cards with residents in your local retirement home. I welcomed international education into my own schooling life by editing our This Global Life podcast as my own impact project. Yes, I might not have been the best at editing, but it impacted myself because I was learning. And I think it also impacted everyone else involved because it meant it could be published. But this was not a solo effort from me. Austin from Sonoma hand drew the cover art for each episode, and Jerry from Canada helped upload. Being part of LOL means being part of a team. It gives us something to look forward to each week. And I think in its most basic form, that is what it means to be a citizen, to be a member of something and to connect. And I feel that Link Online Learners, impact projects, and progressive models of schooling offer this too. What I enjoyed most about LOL was the fact I knew it was always there for me, that I learned something new every time I joined. But most importantly, what I gained from LOL are incredible connections. Forever friendships with peers from completely different backgrounds. I'll never forget Blessing taking us through a Nigerian restaurant one time, or Pero walking us down the streets of North Macedonia, of Austin on a paddleboard in the middle of Lake Tahoe. If I'm ever in Boston, I'll go to a Celtics game with Elias. And if I'm ever in London, I'll be sure to contact Alex. I'd just like to finish by saying one thing, that although the world is reopening, days are getting busier and things are getting faster, LOL continues to exist. You can just pop in when you want to say hi and if you need a smile. Over these past 2 years, I have created a family, most of whom I have never met, but each one has stood by my side during times of need. And it is a response to the barrier which COVID caused. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Olivia, for sharing your experience with the Link Online Learners program. And I think we can all be admirative of such initiatives like the podcast you created that actually bring young people together and create a space of reciprocal understanding and also listening. So I think that's really impressive. I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, Dr. Siva Kumari. She's the former Director General of the International Baccalaureate. And she first joined the IB in 2009 as Regional Director for Asia Pacific, and then became responsible for IB regions worldwide in 2010. She also served as the Associate Dean and Executive Director of Programs in the School of Continuing Studies, receiving critical acclaim for her work and winning several national and regional awards. She couldn't join us live, but she recorded a video.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to talk. I've been asked by Sophie to speak about three categories, essentially. First, how am I international? How did I get into international education? And thirdly, why do we need to educate students to understand the world, different cultures, and others? So I'll start by, how am I international? I was born and raised in southern India on the Bay of Bengal in a very small town. And I grew up in a very traditional family there. None of my parents or siblings had ever been internationally. And I studied locally and I grew up there for 21 years of my life. My marriage was then arranged, as was common then, and I left to join my husband in Ohio, USA, at the age of 22. It was the first time that I got on a plane, and I made this long intercontinental journey by myself. As you can imagine, that was quite an experience. We then raised our two children in Texas, away from our family, because none of our family lived here in the US. But we spent a lot of time with our first child, taking her to a different country each year for her and for us to experience the world. This was an important value, and I believe it still shapes her thinking because of her experiences around the world as a young child. Following that later, when my children were grown, for 12 years, I then lived away from my family while visiting them often, of course, and worked in Singapore, Netherlands, all the while establishing apartments for myself and frequented Wales and Geneva. Through all these lived experiences in these different countries, and starting from one country and spending significant time in many others, I can say with some confidence that I definitely fall into the international person category. I can also say that I now do not know how to think other than internationally. I retain a strong interest in world affairs, and having lived in different countries, had the pleasure of having learned in depth and through many conversations, how different people and different cultures and people from different countries think, and to some extent, why they think that way. And yet how much universality there is in how we think as human beings, as parents, as friends, and educators. Next, I'm going to get into how did I get into international education? So while I was in higher education working at Rice University in Texas, I was researching the best academic programs for STEM education. It is through that research that I learned about the IB, and then I started engaging with the organization and brought IB teacher training programs to Rice to bring those teachers to Rice so they understood Rice and we understood international education because we were very interested in international students. One thing led to another, and I started working for the IB in Singapore as a regional director first for Asia Pacific, and then as a global COO, and eventually as the first female, first Asian, and the Director General or the global CEO of the International Baccalaureate. I hope you've heard about it. It's frequently called the IB. Education in general is my absolute passion. I came into the field quite by accident and have loved it ever since. I'm so happy that I found a profession that does not feel like work. It is through my work at the IB that I've come to learn about education in so many countries. I've had the privilege of being in schools on 6 continents, Africa, Asia, Europe, North America, South America, and Australia, in many, many schools, speaking to many educators, working with them, working with heads of schools, and working with the different curricula and the local governments. By being in so many schools all around the world, I have come to admire, experience, and learn from international educators who build the next generation of our humanity with such care. I have deep reverence for this profession. Third, I'm going to address why do we need to educate students to understand the world, understand different cultures, and understand others. I think the argument is rather easy, but I'll try to give you a few thoughts of mine here. Today, a generation of young people have grown up experiencing world events wherever they are because of the proliferation of information bearing and sharing technologies. They have had opportunities not only to read about, but vividly experience through real time or recorded video experiences, events in near and far away lands. And these events impact them both positively and negatively. The COVID pandemic has certainly tersely educated us about our global world. Not only the migration of the virus across the borders to emerge as a pandemic, but also how our world and our economy and supply chains are so interconnected. What I have seen international educators do very well is construct a way of teaching that enables students to think locally and globally as they address issues that are relevant locally and globally. I do not believe that education can be globally relevant without a strong local grounding and local problem solving. For instance, global warming is both a global issue, but also a local issue and has vast impacts locally as much as it is a local phenomena as much as it is a global phenomena. The World Economic Forum has been advocating for a set of skills that are required in today's world that are needed internationally. These include complex problem solving, critical thinking, working collaboratively with others, negotiation, and among others, an understanding of the humanity and the history of the world and of our people, and of us as humanity. These are skills that will serve students well in the future as they enter the workforce. We now know wherever you work, it will be likely that you'll be interacting with people from around the world. Or even if you are staying locally, you will be interacting with people with different skills or different mindsets. Teaching students how to research local issues, relate them to global issues, how to negotiate with peers, and how to form consensus are all skills that can be incorporated into any classroom around the world. This is but one example of integration of most skills needed in the world today to understand from others, to learn with others, to respectfully disagree using one's own academic knowledge and training. We know this is happening in many classrooms around the world because the international education movement is thriving, but also because many national schools are integrating international curriculum, international ideas, and are learning about the importance of integrating these new skills into their curricula. I believe it is a matter of competitiveness for the individual, for the school, for the local community and the country. And as well, we all know as adults that your local preparation will serve you well when you enter the world at large and interact with colleagues from other parts of the world, even if you do not leave your own country. Thank you for your time. I hope my words were of some use to you, and I hope you have a great conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Siva. And I find it very interesting to have the perspective of such an organization that has actually successfully integrated different countries with very different cultures. And this success, I think, gives a lot of hope for international education. And also this emphasis on the local, national, and international aspects of education, I think, has to be really kept in mind. Our fifth speaker is Jonathan Koeppel. He's a former Louisiana public school teacher and was engaged to improve education system. He has a long story as volunteer with organizations that provide help to children in impoverished communities in Latin America. And since 2009, he has been recognized by the New Orleans Saints and the American Cancer Society for his volunteer effort locally and abroad.
Wow, it's nice to be here. I never thought that I would leave the state of Louisiana and come to a place like Thailand. And the interesting fact about me is I never planned to actually go to college. It was not in my plans. I had a woman that spoke to me while I was in high school and said, Jonathan, you're smart. You sleep in class, but you make good grades. I said, yeah, it's true. I'm bored. She encouraged me to go to college. I did. I applied for some scholarships. It worked out. And then I started working and I actually ended up pursuing an MBA, but it was never in the plans. And certainly I didn't ever plan to speak at an event full of such intelligent people. I'm thrilled to be here. And I want to say thanks for having me. And Sophia, thanks for letting me on the panel. And also thanks to all the CP staff that has made this event amazing. I've never seen anything run so smooth like this event. It's really a pleasure. But what got me into international education is I grew up in the New Orleans area. New Orleans is a port city. We have people from all over the world. We have people from Latin America. We have people from Asia, India, the Middle East, people from Africa, all over the world. For some reason, they are in the New Orleans area. And so I've been exposed to so many different cultures, and it always inspired me because I came to a realization at a very young age that the world is big. It's much bigger than where I lived. And I also started to notice as I got older that the earth is becoming flat. What do I mean by that? Companies are becoming global. I can communicate with somebody in Thailand. I can communicate with somebody in Canada at the same time, immediately. We're very connected. I can purchase products using websites like Alibaba and sell them in the United States through e-commerce. That means I myself could become an international seller just by using the internet. So we're very global today. Outsourcing is becoming a regular means of saving money. People purchase and sell goods to international customers all the time, and we work with remote teams on projects. I got to work with a team from Thailand, which was very unique because I've never been exposed to Thai culture before. And so I've had to adapt and be flexible and learn to work with people from here. I think it's important, this whole idea of understanding life from a global perspective, because everyone has a very unique culture. And I'm going to share some examples of cultural knowledge that I've acquired, which are important because if you want to work with people from around the world, you have to understand maybe not all of their culture, but at least know a little bit so you can have a working knowledge. In Latin America, I learned that time and punctuality are not as important as they are in the West. If we have a meeting at 1 p.m. in Latin America, if I could be in Nicaragua, the meeting might actually start at 2 p.m., even though it was scheduled for 1 p.m. And it's okay, it's normal. In China, feng shui, a part of their architecture, is very important. In the West, I didn't even know what feng shui was until I was in my international MBA program. Apparently, it's a big deal. If you build stuff in China and you don't follow feng shui, there's a problem. In the United States, we get straight to business in our meetings. It's very direct. It's get to the point. What are we doing? Why are we here? Let's make it happen. It's not like that everywhere, and I've had to learn the hard way. And for us, being on time is very important, but for some other cultures, it's not as important. And it's really important to understand these traditional customs, these cultures, because it helps you to build relationship. And how can we work together unless we have relationship? Because sometimes in Hollywood, Bollywood, Nollywood, all the different media forms, they paint pictures of us that aren't necessarily true. And it causes a lot of division worldwide. It causes division within our own countries. But when we understand each other and we actually speak with each other, we can build working relationships and accomplish great things. And so my journey, it's a unique one. I also learned a foreign language. I learned to speak Spanish at a young age. And I learned to appreciate, I actually learned to appreciate where I lived a lot because I met people from countries that did not have the same opportunities as me, that did not have the same freedoms as me. For example, I feel like I live in maybe the freest place in the world right now. But then I met families from Cuba who have no freedoms. They don't even have food. And so it caused me to appreciate where I'm from and understand that the world is a big place and it's very different. We have a lot of challenges that we have to overcome. So that's kind of why I'm here. I hope to inspire people to understand that the world is very big, but it's also very small.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think that this aspect that's understanding people's culture and also the traditional customs is important for developing working relations. It's also really interesting because it shows that this international education doesn't stop in school. It actually helps students to develop throughout their life. So it should be really the topic that we target. I think we have learned some great examples of how international education can be addressed. From my experience, when I came back from China, my mindset and vision had changed so much that I felt really frustrated and actually quite sad when I was confronted to a more nation-centered point of view and a more self-centered point of view. And I then realized that resistance to this true intercontinental understanding, this resistance still exists. And so I would like to address this question of the resistance with you. And I would like to ask you, where do you see the main point of resistance in the system? And what is one thing you would do to address this resistance and try overcoming it? Maybe we can start with you, Tony.
Well, Sophia, I think you've actually touched on it a couple of times now in your remarks. I do think it has to do with the mindsets that we bring to our encounters with people from different cultures. You know, I'm a psychologist, and I think a lot about how people first appraise each other when they first meet each other, or when they first meet people from different groups. And at a very primal level, we sort of are wired to automatically kind of do a risk assessment of people we come into contact with who are very different from ourselves. And we do that because of the kind of basic need to know if we can trust somebody in order to survive, I mean, from way back when. But then over time, as we grow up, and as we see how the world is structured in terms of relationships between groups, and we learn this, in small groups of our own, our families, or when we think about whole nation states, that appraisal process becomes even more complex. There's a couple things that kind of get layered into it. One is that we learn from the conversations we have with our families, or images that were noted in one of the speakers just said about what's portrayed in the media, or quite frankly, what's also either true or not true in the portrayals of other people from other cultures in schools. We carry into our consideration of someone a stereotype. We bring ideas, baggage, you could even call it, about what we either already know or that we imagine about people from different cultures. As we even first encounter them, we've got some prior knowledge, if you will, of what we think they're like. And then what also kind of gets layered into this appraisal system is what we've learned through observation, and more as we grow older, kind of participant observation about the hierarchy of relationships that exist between groups. And here I'm talking about what I mentioned in my remarks about how we come to believe that there are, just naturally some people who belong at the top of social hierarchies, and some people that kind of are lower down the chain, and that's just the way it is. So what also happens is that the stereotypes we have of people, we sort of use them to justify some of the hierarchies we also see among people. So in other words, we begin to think, well, some people just deserve to have power and privilege over others, and other people deserve to have less. And it has to do with, what we think of as an innate or deeply embedded cultural characteristics. So we begin to characterize people as either worthy or unworthy of equality for ourselves. So over time, the mindset we begin to bring to our encounters with any other group or any individual from a group that's from a different culture reflects these kind of learned perspectives about what people from this, other cultures are like, as well as a sense of kind of what my relationship with these people are supposed to be. In very simple terms, am I dominant, or am I subordinate to these people or this person? So when it comes to building bridges between cultures, I think a key point of resistance is that kind of habits of mind we bring to our encounter with others, or even when we even think about people from other cultures. Without consciously even thinking about it, we automatically categorize people along at least three dimensions. Whether or not they're a threat to us, whether or not they're very different from us, and whether or not they're worthy of equality with us. So, in my view, in order to build bridges between cultures, we have to disrupt these learned habits of mind. But even more importantly, as we think about developing children, we have to prevent these kind of dominant worldviews from taking hold in the very beginning. We have to disrupt the very learning of these habits of mind in the first place, and substitute instead habits of mind that really begin to open people up to, the question of, rather than, I think this person is this way, to think rather, well, I wonder what this person thinks about the world, or I wonder what this person's perspective is about the world. So just to substitute a different way of interacting from the very beginning in terms of how we, appraise and think about people from the very beginning. So the one thing that I would really do is to immerse as many kids as possible and as often as possible in opportunities for them to see the world from other people's perspectives, to kind of really walk in other people's shoes. And I don't mean just imagine, how things might be from another person's perspective, but rather to have them help them develop a really informed perspective about how people see the world. And that's why learning other cultures and people's histories, and especially other languages, which are kind of encapsulation of worldviews in words, why that's so important. It helps not only to learn about them, and because people are interesting from different parts of the world, but it really helps you to expand your ways of knowing how the world works and how you will fit into it. It helps you develop a deeper knowledge of yourself, I think, as other panelists have said. So I think if we can find ways for young people, as Linked Online does, to see the world from other perspectives and to really build that into their own way of thinking about people in a habitual kind of way, then I think we're going to go a long way towards developing global citizens.
Thank you very much, Tony. And I think the point you touched with getting rid of stereotypes is really crucial. And we really need to understand cultures firsthand and experience actually other cultures. And I think this is even more important in the area we're living now, with social media and all the knowledge we get from social media, which is actually very partial, and we don't realize it. And even more, we use confirmation bias to just look for knowledge that confirms our existing knowledge. So yeah, being really immersed in other cultures, I think firsthand is really an important part. How would you, Lene, we could address these resistances?
Maybe I don't see it as a resistance as such to developing global citizenship, but more seeing that a lot of the schools that I know, they kind of live in their own little bubbles with a very busy daily life, so much to do, so much in the curriculum, on the agenda. So it doesn't really become part of what you need to do necessarily. However, I happen to believe that being a student and being a teacher should be a global occupation. So how do we make room for it? How do we prioritize it? And I think, an answer to it could be, really partner with young people and sometimes get out of their way and curate opportunities for a global life to unfold, to connect and to see what happens. Because what we do, it's not something you learn by reading about it. You need to live it to really unfold it and to become part of the world and to really have that understanding of your own role in the world and that of everybody else's. And a little bit of a throwback to my friend Jeff, who I was having dinner with in Copenhagen. As I mentioned, he's running the most amazing school in Cambodia. It's called Lange Leadership Academy. It's a school where they have roughly 100 students, and they are actually able to learn everything they want. So if they want to learn to play the guitar, that's fine. There were students who wanted to learn how to program a digital currency. There are students working to send satellites into space, so many things. And with 100 students, how many teachers do you think they have to support them in this? I'll tell you, like, if you ask them the question, they're not going to say 10, which is roughly the number of teachers they have. They're going to respond that they have 8 billion teachers. They have as many teachers as they can get in touch with online, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, whatever. You reach out, you learn things, you connect, you build little sort of focus groups. So they work with engineers in South Africa, they work with NASA and lots of other people. So it's also about really enabling and curating a culture of reaching out, collaborating and solving those problems together, not only with the people in the class or in your own school, but also looking at who might we work with globally to do this.
Thank you very much. What would be your point of view, maybe also as a teacher being immersed in classrooms? Did you encounter any resistance and how did you solve it?
So there's a resistance that exists from what I've seen. Now, I worked at my first school that I worked at was what we consider a low-income school. 80% of the student population was on free or reduced lunch. That's almost all of our students were like that. So they don't really have any way to see foreign culture unless it's brought to them or unless they're sponsored. They just don't have the money. It's very expensive to travel. It's very expensive to do things like that. And most students around the world do not have the money or the resources to afford what I would consider it's a luxury really to travel. It's a luxury to experience other culture in the flesh in real time. So they have an economy issue, a lot of students. But then there's another issue I see happening too, because there's a perception. Some people, they're scared to interact with another culture or because of something they saw in a movie or something they saw on social media. And they create the stereotypes like we've mentioned before. And so it's really interesting. But if we can figure out a way, and I think international business is really very helpful for this, because what happens with international business is you bring employees, you bring workers, you bring goods from different parts of the world, and this constant exchange. Let's say, for example, a company in China sets up in the United States and they bring some workers from China to work in the United States. Well, people in that region get to interact with the workers from China and they get exposed to the culture. And if a US company goes into another country like, say, Colombia, well, the people in Colombia can get exposed to Western culture and we trade goods. New Orleans, the reason it's so diverse as a port city, the reason we have so much diversity, true diversity, so much trade has come through the port of New Orleans, and it goes up the Mississippi River and it goes all the way to the rest of the country. There was a large banana trade where bananas would come from Central America, and a lot of workers came from Central America to New Orleans, and a lot of people from Honduras. We have a very high Honduran population in New Orleans because of an old banana trade. So I think a solution is to welcome international business. But there's a barrier to that because there's geopolitical tensions and some countries don't like each other. And this one says, you're giving me a bad deal. And the other one says, no, I'm getting the bad deal. So it's a complicated issue. It is. But I would say improving and encouraging international business would be a good solution for that, especially for people. I mean, if you're talking about a large amount of people that'll never be able to travel and experience other cultures, at least the private industry could help in some sort of way.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. And I would like to have also your point of view, Olivia, because as students, did you encounter any resistance maybe from your peers or maybe even the educational system you're in?
Yeah, like I think for me, being a student in a country of 5 million, the main point of resistance that I've seen is the lack of opportunities that are given to students to engage with other cultures. And I think, Jonathan, you touched on it really well before, about how travel is a luxury, it's expensive. And I think there are ways that we can bring intercultural experiences to students with things like Link Online Learners. You know, I would love to see schools facilitating safe organizations like Link Online Learners. It's joined on quite an individual basis at the moment, but I think it's definitely something that schools could incorporate. I'm just thinking back to my experience as a child in New Zealand, where we'd have cultural days. So, you know, you'd bring in a native dish from your home country or a special object or anything. And I think you know, like you said, bringing the intercultural experiences to people is a way to combat the resistance.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think in all these talks, we heard about understanding other cultures. And I believe understanding relies on social emotional skills, with empathy and reciprocity being really crucial. So my question would be, we have really few minutes for this, but my question would be, how can we address these social emotional skills and teach actually the social emotional skills in schools? Ling, do you want to start?
Thank you, Sophia, for that one. Well, I think, I'm much more for living it than teaching it. It's not something that we, do you come up with a curriculum, or do you engage? How do you engage in something that develops those skills? So how do you curate and nurture those situations and interactions among students and really help role model and shape a room where that is inclusive, that is where you understand each other, where you unpack what is going on, so that you have that sort of generosity of spirit that we need between all of us. So I would say, do it, live it, and nurture it well and role model it.
And Olivia, you that animated also some online sessions, how did you manage to really include this empathy between the people who were actually online? So it's maybe even more difficult.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think because I started joining Link Online Learners at the age of 16, I was like a student, just like everyone else involved in it. And becoming like a volunteer, facilitating that conversation between youth, the transition, I could put myself in their shoes, basically, and it's just something so valuable, just knowing, that the kids, how they're feeling. I mean, you don't know how they feel because it's COVID and it's different for everyone else, but I think you do just have to be empathetic. And I think because I was a student through Link Online Learners, that's how I empathized with them, because I was there. Yeah.
Jonathan, would you have any views on how we can develop these social emotional skills in schools?
Absolutely. I was looking over some soft skills and I said, wow, there's a lot in common with entrepreneurship, because an entrepreneur has to have a little bit of everything. You can't just be skilled at one thing. You have to be very diverse. And in order to succeed as an entrepreneur, you have to have adaptability. You have to have high emotional intelligence. You have to be very responsible. You have to be able to work under pressure. You have to be able to problem solve. But you don't just get taught how to be an entrepreneur or how to take initiative. Someone has to put responsibility on you. So in the learning environment, I think we should give students a lot more opportunity to be responsible on their own through project-based learning, entrepreneurial learning. Let them take education into their own hands. They're in the school system for a really long time. But in the past, at least in the West, you would have people that would finish their schooling at 10 and 12 years old and go on to be great inventors and innovators because they worked on projects that they were interested in. So if we could increase project-based learning in collaborative work environments, I think that would be very, very helpful, because you don't learn these skills unless you do it through practice. You can talk about it in theory all you want, but you have people now, we're seeing it. That's why companies, they're saying, I don't want to hire this college graduate because he's great on paper or she's great on paper, but in real life, lacking a lot of these skills.
Yeah, thank you. Tony, do you want to share your ideas for this topic?
Just very quickly, I know we only have a minute or so. I agree with the thread of what people are saying, which is that allowing young people to actually experience the opportunity to work collaboratively with other students themselves is really the best way to have them become, to develop empathy and develop respect for others. I think back a long time ago, there's been a lot of research on what's called cooperative learning. And that was actually a form of learning, group learning, where everybody had a specific role to accomplish a task. It was first actually introduced to overcome discrimination. It wasn't even necessarily a pedagogical approach to improve achievement, but it does both. And so if you get kids together to have a chance to learn with and work with each other, and help them actually become change agents right now as they are in school, as opposed to helping them just, learn these skills for a future life, then that's when they really develop the capacity to be citizens of the world, by actually becoming citizens of the world, working together to solve the world's problems.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all your thoughts. And I would like to finish with a quote of Albert Einstein that I think addresses also very well this question of understanding. And he says, we must not only learn to tolerate our differences, we must welcome them as the richness and diversity which can lead to true intelligence. I would like to thank all the speakers on this panel personally, and I think we can give them another round of applause.
Thank you very much, our panelists and our speakers for the panel. Thank you for moderating, Sophia. It was very nicely done. And I think that we've all really feeling the energy and the other side from the younger generation, because it's necessary to take perspectives, not only just from, international organizations, but also from the actual practitioners and also the youth.
Yes. I totally agree with you. But before we leave this room, I would like everyone to see at the back of your badge, it will be a certification survey. So could you please fill the form for us so we know that what should we improve?
Exactly.
In the
So
next time?
Yeah, that's a part of learning. That's part
right.
of making this into a progress of learning. That's part of the education.
That's right. ครับก็รบกวนด้วยนะครับกรอกแบบประเมินหลังบัตรให้หน่อยนะครับจะเก็บไว้
So please fill in the survey for your satisfaction.
Oh, when you leave this room, please leave the translator device at your seat. Please don't bring it outside because it's quite expensive.
Exactly. So please fill out the forum satisfaction survey by scanning the QR code displayed there, or you can see the staff that they all have this QR code that we could help them. We've talked a lot about learning by doing. Yes. So please give us the opportunity to learn by doing. And so we would like to invite you all to the dining hall to join us for lunch. And we will come back here for afternoon sessions on the views of the business leaders that have created their own schools. We'll hear from representatives from Europe, from China, and I'm sure from Thailand.
That's right.
So exactly, we look forward to this afternoon session. Thank you very much.
And see you back here at
1:30. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, welcome to Forum of 2022. I'm Angel Chang. I'm honored to be your host for today. amazing. Thank you, Ben. Well, welcome back, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us on time for the afternoon sessions. We really appreciate your efforts for being here on time for the afternoon sessions.
That's right.
I hope you all have enjoyed your lunch and ready for the next session.
Yes, and our next session topic is the view of business leaders that have created their own schools. As you see, a lot of business now they have their own school, including CP Group, like CPLI itself. So we will know more why, right? Angel?
Okay, exactly. Our moderator for this session is Dr. Susan Sclafani, the former U.S. Assistant Secretary of Education and the Vice President of FWE. So let's welcome her on the stage. As this is both virtual and in-person sessions, I think it will be very engaging to have the technology and then also. Exactly. So would you like me to invite the guest along? Okay, great. So along the panelists, it's our honor to welcome you.
คุณณพจน์แซ่อุ้ย General Manager Toyota Education and Training Centers Toyota Motor Thailand and Assistant Professor Dr. Sompot from PIM or 7-Eleven University. Please welcome.
Let's welcome.
Okay.
And so we might just wait another minute to give more people an opportunity. I know that the lunchroom was quite full when I left. So we know that there are still people who want to come and enjoy this session. We've been very fortunate at this conference to have representatives from industry talk to us about the ways in which they are helping to deal with the skills gap that we were just talking about earlier today. And probably the most ambitious way to do that is to create your own school, to decide that you as a company know best what it is that the people coming into your organization need, and to create a school that will enable them to develop that knowledge, skills, habits of mind that are necessary for their success in your program, in your company. So we are very fortunate today, and I'm probably going to butcher your names. So I'm going to ask you to introduce yourselves if you would, and that way we will give the audience the correct pronunciation of your names. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Naposh Sawi. Call me Naposh. So I'm in charge of Toyota Training Center and also Toyota Technical School. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Sompot Manalangsan, the president of the Panjabiwat Institute of Management, the corporate university under the CP Group. I'm very glad to have a chance to meet you and exchange the idea with you today. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So our topic today is how the schools were established, how we can ensure that we are getting the students that we need for them, the teachers that are most appropriate to staff the school, and then how we know that this is in fact making sure that the employees who come to us in the future have the knowledge and skills that they need to be successful. Naposh, do you want to start our program?
Okay, okay.
All right, we're going to get the slides to come up.
Yeah. PowerPoint เดี๋ยว Yes, good afternoon again, everybody. Why CP Group established their own college? That I always being questioned by both Thai people and also our foreign guests, because we think that the workforce or human resource is the most important key factor to open to everything. So if you have the excellent workforce, that means that you are going to be successful, particularly for running your business. So that is why we set our own college, because we would like to have the triple readiness management. First, ready to create the effective mindset for our workforce. Secondly, to create the people that are ready to work. And thirdly, to create the future leader, because we realize that leadership is one of the very important factors for the progress, for the successful of the running of the business. So that is the reason why we provide the third alternative way for the higher education here in this country. Because usually we have the private university, we have the public university, but our own, we call our own the corporate university. University that run by the corporate sector. How we implement our institute? Usually we use the model called the work-based education, comprising with three things. First, work-based learning for the student. That means that the student during their study in the classroom, at the same time, they also have to go to have the intensive internship with the corporation, both with the CP group and outside the CP group. That is the work-based learning for the student, so that they can become more ready to work after their graduation. Secondly, is the work-based teaching for our teacher or for our lecturer. That means that they also have to go to some experiences from the company for the corporation, so that they can integrate, they can adapt their academic lecture in the classroom with the real practical experiences from the workplace. That is what we call the work-based teaching. And then we also have the work-based researching. That means that our staff member, when they conduct the research should be applicable to the businesses. We produce the research not for keeping on the shelf, but to be used in the company, in the factory, etc. That is what we call the corporate work-based researching. At the same time, PM also try to be the networking university. Network with the private sector in particular, work-based with the public sector, work-based with academic sector, and at the same time also work-based with the social community, both nationally and internationally. And then the most important one, we also would like to be the innovation-based university to cope with the national and global dynamism under the 6 chunks. What are the 6 chunks? First, digitalization under the under the 5G technology, as you know. Secondly, medicalization. As you know that currently the healthcare sector become very rapidly developed, particularly during the COVID-19 outbreak. You can see how the country cooperate and compete in developing the vaccine, etc. So the medicalization, medical sector, healthcare sector is one of the very important sector to determine the global dynamism currently and the future to come. Thirdly is financialization. And you know that currently, not only the real sector, financial sector also play a very crucial role to determine the development of the global economy. So our student, our staff member should have the financial literacy. Fourthly is the climatization. As you know that currently the climate change, global warming play a very crucial role to negatively affect our planet. So that means that the student, staff member should also realize and knowledgeable to the trend of the climate change. Fifth, virtualization. This is also very important. As you know that currently we are living in the, not only in the physical world, also in the virtual world. So the factor like the metaverse, virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, etc., going to be played increasingly role to determine everything, not only economic development, social development, even security, everything. Yes, and the sixth one, the last one, is the rapid disruption. You can see that currently how disruptive our global dynamism in every aspect. So Panyapiwat Institute of Management under the CP Group, P also mean the practicality, I innovation, and M also very important in morality. That means that the qualification of both the staff member and the student should have at least this triple factor. Why we develop our own workforce by running the college? Because we realize that the 5 skills that is very, very badly in need, not only for the corporation and also for the society, both nationally and globally. The first one is the working skill. How should we create the appropriate and effective working skill? Secondly, financial management skill. Thirdly, language skill, particularly technological skill, particularly the IT, digital technology. That's a very important factor. Fourth, language skill, particularly English, because as you know that English is the internet language. Knowing, become fluently in English, you can get access to every knowledge around the globe. And fifth is the human resource management skill. That is the 5 skills that we need to develop more effectively by running our own college. We also focus to the 7 capacity for creating the student, creating our workforce, creating our graduate. First, the identification capacity. What is your problem? What is your opportunity? So our students should become much more capable in this kind of identification. Second is the why, analytical capacity. Third, how, practical capacity. I go a bit quickly because of the time limitation. And fourth, aware priority setting capacity. Because you cannot do everything at the same time. You have to prioritize what you should do first. And then when currently we are under the real-time management, everything, particularly for doing business. So that means that time management capacity very, very important for our workforce. 6 is the who assignment capacity. Put the right man to the right place at the on the right time at the right place. Yeah, that's so very important. And 7, target focus capacity for whom? You do things to do for whom? Who is your client? Who is you do for whom? For what? And also, this also very important. We realize that under the very dynamic world, these 11 qualifications are so very important to create for our students, for our graduates. First, communication skill. Every student of Panya Pivat or PIM have to have the internship with the 7-Eleven store that run by the CPO group. Currently, we have about 13,000 11 store here in Thailand. Why we send our engineering students to have the internship with the 7-Eleven store? Why we send our nursery department students to go to have the internship with the store? Because you can experience create your communication skill. Because communication skill can create the socialization capacity. How you socialize with other people. If you have 1 and 2, the 3 or the 3rd coming, the human relationship, will be very important for the workforce. So if you deal with several hundred of the clients that going to have a shopping with the 7-Eleven store, that means that you deal with on walk of people with different behavior, with different manner. So how could you treat them effectively? That is the one way to create the 1, 2, 3. And the 4th one, practicality, and so very important. The 5th one, how to create the attentive people, how to make our workforce become very attentive. The 6th one, how to create the inspiration. How could we have the inspiring people within our in our corporation? The next one, how to have the better vision, how to become visionary. And then the 8th one, how to create the imaginary people. 9th one, how to create the critical thinking. 10, how to create the creativity within our workforce qualification. And the 11 is the good leadership. That's also very important. That is the 5, 7, 11 model that utilize in our college. Because we realize that we always face with the generation gap for working within the corporation. Currently, the majority of our workforce are the Gen Y and Gen Z or Gen Z. More than 85% of the CP group or CPO group are under these two generations. We always face with the difficulty of bridging the gap of these two generations with the Gen X and also with the baby boomer. So how could we bridge the gap? How could we manage and utilize our workforce more effectively? So we create the concept of the 11R or 11 rat model. Every item starts with R. First, how to recruit. If you have run your own college, that means that the recruitment is going to be easier because the student, the graduate, used to work with you before. You to have the internship with you before. So it's rather easier to have the appropriate and correct recruitment of the workforce. Secondly, retain, how to retain them. Usually, I think that the younger generation, younger people, they lack of the, what I call the sense of belonging, lack of the loyalty. Then so they always like the job hopping, change the job always. So how could we detain them? By running the corporate university, that we can create a kind of the cooperation before they enter into the regular or and to become the permanent workforce. So they get acquainted with the corporate culture of the company. This is also very, very important factor. So how to retain them. And third, return, also very important for them. How to give them the appropriate return. Return also not enough. The fourth one is reward. How to reward them. Reward them. Reward doesn't mean the material reward. Even the spiritual reward, also very important. Admiration, appreciation, etc. The fifth one, response. The younger generation, they need the very quick response from their boss or from their executive. So we should respond them appropriately, quickly, and correctly. With the sixth one, the recommendation. And then even the recognition. Even there are lots of young, they are the Gen Z, Gen Y, but then so need to be somebody management for the workforce. That means that if we have teach them, train them from the beginning, it's going to be easier to this kind of management. Even the everyone, the respect, you should also respect them. Rank or position also important. The promotion. And 10, relationship within the organization. Also one of the very important factor. And the 11th one is the relaxation, work-life balance. How should you create the relaxation workplace? I think that is the 11 last model, like going to be being used over here at PAM. That is also one of the reasons why we run our own college. Thank you. I think that I used too long time already. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think that what has come through so clearly to me over the last 2 days is the unity of vision of the CP company. And I'm not surprised to see it reflected in its corporate university. I think that the focus of so many of our presentations in the conference is how do we create an environment for workers that not only takes advantage of their knowledge and skills, but also helps them create a sense of belonging to the organization. And I think that what we've heard here is that it can be done very systematically when it's gone into the initial design of the university. So we'll talk later about how satisfied you are with the results that you've gotten, but we'll have Napash, if you would talk about the Toyota program.
Okay, all right. So good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Naposh from Toyota. So sorry, I don't have the presentation for this session. So let me introduce a bit about our technical college, Toyota Technical College. So we teach on 3 major, basically specifically for them to work in our Toyota workshop. The 3 major is, the first is automotive technology, and the second is automotive service technology, and the last one is body and paint service. So only 3 major. The total number of our student 1 year is around 150, and then they have to study 2 years. So totally in our school, we have around 300 people. Not so big school, but anyway, the purpose is we produce the student for our dealers, that we have around 450 dealers in Thailand. And so based on this purpose, and actually back 30 years back in Thailand, we encounter some difficulty to get the skilled manpower. So that's why we try to do some like trial project to get the members from dealers to train with us around 1 year. And then from those projects, they are successful, that the members that come to us and study with us only 1 year, they can get a lot of skill. They can go to dealers and work well. Then moreover, those students, they can get like champion of the skill contest. So that is our satisfaction from our dealer. So that's why we decided to establish our technical school. This is really simple, 30 years back. Until now, around 30 years, our school was established. That is really, really simple answer for me. Thank you.
So I think that when you talk about preparing them for the dealers, you're talking about only in Japan? Or would Toyota dealers in the United States, for example, have access to getting people trained by your program?
Only Thailand.
Oh, okay, only Thailand. Okay. And once you created this program in Thailand, did you ever think about expanding it to other countries as well?
Actually, in each country, they have their own school also. Even in US, in Japan, in Philippines, in India, they have such a similar school.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Okay, so you said that after 1 year, they're able to go to the dealership, but you also talked about a 2-year program. What would be the sense of the 2nd-year program?
Sorry. So actually that one under trial project, we can get successful. Then we start the school with a diploma certification. They study 2 years. Then the student get the diploma, and that one is a standard curriculum. And in addition, we add our specific knowledge for them. Then after they go to the dealers, they can work immediately.
Mm-hmm.
This is different between the other technical college.
Mm-hmm. So it's learn first and then work.
Yes.
Okay. So as you created this program in Thailand, you needed to figure out how you were going to recruit your students. So how did you decide who should come to your program?
First, of course, we prefer the people who love the car. Yes, and that is the how to say, my intention first for them. If they love the car, they can learn properly. They're interesting in the car. They like to study. They like to work. That is.
Well, auto technology is so much more sophisticated now than it used to be. And it used to be the case that an individual owner could work on their own car. Now with all of the technology involved, it's not possible for that to happen. So how do you ensure that the young people who are coming into your program are able to learn all of the technological systems that go into it in a single year?
So actually, what they study is only basic for work in Toyota workshop. First, the basic program. Then they can work like maintenance or some replace some part or how to say basic maintenance job. And actually after that, if they qualify, the dealers will send those people to train in our Toyota training center. That is another level of training. Then they can be like master of their own workshop. That is a mechanism.
So is it possible then, in addition to the dealership shop, that individuals can create their own shops under the Toyota
under
label?
Toyota only.
Okay, very interesting. How do you measure the appreciation or the quality of the workers in terms of the dealership? What kind of feedback do you get to know that the training that you're providing is in fact preparing them to do all of the things that need to be done in the dealership?
First, of course, we have to hearing from the dealers management that how is our student. And also we have some kind like competition program. So in our dealer nationwide, so almost in each year, our student got the champion. So that's why we can say that it's our student and also our curriculum to train them is quite successful.
We've talked a lot at this conference about the need for soft skills as well as the technical skills. And I know as a car owner, actually a Toyota owner myself, that when I go to the Toyota dealer to have my car serviced, it's not just the service that they provide to my car, it's the service they provide to me. So how do you develop the soft skills among your workers so that when a client comes into the shop and suddenly is told, you need this, this, and this, and they're concerned that nobody told them that at the beginning of the process, how do your workers deal with those situations?
So also we have the automotive service technology that developed the service advisor who receives you when you go to the workshop. So those guys actually we have standard operation procedure for them to work with customer. First, when customer come in, what are you going to do? And then including our system to understand how many items that the customer want to do. And also before that one day, they have some discussion, the appointment customer who will come, and then which customer, what is their preference. We have standard SOP, standard operation procedure, basically, what I can say.
But sometimes customers are not happy. So they still have to deal with the interpersonal skills. How do you develop those among your workers?
That one actually in each dealer, they have to start from recruitment. So the personality of the people who put the man in the right job, what I can say.
So
First, and then after that, they have to go to the training as a standard operation procedure. Then also they have to, like the senior, they have to teach them periodically what are they going to do with those customers? What are they going to do with how to say, with those personalities, something like that.
Well, Dr. Sampap, you've given us a very clear list of the priorities of the school. And as I said, I'm always impressed with CP that it does include the soft skills as well as the technical skills. How do you evaluate the young people who are coming into your program to know whether this is somebody that you want to invite to become an employee of the company?
First, I think the curiosity, how eager to learn for the student. Secondly, the work ethic. Thirdly is the moral factor. So we have to have a very detailed interview with them, even to deal with during their study in the high school. We have also the cooperation of the college with the high school, 100 of high school, to deal with the student directly and to deal with their teacher, to send our staff member to teach them in the various fields that they are lacking, like the field of the engineering, science and technology, robotics, etc. So that we deal with it from the upstream to the middle stream and then to the downstream. So that is the way of the way that we run. And at the same time, we also have to deal directly and effectively with their family, the student family, because usually to become the PIM student, they have to study very hard and at the same time also have to have the very intensive internship. So they don't have the long holiday like the student in other university, because they have to fulfill, they have to study to get the degree under the taking care of the government of the Ministry of Education of here in this country. So that means that they have to have the obligation to study enough credit so that we can award them with the degree. At the same time, they also have the internship. So that means that we also have to deal with them from the beginning, not only with the student, but also with their parent. Parent management is also very important. So not only to have the orientation for the student, parent orientation also very important, because usually then so their children also have to work intensively during their internship. So that is work ethic, moral, and also the curiosity are the three major factors that we use to recruit our students.
You know, I think that's an excellent point about getting the parents involved. I think most of our colleges and universities in the United States ignore that piece and simply bring in a young student and deal with the student. And in many cases, consider that student an adult and don't even inform their parents how the student is doing. It'll be up to the student to inform the parent. And so you don't have that support built in because the parent understands what the expectations are and then hears how well the students are responding to that.
Yes.
So that's a very important
Also
piece.
the development of the student also very important, because usually, as you know, that most of the family here in Thailand has a very small number of children. So sometimes then so raise their children very, you know, carefully, I think. So that means that we also have to treat their children, how to treat their children, I think, in the way that their parents are satisfied. That is also very important. The changing the development and the manner of the behavior of the student is also very important. After have the internship for about 1 year, I think most of the students have changed their behavior very, very significantly. So their parents can notice the responsibility of the student, etc. So that's why they feel much more satisfied what the way we train the student.
Because you're helping to develop all of those personal skills that perhaps they didn't develop in the primary and secondary.
Particularly work ethic, that's a very important factor.
I was just going to ask you another question. How do you identify the faculty? Are they all coming from your CP companies? Or do you have a specific group of faculty members who are only spending their time at the university? At the
No, we have the
corporate
recruitment section, very big one, I think, to recruit. We don't only recruit the staff from the CP. We mostly recruit the students from the general high school openly, and at the same time also to keep close contact with them.
Right. And what about the faculty that's going to teach those students? Where do you recruit them from? The faculty of the corporate university.
Recruit them, you mean?
The faculty at your university, where do they come from? Are they people who have been employed at CP?
They are both of them. A part of them come from the academic sector. They study, and also after graduation, like finishing their PhD, they're going to apply to be a lecturer with us. At the same time, we also invite the people from the business sector to come to teach at the same time, or to become the mentor for the student. That means that we also have to contract with the workforce, with the workplace very closely, because we have to send our students to have the internship with them. So this is why we think that the practicality and academic should go together. That means that even if you become the academician, you also have to realize or have to acknowledge the practical experiences from the workplace. That is why we have the work-based teaching for the staff member, so that we can integrate the academic knowledge from the classroom with those of the practical experience from the internship in the workplace.
And as you're evaluating the success of your program, are you basing that primarily on the reports you get back from the employers of your students?
First, how many percentage our graduate can get job? Up to now, about 89% of our graduate can get job rather immediately after their graduation. And also the response from the workplace also very important. How satisfied they are with our graduate. In what way? I think that one of the factors that distinguish our graduate is the communication skill. They can communicate very effectively compared with the students from other university, because they could accumulate the experience of communication during their study. That is very, very important, because from the internship.
And do you have an official, I know you talked about researching as well as teaching. Do you have a specific research base for your evaluations from the corporate employers?
Oh,
So
yes,
you-
yes.
They fill out a survey and then you
Yes, yes.
bring that information
Regularly,
together.
yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
So because as you know that we produce the workforce for them.
Mhm.
So we should know that that is very important determination.
Absolutely.
Yeah, to adapt or to adjust even our curriculum
Mhm.
to cope with the demand from the workforce, our workplace.
89% success rate is very high. Most universities do not do that well. But I'm curious about the 11% that don't immediately get a job. How do you help them figure out perhaps what they're missing in an interview that the employer is not appreciating that they could be a good employee? Let me say it a different way. What happens to the 11% who do not get an immediate job? Do they still leave the university or?
Only 2%.
Oh, 2%.
98% that
Oh,
get a
I'm
job.
sorry. Good. So it was 89%
The other
immediately.
2% going to be there to do their own business.
Okay.
So that means that 100% can get job.
Okay. All right. Well, that is an incredible rate then.
They're going to be a startup.
Yeah. Oh, that's terrific. You have a wide variety of areas that your students are going to study in. What is the population of your student enrollment each year?
About 5,000 to 6,000.
5,000 to 6,000.
We have altogether about 20,000 students currently in both the undergrad and the graduation level. And so we also have the international school for the international student. There are about 30 nationality of students study with us currently from almost every continent.
How do they find out about you? How do you get the information out to
I
recruit
think that
students?
first from the website.
Really?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
they find
and then
you.
I see the CPG also play very crucial role. Because as you know that CP group have been investing in many countries around the globe.
Yes.
So they get acquainted to the company and they realize that did a college running under the CP group.
Okay.
So every year we have quite some of the ambassador from many countries to visit us. Altogether, maybe more than 30 countries altogether. So that they visit us to know us what we are doing, and then we can create further cooperation in various ways, particularly in the way of the education.
Let's open it up to questions and see whether our audience has specific questions that they would like to ask you. We've got about 15 minutes. Yes, we have a question over here.
Okay, I'm from the university in Thailand. Okay, I have question about mindset of people who learn in two different perspectives. One is from the Autens Sompop, which is the student from high school. How could you change their mindset that learning in the work integrated learning is very important? You not just come here and having fun, you're gonna go and really work while you're learning. How can you change their mindset? And another question is for Toyota. Okay, I think Toyota is from Japan. And I heard that Japan is really good in discipline and really perfect. They are like perfectionist people. Just like you see the World Cup soccer, they collect all the garbage. It is kind of like perfect country to discipline people. So my question is there any way that in Toyota, how could you change people to be like those kind of Japanese? Or is there any suggestion from us as an educator that we should prepare them to be like something that Japanese people expect to go to work? Okay, maybe.
Okay. First, we have to design the academic framework that suit them to develop their mindset. but academic framework not enough. How we could have them have the effective internship, also very important. If they can integrate their academic knowledge from the classroom with the experience from the internship, that is the best way to develop their mindset, because they become more analytical at the same time, also more practical. That is very important from our experiences.
For Toyota, basically, may not answer your question thoroughly. In our school, basically, our school is an on-board school. The student must stay in dormitory from Monday to Friday. So, of course, those environment, they have to follow our rule. So, and also they have, in additional, they have to stay with their friends. They have input some habit inside their practice every day. So that is one advantage for our school. And if you ask the question why, even not graduate from Toyota school, why Toyota can make the people to be like disciplined? I can say not all the people can do like that. Actually, we have of course, we first not all, but with the PDCA, plan to check action, we try to do time by time to make the people to follow the rule, to listen them, what is their concern, what is their problem. And then we try to serve them one by one until they're satisfied with the working environment. Then if they're satisfied with the working environment, they will do whatever we like to ask them to do.
You brought up something that I did not know, and so I'm going to ask you about. Your program is only offered to male students?
No, male and female.
Male and female. So you talked about the boys living in a dorm. So you also have a dorm for the girls to live in.
We separate the floor.
Okay.
One floor for female, another floor for male.
One, to be sure that the girls have equal opportunity to become mechanics, because those are very well-paid positions. And we don't want to leave out that as an option for young women. It used to be the stereotype that it was all male, but today our young women are ready to take on these challenges as well. I guess, do we have another question? I might ask a follow-up if not. Yes? No?
Excuse me. One of the other merits of the work-based education or work-based learning is that we also provide a lot of opportunity for the less opportunity student in the countryside, because some of them coming from the rather poor family. Why? Not only they can get the fellowship, but they can work at the same time from the internship. Then so they get paid, so that they can make a living while they are studying. That means that also a lot of our workforce also coming to the less opportunity family member, family in the countryside.
That's
also
very
one of our contribution.
Yes, that's a very important part of what you're doing. And again, I'm not surprised that you're doing it, because it's in the ethos of the CP company, of the senior chairman, to give back as well as to make sure that the companies are doing well on their own. What would you recommend to other corporations that are having difficulty finding employees about starting their own university? Is that something you
I think they
recommend?
should cooperate, even though they are not running the corporation by themselves, but they should collaborate more closely with the college or the university to create this kind of the work-based education system. so that to accept or receive the student to have the internship with them. Also one of the very good important factor, because as we know that to produce people to be ready to work, ready to read, etc. Very important for the current period of time, because we are under the real-time management. We are running business by our smartphone, by our tablet, by our personal computer. So that means that the time is very important. Time is the most important asset that we have to utilize most efficiently.
Absolutely. And what about you? Do you collaborate with other auto companies to suggest that they might have a similar program to yours?
So I think we have to consider what is the pain point of those companies first. So if you're talking about the support your organization to produce the manpower, you have to consider, so how long those situation means you lack of manpower, you lack of skill, something like that. That how long it will be happening? Because if you establish the school, of course you can get recognition, but business also, in terms of how to say, how long your school can be run with your how to say, with the brag, means no loss. So that is one concern. And also really your skill or your organization skill is differentiate with the current school in the country. If you have specific know-how, you have to teach those people. That is no choice. You have to make some specific school. But if that is general school, the other college can do, then you have to do some like joy program with them.
Some
Something
joint
like,
ventures with the schools that exist. And we heard from Dr. Sharana about her technical college. And of course, they're
sorry, another one suggestion. It's about your business partner. So for Toyota, we work with our dealers, 450 workshop to get those students. So, but anyway, so since COVID, we understand that some dealer may not grow. So they freeze the manpower. So of course, they give the scholarship to our school. They may stop sometime. So also please consider about the business partner, how they're going to support you always. It's another suggestion.
Thank you. All right. I think we have about 5 minutes left. Is there another question? Yes.
Hi, this question is for both of you. Do you have programs that coordinate with independent trainers, or does everything happen in the school? And secondly, in the school, you're recruiting students into the school, and then various students could possibly work for CP afterwards if you're happy and you got a good recommendation from the professors. I understand this, but what about the normal corporate team trainings? Are these happening at the school, or how are you coordinating with the HR programs within the company, or is it completely separate?
Okay.
For example.
Yeah, for Dr. Simpop, her question was, do you coordinate the corporate training that the CP company might do in your corporate university, or you do your training and once they graduate, then they move into the corporate training at the CP company?
I think that not only with the CP company, but CP company is the direct corporation that we deal with. But at the same time, I think that we also can network. We are lucky that we run the retail store like the 7-Eleven and Macro and Lotus, as you know. That means that we have a lot of suppliers that distribute their product within our store. So that means that we can cooperate with them to bring them to cooperate with us more closely, not only to for the internship. I think their knowledge, particularly their practical knowledge of their company, of that thousands of suppliers, also very important to contribute to our students. Then so receive our students to have the internship with them. Then also very important, very valuable opportunity. So that is we call it not only the network of PAM with other organizations, but also the networking among the business sector themselves, so that we can cooperate collectively to contribute to the educational sector of the country.
Yeah, I get that you have outplacement and internships from your students going in that direction from the school to the corporate parts of CP Group and other companies. But when each company does their weekend team building retreats, is this like parallel program to your school, or do they sometimes coordinate with the school to do it with the professors and the Autens at the school? Is it separate and parallel, or is there another direction coming back into the school from the corporate entities? And this is for both of you, I guess.
Yeah, I think that the question is whether, and I think you mentioned this earlier, that there is collaboration between the companies sending representatives into the corporate university to do some of the training initially. So it's part of what they're doing already. Once the students graduate, then the company's human resource department takes over and does the training from that point forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the question. So it's collaboration while the students are at your university, but once they graduate and move into the company, then it's the company's responsibility to do the ongoing professional development.
Yes. Under my red model, that means that after recruitment of that graduate, the HRM sector, human resource management or human resource development sector, and so have to further to retrain, retool them, so that they can work more appropriately or effectively with the company. At the same time, the HR department of the company also cooperate with us more closely, not only after the graduation, even during the student are studying. So that is why we always invite them to give a lecture, to be a mentor for the research paper. At the same time, and so we try very hard to bridge the gap of the academic sector with the corporate sector.
Okay. Well, I think we have run out of time. I see the flashing lights here. So I'd like to thank you, Dr. Simpop and Naposh, for joining us and sharing your experiences and creating your own programs to ensure that your future employees, your graduates, are prepared well for the jobs that will enhance their futures. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator and panelist.
That's
I
right.
think we really get a sense of how business supposed to really involve in the sense of education. Like last time in Paris,
Yes.
Jack Ma said that he's CEO in terms of Chief Education Officer, because he thinks education is the essence in business empire and business corporations. So I think this panel really reacts to that and really is inspiring.
That's right.
Exactly. So would you like to share with us what's gonna come up with us?
Sure. And the next session will be how school can help develop the next generation of globally minded leaders.
Exactly. And then there is like a lot of benefits behind it, also
Yes.
linked to our next session. We have a great round of panel speakers that are representing different countries that we see here from China and Thailand and different places and the US that are really able to provide us with case studies and
Yes.
inspirations.
That's right. And our moderator for the next session is Michael Novelli, the co-founder of Deal-Based Education, which aim to inspire mentors and support the next generation of globally minded scholars. So please welcome.
Please, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I was asked to just share a bit about my own journey studying abroad in international education, but we have 6 panelists and they all have a lot of experience, so I'll try to keep my remarks very short. So I'm originally from New York myself, and back in high school, I had a really inspirational high school social studies teacher who got me very interested in Chinese history at that time. The sort of the downside, and Tony Gao kind of alluded to this with his high school experience yesterday. I didn't grow up in the most diverse of communities. I grew up in Long Island, New York. So it was predominantly Caucasian, definitely not much in the way of East Asian studies or Chinese studies where I went to high school, but I was fortunate to get into Columbia in Manhattan, and they have a very strong East Asian studies program. And through that program, I was able to study abroad. Columbia had a summer program at Tsinghua University. And then the following summer, I studied in Taiwan at the National Taiwan University, SUDA, there in Taipei. And then after graduation, I did a master's and then worked in Shanghai, actually at East China Normal University, Dr. Yu's, the school that he formerly led. And then after that, I returned to New York and I worked for my alma mater. I worked for Columbia, which I loved, and they treated me well. But I sort of missed having that connection to China. And then in 2009, I moved to Beijing with my best friend from college, Andrew Sohn, who wanted to be with us today, but he's in Beijing now. I think he's logged in. And we co-founded Due West Education. We started the company because we found that when we were studying abroad, there was not a lot of accurate information about US colleges, and we wanted to provide that perspective to applicants from China at that time. We've since expanded. We have offices in Beijing and Suzhou, which is like a half hour by train outside of Shanghai, Boston, and then I've been in Singapore for the past 8 years. And in addition to helping students sort of navigate the process of applying to US high schools and colleges, we also bring programs to international schools here in this part of the world in Asia, specifically in 3 areas. We're working with Columbia has a climate school. We're working with them to develop online workshops in the areas of oceans and sustainable cities for high schools. We work with a company called Kira Learning, which is based in the Bay Area. The co-founder of that was Andrew Ng, who's the Stanford professor and the founder of Coursera. So he basically, it's a learning management system for schools to learn about computer science and AI, and it has an integrated coding environment. And the last is we've done work with the Royal College of Music in London for music education programs, and we invested in a platform called Forte Lessons, which teaches music online. But that's enough about me. I just wanted to share a bit about my journey, and most importantly, wanted to introduce the panelists who are joining us today. So first is Ms. Usa Sambun, who's the president of the International Schools Association of Thailand and headmistress of the International School of Bangkok, ISB. Come, please join us on the stage. Dr. Lee Jong-yu, who's the former president of New York University, Shanghai, and East China Normal University and Shanghai Normal University. Please welcome Dr. Yu to the stage. Mr. Laurent Gochman, the head of school and CEO of Concordian International School, one of the sponsors for this conference today. Please welcome Laurent to the stage as well. Gerchman, I apologize. And joining us virtually, we have three panelists, Mr. Xiaojun Heng, who's the principal of Beijing Royal School. They'll be with us shortly. And we also have Miss Agnes Wang. She's a researcher at the Institute of Educational Sciences at Hangzhou Yungu School, which is the school that was founded by Jack Ma. And joining us shortly as well is Mr. Daniel Rubenstein, who's the head of school of the other ISB, International School of Beijing. And here they are. Welcome, everyone. So I guess just to start us off, to USA, here we are in Thailand. It's known for its very vibrant international school scene. Here in Bangkok alone, I believe there are over 100 international schools, including the school that you lead. Would love to hear what trends you've seen in the international school scene in Thailand, and what are some of the innovative curriculum and resources you've seen some of your member schools offer to their students to become global citizens.
Sawadee ka. Good afternoon. Ni hao ma. Konnichiwa. Bon après-midi. Buenos dias. What else?
Buongiorno.
Bonjour. Bonjour. No, bon après-midi already. Bon après-midi. Konnichiwa. Annyeonghaseyo. Kumustaka. Assalamu alaikum. Mahaba. Yes, these are the languages that offer at international schools for students to access. And yesterday morning, if you were here, I really enjoy the performance of the student from Concordian International School. They are Thai and they attend international school and they play the Thai musical instrument. Very nice, very well. And this shows that they're proud of their identity, they're proud of their culture. So this is the piece that we international schools instill in our students. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank FWE and the CP group that give me the opportunity to be here today. I do as much as I can to share with you our experience as international schools here in Thailand. Okay, most of the glaring trend that I see is the growth of in the number of international schools. The first international school that established in Thailand was established in 1951, which is International School Bangkok, where I'm working. And then followed by 3 or 4 schools shortly after. At that time, Thai citizens were not allowed to attend international school unless they attend school from overseas in the past 3 years and then return to Thailand. And then in 1991, the Thai government announced a cabinet resolution that gave permission to open more international schools and allow Thai students to attend international schools. Since then, the number of international schools has increased exponentially. Right now, guess how many international schools in Thailand? Who knows? Raise your hand. Nobody knows? 235 schools in the whole regions of Thailand. So the schools are very diverse in terms of size, curriculum, location. We also have the school that offer the studies outside of just the British or American curriculum. And also we do have boarding school facilities in the whole region, 4 in the north in Chiang Mai and Chiang Rai, 4 in the south in Hat Yai and Phuket and Samui, and then 2 in the east coast, 2 in the northeast, and 1 in the northeast. No, 2 in the north, 2 in central, So it is projected that the number, this trend certainly will continue to more and more international school here in our country. Right now, we have Thai students attending international school, about 41,000 all over the country. And expatriate students, about 30,000 all over the country. That's the overview picture. This is because of the government initiative to welcome foreign investment, which has promoted growth in the Thai economy. Thai culture, geographical location, and natural resources also make Thailand an attractive investment opportunity. In addition, Thai parents are seeing the trend in globalization as being very important and want their children to be global citizens. We talk a lot about global citizen all day today and all day yesterday. So related to this is a dramatic increase in Thai students attending major universities, both abroad and in Thailand. Another trend is that following the pandemic, international schools are witnessing an increase and overt focus on a more holistic development of students, i.e. addressing the social, emotional, psychological, and academic growth of each child. We are very focused on SEL, social emotional learning, for our students because of the effect on the pandemic and the global issues. So the second question, Michael, is that what kind of curricula, innovative curricula and resources that I see in the ISAT member schools? Global citizenship is actually a growing trend in international school. If you want to define what we mean by this term, is a good place to start with. For us, a person who conducts their daily life with a commitment to understanding others, who make decisions with all awareness of how they affect communities locally and globally, and who advocates and hold themselves accountable for social and environmental sustainability. This is an example of what defined as global citizen. Go through my notes, okay? So, yeah, another piece that I like to share is that, international schools are not just stay where they are. They're always looking at what's going on around the world, around the globe, the global issues, something new, something that the school can adopt and adapt to offer their students to prepare them for the future workforce or to prepare them for their future adventure of their lifelong journey. So we look at research from resources such as World Economic Forum. We look at the skills, we look at what is that they look at, and then and the OECD, of course, when we hear what is this morning? The director, Andreas, yeah, how could I forget him, right? So yeah, and Andreas this morning. And then we also visited some leading tech companies to learn from them, such as Google, Apple, Microsoft. What we come back and we review and revise it, what we can offer. That's what we do. And as international school, the curriculum also include a focus on values and attributes. This is very, very important for international school to, we want to see our kids, our students to be once they graduate from our school. Are they well equipped? Are they prepared for everything that they're going to go out there in the real world? So, so we look at the value and attribute we want our student to have. For example, we want our student to be creative, adaptable, globally minded, resilient, have a global mindset. The students must respect cultural diversity and be able to work collaboratively with others. And they must be value-driven. Yesterday morning, the senior chairman spoke about one of the most important value that we want to see in our this coming generation is being grateful and work hard and commitment and responsibility. So that's one of the attributes and values that we drive in our schools. And they must be value-driven, socially intelligent, and self-managing. For the most part, traditional curricula are being followed, such as IB curriculum, UK key stages, IGCSE, AP, and A-level. With respect to subject areas, technology has seen the most growth in coding, computer science, design technology, and engineering, robotic, and computational thinking. Also, we must teach students to self-regulate their own access and personal use of technology while balancing their mental health. Adaptive educational software is also becoming more prevalent to supplement in-class learning through practice, reinforcement, and additional challenge, such as gamification in entering education to provide more motivation for students and to connect with their hobby. Another piece that we are focusing is the social-emotional learning and focus on the wellness has grown significantly in internet school. As you know that there's depression because of technologies or whatnot, the smartphones, the social media, that bring depression, anxiety, and suicide attempt. This is the statistics from the global statistics that we have seen significantly raised since 2011. Additional program personnel and professional development have been added to focus on student wellness. At my school, we really focus on student social emotional learning and wellness. So, and also there have been increase in the number of schools providing vocational education with the introduction of BTech, Business Technology Education Council. Some schools have that as the elective, as a choice for the kids to explore their choice of learning if they want to take hotel management or tourism and things like that. They can take the classes. And many schools providing an internship program. If the students want to become doctors or to work into the finance sectors, we provide that kind of internship for the kids to participate in that program. And another piece is that schools are becoming more and more inclusive. And many times they're offering special needs curriculum. We look at the student with learning needs. At my school, we also offer the student with mild and moderate and severe learning needs, such as autistic spectrum and Down syndrome, something like that. So that's becoming inclusive. That is the piece of being diverse and respect and having empathy of others. Okay, another piece is that diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. We also focus on this, the EIJ, you know that well, that it's awareness that recently has been integrated into international curriculum. So kids have to learn the diversity and respect others. And we have what you call that gender equality, LGBTQ as well. So that's about it. One thing that I want to say here is, hang on for a second, that at internet school, we aim to provide a well-rounded education to students. Children will not only reach their academic potential, but also develop as people, as artists, as athletes, and as caring, contributing members of society. So that's how we do it. And learning is priority focus, but we also support student development through a vast range of extracurricular activities, including the arts and athletics, community services, clubs, cultural exchanges, and outdoor education for environmental studies and that kind of thing. So I just want to pause here.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you to USA for sharing. Obviously, it's an exciting time to be here in Thailand with all the innovations and developments at the school level. And obviously this conference is testament to that. Another place where there's been a lot of innovation is China. And Dr. Yu, would love to hear from you. Obviously, you've led two very respected Chinese universities, as well as NYU Shanghai, which is quite unique as an international joint university in China's context. So you have a very unique perspective on sort of the international higher education landscape. Would love to hear what some of the reforms you've seen Chinese universities make in the higher ed landscape.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I think for the how to train our students be more global-minded person, it's a very interesting topic. But different university has their own the strategies, not the same. But I would say for the last few decades, the global competency it's become more and more attention by the Chinese universities. So I would like to say that almost all the Chinese university or the colleges is pay quite a big attention to the internationalization and to make it a connection with outside of the world. But in general, I think that is there are the three different aspects all the university is working on. The first is in the content of the classroom teaching. I think all the subjects, all the courses will give a course, the cases about how is the global changes and the global issues, especially for the environment and the geography or the biology or this kind of subject. They will be highly related on the global issues, and we'll talk to the students about how we should pay attention, what's the problem around the world. The secondly, I think that all the university will work on to let the students has much more opportunities to exchange and communicate it with the students from the other cultural background. And thirdly is about the activities, especially for the social responsibility and the volunteer work. So the university encourages the students to go outside of the university and help the society and doing some kind of to solve the problem with the global issues. So this is what I said. It's in general, different universities their own responsibility and have their own strategies. When I was president of East China Normal University, which year you be in ECNU?
That was 2004. Summer.
Okay, so just after I went back to ECNU, it's 2006 and until 2012. So when I was the president of East China Normal University, so we put the internationalization and the interdisciplinary approach as the main strategy of the university. So the internationalization is become very popular idea in the university for the faculty and the students. So we try to let 1/3 of our undergraduate students be abroad. So they will contact with different culture and see different countries and talk with the students from different cultural background. So that is very important to help them to understand the whole world. And also we encourage our junior faculty, at least at the first 5 years, they will spend at least 1 year abroad. So that is help our young generation, our young faculty member, when they go to the classroom, they know how to talk about the topics they are familiar with, and also establish the connection with outside of the world. So this is something we did in the East China Normal University. And also we have established an international education park that will be introduced all the universities around the world. They set up their branch or set up their study center in ECNU. And also the some American education organizations, they set up their branch in set up their institute in our university. It's called the International Education Center. So our students can have the opportunity to join with the classroom teachings. So this is provide the foreign students when they are studying in ECNU, they have the chance to talk with the Chinese students, but also our students, the Chinese student have the opportunity to talk, exchange ideas, communicate with the international students. So I think that this is a very important point, and it's a value of the university education. We provide a big platform for the students to see a broad world, to communicate, to cross-culture communicate and exchange idea with the students from a different country. That will be totally change their mind. They change their view of the world. So I think that it's very important as a leader of the university, we should provide more opportunities to our young faculty, to the students, to let them to understand what's the world going on and how to communicate with the people from a different cultural background. I think it's very important because the culture, generally, different culture are different. But we are human beings. We have a lot of similarities. So we should understand the culture is different. We should understand, what's the difference. But the most important is we are trying to find our commonalities. So this is very important for the world sustainable development and for the world peaceful. So as an educator, I think we should pay more attention to raise our students' global visions and let them to understand what is the world, what we should do as our young generation. So this is, I think, it's a general situation of in Chinese university.
Great,
Yeah,
thank you for sharing. And obviously the internationalization of curriculum ties in nicely with the next question I have for Laurent, that we've heard a lot about the IB curriculum, and you lead a school that's well known for this, and it's the only school in Thailand that offers the immersive program in full in English, Chinese, and Thai, the full IB program. So would love to get your thoughts on how you feel the IB curriculum prepares the next generation of global citizens.
Global citizens and good citizens too, right?
Of course, yes.
And this is probably a very difficult question, right? What is a global citizen? What is a good citizen as well? We are very lucky to be able to run the IB program. If you don't know what the IB program is, in a nutshell, it's basically a framework, a curriculum that, it's of course academically driven. It looks at the excellence in academics. They also look at trying to make everything they learn project-based, inquiry-based, basically relevant to the kid. That's really the point of the program. When you have a 3-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 10-year-old, or a 15-year-old, how do you reach them with the learning? It's not easy. I don't want to have to ask my child or my student, why do you learn math? They should know why they learn math, because the way we teach math should be relevant to them. And that's the idea. So the IB, in a way, has this power that it starts very, very young. We start at the age of 3, and then it goes all the way to the age of 18. I think one of the aspects that I personally like a lot about the IB, and I think our school is in love with that, is that it also teaches students how to learn. I'm always thinking of, if you want to be the next football Messi or Roger Federer, can you just go on Sunday and play football or play tennis on your own? And one day by magic, you're going to become that new amazing player? Of course not. You need to know how to learn to play tennis, how to learn to play soccer. You need to have a coach. You need to have resilience. And this is very important because students, yes, they're born, they know how to learn, but they don't know how to learn efficiently, and they need that kind of help. And I think learning how to learn, to me, is the basic foundation in education. Then one point that the IB is also focusing on is to make sure that every child has a second language. I'm very, very sure that children who are born today, if they don't learn a second language in their lifetime, they will probably not be as successful as if they did. And I'm not talking only about, you know, you're born, I'm Swiss, okay? I was lucky to be born in a country that is multilingual. I was born in a city where half the city was speaking German and half French. And then I started learning English in grade 7. But that was part of my country, but that's not for everyone. Our school teaches English and Chinese and Thai. How more different languages can be. Not the same alphabet, not the same culture, not the same way of learning. And we start at the age of 2, very, very young. And they do basically half a day in English and half a day in Chinese. It's not a repeat, it's not a translation. They learn something completely different, but they completely immerse in the language. And I know many schools in the world, IB schools, have English, German, or maybe English and Chinese, or maybe different languages like this. That's great. But what does it do to a child when you start learning more languages? And I think that's my third point. If you learn a second language and you just know how to say, how are you? Can I go to the train station? That's not learning a language. That's learning to go by in a country. When I talk about learning a language, I'm talking about learning about the language and through the language. When you start learning about the language, let's talk about Chinese. The way the Chinese characters are drawn, the strokes. Every Chinese character has a story behind. In English, we have A, B, C, D, all the way to Z. In Thai, you have 44 different letters. But every language has a different way of looking at the language. And to me, the power of learning a second language is that you're learning about the culture behind. And again, I can tell you, anyone born today, and I'm not even talking about people who are 10 years old or even 20, if they want to be successful, they need to be able to understand other cultures. You are not anymore maybe in your view you are, but you are not anymore a one culture dominant globally. There's no more culture dominating the world anymore. Now there are many cultures working together. And when you start understanding a second culture, third culture, you as a child, you as a student, and us as leaders, us as educators, we start understanding that all the concept, all the conflict, the global issues, everything that's happening around the world, they're way more complex than what we think. It's not only the way the US look at something or China looks at something. There's so many different ways of looking at the exact same issue. And IB students in general, because they're trained all the way from very young, all the way up to when they're 18, they are being trained nonstop in looking at everything they're doing through different lenses, through different viewpoints. You have to do that. When I look at the global pandemic, and I think all of us have been frustrated with different government, depending on where you're from, because generally they were looking at their own lenses and thinking that they were right. And I don't want my students, I think none of us want our students or our young generation to think that there is a book with answers in there where they can find what they need to know. And one point that is very important, again, IB is doing well, but I know many other curriculum are doing it very well too, is to train students to be critical thinkers. I know there is a big issues in some countries where you have mainstream media that are taking sides. So you're gonna have this channel who is very left, and this channel is gonna be very right, and this channel. I want my children, I want my students to look at everything and say, wait a minute, what you're telling me there is interesting, but I have a different opinion, or I don't think what you're saying is right. When you look at the subject of vaccines, how many things were told to be completely untrue 2 years ago about COVID, and now we're finding out that some of those things were actually true. I want my students to dig down and go into scientific papers and make their opinions of what's happening and not listening to someone telling you what the truth is. And I think that's extremely important. Now imagine they're being taught how to learn. So they know how to learn. They know how to organize themselves. They know how to be efficient in learning so they can learn well. They are taught a second language, so they know about cultural differences. They know how to be at a table with a Japanese, a Chinese, an American, a Thai, Indonesian, African, South American, and they can have a conversation where my opinion is not more important than anybody else's opinion. And I can tell you, for some people, it's very difficult to get to that point. And I want my students to be able to say, you know what, I'm not better than anybody else. As you said, we are all humans. And we have to behave like one. So we have the second language, the third language, we have the culture understanding. We understand that the world is way bigger than my own lens. We know how to do this. We are critical thinkers, so we can look at so many of those issues, global and local issues, with a critical eye. And then the student graduates, go to beautiful universities. And then they get on the workforce. And then they climb the ladder. And they become businessmen. They become leaders of a company. Maybe the company has 1 person, 2 person, 5, 10, 100, 1,000. Maybe they become CEO of a company that has hundreds of thousands of people. And that's where, to me, our report card as educator will show. This is what will happen. And this is my goal, I think, in education, because I think many of us have put our life into education for one and only one reason, is to try to do something that will make a difference in this world, because I don't think we're very happy with what everything is going on at this moment. So let's get our young generation to be able to change things and to make it better. Now, they are the CEOs of those big companies. May I ask you to recall 1997, the Asian crisis? Tell me, Tom Yam Kum, tell me, who made mistakes at the time? Was it the worker that was earning an honest living? Was it the gardener, the accountant? Was it the middle management? No. People who made mistakes were leaders, CEOs, big shots. They make mistakes because they did not think more than probably themselves. I want my kids, when they become CEO, that they put social responsibility at the heart of what they're doing. It is not about getting the next Ferrari. It is about making sure people that work with you are happy, they earn an honest wage, and they go home and can feed their family. You treat them with respect. And when you are successful, it's not all about you, it's everybody becomes successful. And that's a big, big, big goal, I know. But if we don't, thank you. But you know what? If we don't start somewhere, they will not be able to do it. At this moment, my worry, I think maybe many of our worries, Instagram, Facebook, the easy way to earn money, all those kind of things. As educators, we are worried. Being successful is a lot of hard work. But at the end of the day, again, if you can put service and social responsibility at the heart of your decisions, you are making a difference in this world, and you're moving the world in the right direction. So again, if anybody is actually listening from the leadership side of any company, please put that back in the heart of your decision, and let's move to the right directions together, because the students and the young generation deserves that we help them in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. You touched a lot on, obviously, curriculum is one of the key factors to make good, and I like the distinction of good global citizens. Another, I think we can all agree, is having an experience to live or study abroad. And the next question is for Principal Hung. So before becoming the principal of Beijing Royal School, you served as the minister counselor at the Chinese embassies in the United States and Canada, which gave you great insight into educational exchange between China and the US and China and Canada. can you share a bit about your observations on some of the most effective exchange programs in those two countries and what made them so?
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for your question. I would be very delighted to.
Apologies, I think we're just adjusting the sound.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes, apologies.
Okay, thank you, moderator, for your questions. I would be very delighted to. I spent altogether about 12 years in North America, 4 years in New York City as education counsel in our consulate general in New York, and later about 5 years in Washington, D.C. as a minister counselor in our Chinese embassy there. And later, again, as a minister counselor in Ottawa, Chinese embassy in Canada. So generally, I feel the educational exchange and the cooperation between China and Canada, between China and the United States, has always been very active since the establishment of bilateral relations between China and the United States and China and Canada, especially student exchange. I can give you some facts and figures. Just before COVID-19 pandemic, the total number of Chinese students in the United States has reached 400,000, accounting for about 30% of the total foreign students in the United States. Second to the United States is Canada. So before I came back 2 years ago, there were about 230,000 Chinese students studying in Canada, accounting for about 30% of the total international students of Canada. So we can see very clearly both Canada and United States are the most favorite destinations for Chinese students. And also we have a statistic over the past 44 years, since 1978, the year China began its reform and opening up, there are altogether 6.5 million overseas Chinese students. Now, 1.6 million are still abroad, continue their study. 4.9 million have completed their studies. Of these 4.9 million overseas Chinese students, 86% have come back to serve our country, a large majority, including me. I studied in the United Kingdom, University of Exeter in 1986. Upon completion of my study, I came back to teach in university and served as a diplomat. So I can summarize the reasons why China student exchange, economic, educational exchange and cooperation has been so active is because of 3 reasons. The first reason is government support and intergovernmental cooperation agreement. Now, usually, this kind of exchange and cooperation on education takes the form of a student exchange, faculty exchange, exchange of overseas students, curriculum development, joint venture, and joint research. By joint venture, I mean both countries run schools in a cooperative manner. So just for example, between China and Canada, 3 major important cooperation agreements are very crucial. The first one is the China-Canada Scholar Exchange Program. The second is a CIDA program, CIDA China program, China, the Canadian International Development Agency China program, and also CLIC, Canadian Learning Initiative in China. So these programs have enabled large number of Chinese students, scholars, and Canadian scholars and students to study in respective countries. And between China and United States, 2 very important governmental cooperation agreements. One is agreement on scientific and technological cooperation. The second one is agreement on educational exchange and cooperation between China and United States. All this governmental cooperation agreement promotes student exchange to a great extent. So during my stay in New York City for 4 years, from 1995 to 1999, at that time, Chinese student number, total Chinese student number is 2,700,000. because I was responsible for the New York consulate area, which covers the 10 northeastern states of the United States. So there are 1/3 of Chinese students, that is 90,000. Before I came to Canada, the total number of students has reached 400,000 in the United States. But you can see in the past few years, China's students in the United States has dropped, partly because of the COVID-19 pandemic, partly because of the strained bilateral relations between China and United States. So we can see the government support, and the bilateral cooperation is very important. The second is college and university in both China, United States, and Canada have a strong interest and motivation in student exchange. I know between Chinese universities and the colleges and the Canadian counterparts, there are over 750 cooperation agreements. And also between China and the United States, there are even more cooperation agreements. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Education of China have recognized 3,600 American college universities, in spite of the fact that there are more than 6,000 college universities in the United States. I served as the vice president of a China Foreign Affairs University, a university supervised by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China. I signed many cooperation agreements between our university and a Canadian university and university and colleges in the United States. One of which, for example, the cooperation agreement between CFAU, our university, and University of Alberta is still going on. So we have a 1+3 student exchange programs. Wherever there are university and colleges in Canada, there are Chinese students. Because I went to Halifax, St. Mary University, Dalhousie University, even province of Labrador, Newfoundland, capital city St. John, there is a big university called Memorial. There are overseas Chinese students. So there is a strong interest and a motivation in student exchange. Thirdly, which is also very important, this is a mutual benefit. So student exchange is mutually beneficial for both China, United States, and for China and Canada. Now, these three countries are similar to extent that they have roughly of the same size, 9.3, 9.6, 9.9 million square kilometers. But the population differs considerably. China has the biggest, 1.4 billion. Canada has the smallest, 37 million population. But both the United States and Canada have a very many famous, world famous, prestigious universities. But in China, with the reform and opening up and a market economy, many people have become rich. They are financially strong enough to send their children to study in the Western countries, in North America, to have a better education, to enjoy better educational resources. So this constitutes the biggest student body, overseas student body in China. So I summarize the three reasons why students exchange program have been very active between China and Canada and the United States. In Beijing Royal School, where I'm now the principal, this is the first international school in Beijing, offering many international curriculum, including IB, AP, A-level, OSD. And almost all students go to study in United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, English-speaking countries. So we also have a cooperation agreement with Canada, United States. For example, with the Peel School District in a province of Ontario, we have an OSSD joined the program. Last year, 41 students have been admitted by Canadian college universities. 16 have been admitted to Toronto University only in last 1 year. And also we signed a cooperation agreement between Beijing Royal School and the state and the education department of the state of New Hampshire, United States, establishing a brand new school called the Bush Academy, which is a secondary school with a population, student population of 170. 50% are Native American students, and the other half are students from other foreign countries. So we are very proud of it. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing. Obviously, there's a lot of exchanges we've heard between China and the United States and China and Canada. Just moving the conversation back onto the curriculum topic, would love to hear from Agnes. So your school was founded by Jack Ma, co-founder of Alibaba, and definitely one of the most famous Chinese and global entrepreneurs. What curriculum and programs are offered at your school, the Yungu School, to follow in your to allow students to follow in your founder's footsteps and become entrepreneurs and leaders on the global stage?
Thanks, Michael. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I'm delighted and honored to join the panel discussion. But first, I'd like to clarify a misconception. We are not Jack Ma's school. After all, is Harvard John Harvard School? I think not. That being said, Jack and Alibaba partners did provided invaluable resources, ideas, and inspirations to Yungu. But after the founders planted the seed 6 years ago, Yungu has obtained its own life. Yungu's mission, vision, and educational goals were all co-created by Yungu teachers. And when in today's world, the only constant is change, Yungu's original aspiration is to be a progressive school and contribute to education reform and innovation in China and the world. We want to answer the question, how can we prepare children for the future? And what qualities should they acquire to be ready for the future? Students graduated from Yungu don't necessarily follow their founders' footsteps to become entrepreneurs, but they are expected to develop appropriate skills, attitudes, mindsets, and characters that can help them succeed. Not in 1 or 2 exams, but lay a solid foundation for their lifelong happiness in whatever profession and vocation they chose to pursue. And we call these essential skills, attitudes, and values core competencies. And after studying many 21st century skill systems in major countries and international organizations, and interviewing scholars and experts like Mr. Andreas Schleicher, we developed Yungu's core competency frameworks for our kindergarten, primary, middle school, and high school. And here in particular, I want to highlight that global citizenship and entrepreneurship are among the 7 core competencies of Yungu High School. And they are part of high school student graduation criteria, meaning that they need to master these competencies and demonstrate their mastery before they graduate. So the next question is how? And how do we develop global citizenship and entrepreneurship in our students? First, we made them part of our teaching and learning standards. The competencies aren't abstract terms for us. We develop clear definitions and indicators to ensure a common understanding among our teachers and students. For example, our students don't need to be entrepreneurs, but they do need to possess entrepreneurship. By that, we mean students can create and manage a project and endeavor that serves the public service, the public interest, need, or desire. Specifically, there are 4 indicators within entrepreneurship. After doing many research, and we narrowed down to 4, including opportunity identification, project and resource management and execution, risk-taking and management, and navigating ambiguity. I won't get into details due to time constraint, but all our teachers and students have a double-sided, lamented sheet at hand, listing out definitions and explanations of the competency indicators. And to demonstrate that they have entrepreneurship, our students need to show that they are not afraid of taking risks, that they can adapt to the changing priorities and mobilize resources to accomplish their goals. And no matter what they want to become in the future, they want to become doctors, scientists, designers, filmmakers, and even internet celebrities. And these qualities can prepare them for long-term success. And the second way is to upgrade the teaching and learning model. And we use the Chinese national curriculum because we believe that the prerequisite of becoming a global citizen is to acquire a deep understanding of one's own culture and society and develop cultural competence. But in terms of teaching and learning method, we put a strong emphasis on experiential learning. About 1/3 of our curriculum is action learning. We want our students to get their hands dirty and to work on authentic projects and to develop products and to tap into the power of technology and to treat the community and their city they live in and the globe as their compass. And while they are doing real life projects on real life topics like food shortage and sustainable energy, they learn to see connections between local and global issues. And they learn to understand and appreciate different cultural perspectives and worldviews. And they learn to take responsibility and responsible action towards sustainable development. So we believe the competencies can be best developed when knowledge and skills are transferable and can be applied to solve real life problems. And the third is about the change in assessment. Because we believe if we don't measure, how do we know that our students have developed those competencies? We have designed a whole system to assess the holistic development of our students. The development of competencies are supported by digital and interactive evidence are also displayed in their college application transcripts so that the college admission officers can have an in-depth understanding of them. So in Chinese, we say, 父母之爱子，则为之计深远. If parents do love their children, they focus on long-term gains. We will have our first cohort of graduates, high school graduates, this early next year. Now we have started receiving college offers from all over the world, including the US, the UK, Australia. And with the competencies like global citizenship and entrepreneurship developed, we are positive that our students can not only adapt to the unknown future, but to create it and shape it. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Agnes. Appreciate the context and the clarification about your school's mission and philosophy. Moving back up north to Beijing, to Daniel from ISB. We have a few things in common. We both studied at Teachers College, Columbia, and spent time in New York City and Beijing. You've also worked in Washington, D.C., so that's put you at sort of both capitals at a really important time in U.S.-China relations. How has this experience influenced your perspective on the current state of relations, having worked and studied and lived in these two cities?
Thank you, Michael. Great questions. So I think the many esteemed guests today have taken an opportunity to think about some of the explicit roles that their institutions take. But to me, all international schools, they really have, especially those in a capital city, they serve dual roles. We of course provide a world-class education, challenging and joyful learning to foreign students living abroad, in our case, living here in Beijing. However, we're also a cultural and intellectual and academic bridge between China and the English-speaking countries. Where ISB, International School of Beijing, is the oldest and one of the largest private employers of foreigners in the capital city. And the international schools here in Beijing bring together parents from all over the world, as well as students from all over the world. For many families, we are the center of international life. And when you think about how relationships are maintained across nations, or how commercial interests or formal diplomacy, but where does that intellectual and cultural exchange happen? It happens in the educational institutions, whether it's higher ed or early years to 12, I think these peer relationships across national lines of what it means to be an international community. And I think that this dual role is really how we have evolved in thinking about who are the students that are coming to ISB now and in the future, and what are the roles that they can take as they are experiencing a English Western style education while living in the capital city of one of the oldest cultures and most important nations on the planet. It's really an exciting time to be in Beijing. Maybe today is not the most exciting day to have a Beijing social life since we are currently under lockdown, but it is an incredible time to witness history and to be a part of that international community as a member of an international school.
Thank you, Daniel, for sharing, and we'll come back to you and everyone else now. We're really fortunate to have 4 heads of school on this panel today, which is a rare opportunity to get insight into what sort of competencies do we see as crucial for students so that they become, in the future, good leaders on a global stage. Moving first back onto stage, maybe we can start with Laurent. Would love to get your thoughts.
I don't want to repeat myself, but I think it's really important that they have this idea again, as I think the head of school in ISB, right, said it very well, to be able to bridge your own culture with someone else's culture is so important, and to be able to listen as well to people that they're working with. I think as a leader, if you're not in tune with the people you work, you can't lead them. It's finished a time when you could be a leader just by title. I think people now, especially the young generation, right? How many jobs do they have before they reach the age of 30? Sometimes it's 30 jobs, okay? They move from one job to the other. Why? Because they cannot find a place where they feel valued. And you have to understand, it's a Facebook, Instagram generation, right? They want to be valued. They want to be liked, and they want to have free time. I think there's studies showing that this is really what they want, and then they want to find a place where they can get along and enjoy themselves. So to me, having the right leader for companies and how to do that is to really teach them that your needs are not the same as other people's needs. Be in tune with the people that you work with and listen. We say we have 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen way more than you speak. Absorb the culture, the people around you, absorb their vibes, understand them, and then try to get the right people on the right bus, try to get the right people on the right team, challenge them, make them feel appreciated, make them feel valued, and they'll stay. But it is true that it's a challenge. I think the new generation is amazing. I mean, they have so many ideas. They have so many, they know so much. The generation of internet, they have access to everything in a second. But this is challenging too, because they want to be part of a world where what they do, what they think, how much they know is truly valued. And that's not an easy task.
Agreed, definitely. Uso would love to get your thoughts as well.
Okay, what's your question?
Oh, just what are the competencies that you think that schools should develop in students?
Right, thank you. For my view, as a teacher and administrator, and my experience in seeing internet schools around in Thailand and around the world, I think the language competency is a must. It is a must. English is a dominant language that people communicate around the world. So it's not negotiable. English language is a must. So we need to provide competency for students from the younger age when they move on to university, or move on to vocational studies, where they move on to their business, their future jobs, things like that. They have to have English language competency for sure. And I also nowadays, internet schools are offering many other languages, such as Mandarin. And you see that this morning and yesterday, a student from Congolian school, she's Thai and she speaks English very well, and as well as speak fluently in Chinese. So that is one of the things that we want to see. So, okay, when the kids learning their foreign language, this nowadays that one language is not enough. You need to be trilingual, you need to be bilingual is not enough. Trilingual or other languages that's offered. And in the meantime, when they learn other language, they learn other people's culture. And this will be the bridge of understanding of how internal school kids that when they go to universities, in their future job and future life, they can identify and with understanding, empathies and all of that with different cultures and diversities. In the meantime, that we encourage, we really like to see, I'm a Thai person and I speak other language as well. I speak English and I tell you, I speak Arabic, believe it or not, and I speak French. And one of the things that my observation is that when we taught language to our students in the school, the most crucial things is kids have to, we have to encourage the kids or the parents of the students to maintain their native language, mother tongue. Mother tongue language is the most important, very crucial when for the kids to learn other language. So that kind of things, and the kids remain their own identity and their own culture, and wherever they go in the global arena. If they're Thai, they're proud of being Thai, but they, because of the learning environment, because of the learning experience that they receive from international schools, all of these things we talk about, skills and competencies that they can bring with them is transferable experience to them, and will make them stay proud to be their own identity among the international arena. That kind of thing that we want to see our kids will be. And other competencies that we look at, and this, when you look at the future job report by the World Economic Forums, as we talked about it before, all these skills, active learning, complex problem solving, creativity, leadership, all of these things. International schools are providing these kind of skills to our students. And we want to see that they become the, quality global citizens. And because the world has a lot of issues, be it climate change, poverty, disaster, political turmoil, human trafficking and all that things. And we still in our young generation, young kids, to look into that and to be aware of this kind of problem and global issues, how they can contribute to that to help the world to be a better place to live. That's what we're looking for international school students. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel would love to hear your thoughts as well.
So I don't want to repeat too much about what's been said, although I'd love to build a little bit off of Lawrence's notion of moral leadership. I really think he hit the nail on the head as a critical piece of building moral leadership in our students and future global leaders. An earlier panel, we heard from some of our friends at CP Corporation, and every time I hear someone from CP, I'm always inspired to consider the range of leadership that they develop in their international leaders. And they need to, imagine a leader who needs to know from seeds to 7-Eleven on a global scale. It goes well beyond strong academic skills, but incredible cultural competency. And I think one of the things that we've been thinking a little bit about is like how leaders and nations can cause misunderstanding and friction because of a failure to understand of what is the basis around their thinking. And I mean that in the most intellectual and academic way. That is, you know, if you have someone who is heavily influenced by, say, post-Enlightenment rational argumentation, or they have a more Confucian approach, or do they come from a relational approach, you can see how if they don't understand the other one's basis for their worldview and mindset, you can have a significant misunderstanding. And so what we see both is one, understanding what is from some of our theory of knowledge, but also basic metacognition is what is the basis for how we develop our ideas? Where do our ideas and our beliefs come from? And how do we teach other people to respect and enter a space with curiosity on understanding how other people think about the world? I do think that comes from learning someone's language, but it also comes much more also from getting to know individuals at a deep level and as an intellectual level, and also studying their culture and history. It is a critical for our future leaders to be real students of the world and really wanting to understand how people approach, how they approach problems, how they will solve and consider different arguments and different solutions as we move forward.
Thank you. And Xiaojun would love to hear your thoughts as well.
Thank you, moderator, for your question. I think it is very important in order for our students to become future leaders on a global stage. Some of the global competencies are very crucial, very, very important. For example, the ability to express themselves in foreign languages, cross-cultural communication ability, the ability to negotiate, negotiation skills, coordination and organizing ability, and also critical thinking, independent study, and ability to analyze and solve practical problems, and also to know global affairs. And what's more, CP chairman yesterday's speech at the opening, very important. He mentioned core values and moral integrity. All these are very crucial elements for our students to become future leaders on a global stage. Coming back to BRS, Beijing Royal School, our mission and vision is to cultivate global talents with academic success, global mindset, and also social responsibility. For this purpose, we have set up a very special young diplomats program. We signed a cooperation agreement with the China Foreign Affairs University and the National Diplomatic Protocol Center under the Foreign Ministry. So ambassadors from the Foreign Ministry come to our campus to give serious lectures on international issues. And also we have a Model UN diplomatic protocol contest. And last month, the Foreign Ministry conducted the first talk with the taikonauts in our BRS. And 10 ASEAN countries, including students from Thailand, joined in the discussion and asked questions to taikonauts. So this is very special. And this course, Young Diplomats Program, has been accredited outstanding curriculum by the Ministry of Education. And also together with Beijing Royal Charity Foundation, we started to implement international understanding education in our school. And also we try to share our best international education resources with the students from remote mountainous hinterlands in China, because they do not have easy access of all these resources because we are in the capital. So all in all, we think that it's very important in the era of economic globalization and regional economic integration. It's very important for our students to know both the opportunity and the challenges. The world is still not peaceful. We still have a lot of traditional and non-traditional security issues. So what is global warming, climate change? What is MDG and SDGs, UN Sustainable Development 2030? Gender equality, protection of children and women, elimination of weapons of mass destruction, and what is UN peacekeeping operations? What is regional military conflict in the wars arising from ethnic religious issues? So there are many, many issues, including peaceful use of nuclear energy, peaceful use of outer space. So our students need to know more about all these global issues. I think this is also in conformity with our policy, that is to build a new type of international relationship featuring peace, development, cooperation, and a win-win, and to build a community of a shared future for all mankind. So all what we do at the moment is try to create a better world, a better lives, better jobs for our children and the children's children. And this is our mission and vision. I think this is the mission of all of us present at the panel. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you to all the heads for sharing their perspectives. I'm looking at the clock and I see it says 10 seconds. I have 2 more questions. Are we able to extend by another 5 minutes, or should I wrap up the 5 minutes? Okay, wrap up. Okay, well, apologies to both Agnes and Dr. Yu. I had hoped to have another question for both of you, but at the end of the day, this is a rare opportunity to hear from so many experts in the areas of higher ed and K-12 education, and hopefully we'll be able to hear from them either virtually in the future or here for the rest of the conference. A big round of applause for all the panelists.
No question now. No.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all panelists.
Thank you. We really appreciate the perspectives that you have brought to the stage, brought to the audience. Yes. And thank you all for traveling all the way to Thailand. Exactly. We can always talk about that during our coffee break and our jazz band tonight, which we get to enjoy, that has also been coming a long way to Thailand.
That's right.
Exactly. So we do have a few announcements to make before the coffee break, and we're going to have coffee shops and coffee breaks afterwards. Yes. And yeah, I mean the shops has coffees, and before that, I want to make the announcement, because after the coffee break, we will have the workshops in different rooms. That's and right. Would you like to tell them about the rooms?
Sure. The first room will be start with how are you redefining social and emotional learning for future workplace. It will be held at W1, the
West Wing.
Yes. West Wing, yes, on the 2nd floor.
And the second is linking industry, education, and labor market for workforce to prepare today's youth for the future. It will be at the West Wing, room 3, W3.
Yes, and the next one, C session will be a look into Louisiana's education climate with US policy makers and education professionals. Will be at the East Wing, room 5 or E5.
And then the education and future skills in shifting landscape, Singapore entrepreneurs and youth. It will be youth leaders' voice will be E6.
And the last rule will be the role of international education in fostering student resilience and adaptabilities will be at E7.
Exactly. And our distinguished guests, it's our honor to welcome you back to this auditorium. It's very important. We would like to welcome you back to the auditorium after the workshop, because the FWE leaders will make summary of the 2 days conference that we get to have in Thailand and inform you about our future plans. So this is very important. Please do come back after the workshop, and then we will have our ceremonies, our future plans, and our jazz band.
That's right. And the next session will start at 4:15. So be on time.
Exactly. And go to the rooms that you would like to hear about.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And if you have questions about NYU Shanghai, make sure you reach out to Chancellor Yu. Yeah.
That's right. And please leave your translation device at your seat in the auditorium. Don't bring it to the workshop, and don't forget to do the certification surveys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
See
very
you
much.
later.
So when you were working for the Gates Foundation, you also were in DC?
I started, I was expecting Seattle.
So like when you were working for SRI, that was also in DC? Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I thought you were in like Palo Alto. Or DC is a very nice place to stay. Shall we get started? Yeah. I just sent a message to them. So that I'm sure we have the two panelists. Yeah, we can end. Yeah, we can just have a conversation between the two of us. Yeah, we can have a creative session. Yeah. 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 Feel like maybe actually see this. I mean, I do see this right now. Yeah, I want to do that. Oh yeah. You want me to join you? That'll be good. If you want to. All right. Yeah, you can see your slides as well. Yeah. Right. Let's see.
Nice meeting you. Oh, so they need the translation. Oh, okay.
Hello, everyone. Hi.
Just a moment. I think this is live formation. I guess I'll just sit over there so they can see part of me and then I can see the slides. No, yeah, no, you will be asked to speak since you're in that seat. Okay. No, I'm joking. Were you the ones who took a group photo this morning? Yeah, I saw you guys. Yeah. So where are you? Are you with the university? No, we are from. I'm sorry, which? Oh, you're from the CP group.
Guys.
Wow. So how long will you be trained here on this site?
Actually, this is last time.
Oh, this is last day. So like, when did you get here?
Friday.
Oh. So
Wednesday.
So are you already working for the CP group?
Yeah.
So how often do you take the training? Like every year, every 6 months?
Actually, for this place, it's for the one who in the management training program. So mostly the one who visits here will be the talents in the management training program. We are the ambassador for Panelists.
Okay, sounds great. So do you work in Thailand or in other places? Okay. Yeah, I came from China. When I heard the CP group, I didn't know that it's the Zhenbat. They sponsored so many popular shows in China that I grew up with.
Okay. Welcome everyone to our session. We are a little bit late, but then we get to start now. So our session is focused on youth workforce quality. And we are thinking of the title, we are going to talk about the title, Linking Industry, Education and Labor Markets for Quality Youth Workforce. So our focus is centered on the youth and how we can link education, the industries, and the workforce or labor market. So the panel summary states, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have profoundly interrupted young people's education, training, and employment, making it more challenging for youth to transition from education and training to work successfully, to find decent jobs, continue their education, or start a business. The pathways to earnings and advancement of young people have become more opaque. Globally, an estimated 73 million youth will face unemployment as of 2022. Although this should be slightly improved from 75 million in 2020, the labor market will continue to see some levels of deterioration for young people. Therefore, the critical question is how can governments, employers, industries design employment and labor market policies that target young people to prevent more profound and prolonged economic and social trauma while promoting sustainable quality workforce. And so today we have 3 speakers who have been carefully selected from 3 organizations, and they would present their findings on different projects as well as some of the expectations they have for the young people among us. And so our first speaker would be Dr. Dieterle. Okay, if I'm getting the name right. Oh, yeah. Yes, great. And she is from ETS, and a globally recognized expert in assessing critical skills and competencies in higher education and the workforce. Then we'll have Dr. Abla Safai. She is a senior economics in the social protection and jobs global practice at the World Bank. And then we'll have Dr. Anthony Mann, who is with the OECD, and he leads the career readiness team that focuses on how secondary schools can best prepare young people for their work lives and beyond. And so for our first panelist, we'll ask Lydia to share with us some of her findings and some of the critical knowledge that she has for young people here. Thank you.
Thanks, Alice, for the very nice introduction. Nice meeting you here, and also hi to the ones online. So I'm going to discuss building a skills-based youth workforce. ETS is a nonprofit assessment and research organization, and we have been doing a lot of research around assessing core competencies and helping young people move from education to workforce. So today I wanted to share some of the larger background in terms of the education to workforce transition, and also highlight some of the research we do, particularly in the assessment area, because we believe that it's not sufficient for us to just identify the skills that are important. We have to think about ways to help benchmark such skills so we can provide solid data for improvement later. I want to start by sharing some of the workforce challenges in the US. And these challenges might be global for many parts of the world. The first one is really the talent shortage. If we look at the data, by October 2022, like a couple of months ago, there were 6.1 million unemployed workers in the US. However, there was 10.7 million open positions. So as you can tell that there are more open positions than available workers, which means that we have a serious talent shortage. And a second challenge is really around the skills mismatch. We have a lot of individuals who have a college degree, like a 4-year college degree, but do not have the right skill sets. For example, they don't have enough numeracy literacy skills, as my colleague Dieterle discussed this morning. So they are likely to underperform in college level jobs. And then on the opposite side, we have colleagues who do not have a college degree, but are proficient in literacy and numeracy, which means they could be doing a good job if they are moved into those professions. But because of the lack of degrees, they are struggling with finding such jobs, and their upwards mobility is quite limited. So what kind of strategy is needed for us to help address these different challenges? Because as business are struggling with filling the right positions, they're suffering a lot in their revenue and profits, and there are a lot of industry needs that are simply unmet. So when we think about the education, talent, and the business dynamics, we have different stakeholders. on the one hand, we have a lot of untapped talent who we want to bring into the workforce. And these could be individuals who do not have a four-year degree, but they have relevant experience, either from military service or going to community colleges, or they have volunteer or internship, apprenticeship experience. So how to find these individuals and bring them into the workforce? And then on the other hand, we have a lot of employers who are struggling with finding the right talent. In the past, a lot of the businesses are focused on hiring four-year college graduates, like the white-collar professionals. However, given the economic development and technological advancements, it's no longer sufficient to only recruit college degree holders. They will have to expand the talent pipeline. So what we can do is to come up with a creative model in which we can connect these two by identifying those individuals, bring them to the pipeline and give them assessments to help them benchmark their career interests. Because a lot of young people are less clear about their career interest. For example, they may not know that whether they want to be in an investigative job or being like a researcher or being an artistic job or being an entrepreneur, which is more enterprising. So offering that kind of tools to young people will definitely help them have a clearer understanding of what they would like to do in the future. And then when we think about these kinds of 21st century skills or transferable skills, they are as important as technical skills, because technical skills are having a shortened life cycle. Think about 10, 15 years ago. We may even not know what data science is, but now almost every company, especially in the tech sector, is recruiting data scientists. So we have no idea to anticipate what kind of skill sets might be needed in 5 years, 7 years, 10 years down the road. But lifelong learning is always important. So when you have shortened technical skills, we need to have individuals who are really good at picking up new knowledge and be adaptable to the new workforce requirements. So that's why this kind of transferable skills, or what we call power skills, are really critical. It can enable an individual to become future-proof. So that's the kind of model that we're trying to develop by really connecting talent from a multiple source of venues and the employers who are very eager to connect with talent. And another piece that I want to highlight here is really the education providers. So education providers, in a traditional sense, they are higher ed institutions, four-year institutions, and community colleges. And now we have non-traditional education providers, for example, coding boot camps or online platforms for training and learning, such as Coursera or edX or others. So when we think about the training providers, we need to consider all kinds of training providers to make sure that the individuals have enough access to all kinds of learning resources that really meet their learning needs. So at ETS, we have been doing a lot of research to look at how to actually assess this type of foundational skills, power skills, behavioral competencies in order for individuals to move into the workforce with the right skills and behaviors so they can become effective contributors to the workforce. Here I categorized the work into 5 domains. The first one is really about career exploration. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of individuals, especially the youth from underserved backgrounds, are struggling with what they're interested in. They may not have a clear sense of what kind of profession they want to move into. So even by giving them a very simple instrument to help them gather some information about themselves would be helpful. And the second category is power skills assessment. And it has many terms like 21st century skills or softer skills, or some people call it employability or non-cognitive skills. So this really looks at what kind of knowledge and skills an individual has to allow them to perform very effectively in the workforce. And when we approach assessment, we really want to situate the items and the tasks in a very authentic context. So the test takers feel engaged as they go through the assessment. And the third category is about behavioral competencies, or some people call them personality traits. Here we want to help an individual understand, do they have enough perseverance? Are they resilient? Are they trustworthy? These are not fixed traits. A lot of the personality traits are actually malleable. We want to help people increase their awareness. So if there are areas that they need to improve, they can identify those and find ways to promote such competencies. And the fourth category is around skills training. We believe that it's not sufficient to just tell people that, sorry, you're not good at critical thinking. There has to be a next step. So resources will need to be provided to individuals to help them improve on those areas that they are currently insufficient. And the last one, but not least important, is the foundational skills. We talk a lot about higher order skills such as collaborative problem solving or critical thinking. But if someone does not have enough numeracy or literacy skills, they may not even understand the questions we're talking about. So before we give people any higher order thinking skills, we have to benchmark their numeracy and literacy skills to make sure that the assessment activity actually makes sense for them. So here is an example of the kind of power skills we developed. And these are really designed for individuals to have a clear sense of where they stand in terms of coachability, their collaborative problem solving, critical thinking, etc. Take a coachability for an example. It's one of the newer assessments we developed. We want to see how individuals respond to feedback, how they cope with supervision. I'm very glad to see we have trainees here in the audience at the CP group. So I'm sure that in your daily training, you will get a lot of feedback, how to cope with the feedback, how to take it in a constructive way, and how to develop a strategy to actually make improvements. So that's very critical. And then a lot of employer survey shows that employers really care about communication, including both written communication and oral communication. We use communication all the time in their work, especially in a modern collaborative work environment. I don't know how anyone can successfully do their job without communication. So these are the tasks that we developed to get a very efficient measure of how well someone communicates in both written forms and oral forms. And then this is an example of the behavioral competencies. We look at a number of dimensions like someone's mindfulness. Are they open-minded? Their conscientiousness? Are they on time? Are they organized? In fact, a lot of research shows that conscientiousness is the #1 predictor of job performance. You always want to find someone who is reliable and plans well to get their job done. And then teamwork, you know, as I just mentioned, the modern workforce is becoming increasingly more collaborative. So we really need to have workers and contributors who can work with other people. And then approachability and temperament. We want people who are calm and know how to approach conflict resolution, people who can control their behavior and emotions. So these are the critical dimensions we try to assess through the behavioral competencies. And, you know, in a lot of assessment situations, when you ask people, are you honest? They will always say that, yes, I am, or they will choose strongly agree to that statement. In order to avoid that kind of faking responses, we actually use an innovative first choice item method to get around the faking. I want to talk a little bit more about from assessment to training. As I mentioned, we don't think it's sufficient to just stop at assessment. Training will need to be provided to help students identify the limitation areas and actually access resource to improve. So as a part of our work, we have been developing training modules in a number of domains, such as collaborative problem solving, critical thinking, and negotiation. Particularly negotiation is a skill that's highly valued in the business world. So this is just an example of the training module on collaborative problem solving. We have designed multiple courses around it, illustrating on different elements of problem solving. For example, how to manage conflict and how to define collaboration and problem solving. We have been piloting these modules at 4-year and 2-year institutions in the US, and also HBCUs, like historically Black colleges and universities and business schools, and have received a lot of positive feedback. So this is the end of my slides here, and I very much look forward to the discussion and any questions you might have later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you very much, Lydia. So I would say that we should put together the questions, and once we finish with the panelists, we'll come and we'll take questions so that it flows smoothly without disruption. So we'll go to our next panelist, who is Dr. Sa. If you can join us. She's virtual, so okay. All right, there we go.
Hello. Yeah, you can see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation. We can hear you as well.
Okay, let me just put it in slide mode. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for, I guess, inviting us at the World Bank to present. I'm looking forward to the discussion. I found the first presentation quite interesting, and I have looked into skills measurement myself, so I may have some questions. I was asked to talk about possible scarring resulting from COVID-19 and interventions for youth. Being at the World Bank, this presentation will cover high income, but also some middle income and low income countries. So brings also maybe a different perspective. Before I start my presentation, maybe just a quick definition on scar. I mean, scarring is the fact that in particular for youth, joining the labor market in a time of crisis means that not only they will start at a lower level than different cohorts, but then they may also then take a long time to catch up, because by the time the economy recovers, then a new cohort comes in and is somewhat fresher, and so employers go for that new cohort. And there is evidence, including from the US, that youth cohorts that enter the labor market in a time of crisis can still have, I think, 4 to 5 percentage point lower employment, even, I can't remember if it's 5 or 10 years after the sort of the crisis moment has passed. So there is evidence of scarring from high income countries, at least. So I will start by talking quickly about which policies countries adopted during COVID. I have to say that this isn't particularly youth focused, but we, during COVID at the bank, we sort of very regularly updated social protection and jobs policy inventory. And here you can see a focus on labor policies. And in total, we reviewed more than, almost 3,500 programs. And you can see that most of the support policies on the labor front are either income support or firm liquidity support. And of course, these were, I hope these make a lot of sense to everyone. On the one hand, for firms, it was important to keep them afloat. Now, of course, further down the line, you don't want to keep on supporting firms that actually are not viable, the so-called zombie firms. But when the crisis starts, then you definitely want to provide liquidity for them not to shut down. And to some extent, the same applies to individuals. Providing income support was, of course, fundamental to cover income losses from stopping activities. And in some cases, in particular in sort of low-income countries, lower middle-income countries, while you will see in the next slide that these income support policies have been classified as passive policies, in the sense that, it's just income, they actually can be active in the sense that they can support the continuation of micro businesses. Yeah, and then, sorry, just one more point in this slide that shows into with more detail what has been done. Public works were relatively popular tool. 60% of these public works were new programs. Before being in Cambodia, being based in Cambodia, I was based in Kenya, and in there, the government started a public works program for youth that reached, I think, more than 300,000 beneficiaries in a very short time, which is definitely a benefit of public works, is that they're easy to implement. And then the public works were implemented more in low and middle income countries, while wage subsidies, which are more relevant when there is a more formal labor market, were more likely to be implemented in high income countries, as you can see on the graph. You might wonder about the labor regulatory changes. Those were mostly related to occupational health and safety and changes in working conditions. But when it comes, to the topics, I guess, of more interest today, which about, again, avoiding scarring, which goes through either, maintaining youth in employment through wage subsidies, or keeping them active, for instance, through public works. These are the two main measures, in addition to the cash transfers that I discussed before. Now, if we move to what countries should do now, right? Because now we are, depends on the countries, and there are regular new waves, but as COVID-19 seems more manageable now, and if we discuss what countries should be doing now, first I wanted to show a framework on youth employment. This is from a report from a few years back that we did at the World Bank, but I think that this framework remains relevant. Of course, employment issues are related both to demand side factors, supply side, as well as institutions and intermediation. The demand side factors, and that's typically the case during COVID, are related to economic cycle, to dimensions of conflict and violence, especially in low and middle income settings, as well as to, they're of course related to macro and firm issues on business and job creation. On the supply side, of course, this is the Forum for World Education. Of course, skills can be a significant constraint, depending on the context. What we mean by household income is both related to credit constraints to finance education, but also, again, if you think of micro businesses, of entrepreneurship, which is extremely important in low and middle income countries, the sort of income levels and the certainty about income play an important role in determining whether people can take risks, whether they can make some basic investments, and that we put it on the supply side, but is also related to the ability to start businesses. And then, of course, there can be dimensions related to either forms of discrimination or some behavioral challenges, which is where measuring skills obviously plays a very important role for skill signaling. And then there's a whole set of dimensions about institutions and intermediation that you have at the bottom and that are really cross-cutting. Of course, lack of information about returns to education and also about which jobs are hiring, which jobs pay well, which jobs are growing. Lacking such information means that youth aren't fully aware of opportunities and may not make the best choices, and that also reduces efficiency in the job search mechanism and on the labor market. This is on the worker side. Now on the employer side, the same challenges in terms of information asymmetries could come in, which again, where skill signaling, tools to test workers and for them to signal their skills to employers are important. And then, of course, labor regulations can be distorting depending on how they are set. For instance, if a minimum wage is very high, this can be seen as a protection for formal workers, but this can also then prevent workers from accessing formal employment and be related to high informal employment. So this is to give sort of a general framework on how we think about youth employment. Now, if we think about what to do about youth employment, there are 5 sets of policies, and going from the more macro fiscal policies that affect more, I guess, the demand side that I had described, to dimensions of good governance that relate to intermediation, but also to demand side dimensions. In the middle, productivity, innovation, and competitiveness matters both for formal firm creation, but also to some extent also for informal firms, depending on where you see them. And then this moves sort of progressively more to the supply side, with labor regulation, education, and human capital formation, and then which here, when we put education and human capital formation, we have in mind younger youth, those who are still studying. Now, of course, the specific characteristic of youth is that they study. I mean, they also learn while studying as they transition on the labor market. And so, when it comes to human capital for them, it's both in the sort of last but one bar that you have here, but also in the last bar of active labor market programs where generally we think of ALMPs more on supply side, although I think we also think much more of them now as possibly tackling some demand side dimensions. Productive inclusion also tackles such demand side dimensions. So as we think of preventing scarring, there are 3, I mean, generally for all these policies, it's obviously important to tailor them to country context. And so there are three possible scenarios, and there is a forthcoming World Bank report looking at sort of the impact of COVID-19 on human capital dimensions, and including on the labor market. And so they discussed three possible scenarios, and those scenarios each imply different sets of policies. In the first scenario, neither, the employment situation still hasn't recovered post-COVID-19, right? So this is a scenario in which neither adult nor youth employment have recovered, because I didn't get into the specifics of youth employment and why this is different from adult employment. Some of it is what I said before, in the sense that youth are transitioning and so sort of still learning on the job, and because of that they may not be as productive and as adults, which is typically what can justify wage subsidies in their case, or skilling up policies, and at the same time youth, and that's particularly true for young women, but they're also in a sort of life cycle moment in which they may be starting families, and that can also be a barrier to employment in their case. But so this is why, when thinking of different scenarios, it's important to compare the youth situation to the adult situation. And so in this first scenario, where post-COVID-19, neither, again, adult nor youth employment have recovered, I think in the analysis done by my colleagues, this is the case in, I think that this is the case, for instance, in Bulgaria. I hope I'm not mistaken. In such cases, the focus should be more on the left side, right, of the bars, because in those countries, there's not going to be an improvement in either youth employment or adult employment unless demand restarts. And so in this case, it's not so much youth-focused policies that matter, but rather the macro and fiscal policies, the good governance, and spurring firm investment. That said, and so this is why these bars on the, I guess it's also the left of your screen in dark blue, are the priority policies. But because investments in human capital are always important, I still put the education and human capital formation in this light blue. But in those countries, it's not necessarily about labor regulation. It's not necessarily about ALMPs, and productive inclusion may not be addressing the right set of constraints, and the focus should be more on the left side. In situations where, and I guess this, and I'm going to be spending more time on this, in situations where adult employment has recovered, but youth employment hasn't, this is where the right side of the screen becomes more important, right? Because in these situations, it's, the demand side constraints seem to be somewhat addressed, and so there is need for specific interventions to foster employment of youth, and these are again the ones to the right, and to some extent some interventions that relate to productivity and innovation, to the extent that they cover micro and small firms, also matter. At the same time, when designing when designing such policies, it's really important to keep in mind that not all youth are the same. I already, for instance, mentioned the gender dimension. In the case of women, policies related, or rather interventions related to childcare, or some behavioral interventions. Lydia was talking about measuring some of some socio-emotional skills and behavioral skills. Women can sometimes differ from men for some of these, and may need specific interventions to boost them. They may also need networks and role models for aspirations. Of course, there can be differences across ethnicity, across area of residence, and of course, youth with different levels of education may also need different interventions. And at the same time, thinking of active labor market programs, it's important to have a reasonable dose of skepticism because their average impact, and I'm showing here results from a meta-analysis conducted by Kluwe and others in 2019, and there are some other meta-analyses. Often you can see that unfortunately the average impact doesn't seem very different from zero, but there is a lot of heterogeneity in these, and so this is why design, precisely understanding the constraints that are being addressed and really customizing designs to the local needs are very important. And in the next slide, I'll be discussing some of the lessons learned on program design. If we think of supply side interventions, so that relate more to skills training, the evidence seems to show that sectoral approaches are better. So it is better to focus on some sectors. It's also even better if in these sectors skills is being addressed, but also possibly other constraints. And of course, what is fundamental is to have a very strong coordination with employers. And actually, maybe my wording here is too weak, because ideally skills training should really be employer-led. And when that doesn't happen, which is a frequent market failure, governments should find ways to incentivize employers to train as much as possible. On the demand side, when it comes, again, I mentioned them a little bit before, micro businesses, self-employment, we know that business grants have impact. However, for now, when follow-ups are done, including in experimental settings, after 4 or 5 years, generally their impacts seem to fade over time. So I think we need to look more into that. But certainly they are, 4 years is a non-negligible amount of time, and so if they give a head start to youth, they may still have some benefits. And then when it comes to formal job creation, but still among youth, there is encouraging evidence from Nigeria, and it's also experimental evidence on the fact that business plan competitions can help identify promising entrepreneurs and can help them grow. It's very preliminary, but we also have such evidence again in Kenya, my former country, on the same. Across sort of both supply side interventions and demand side, understanding local demand is key. So I already mentioned the importance of having sort of an employer-led training, but also linking to local, linking to value chains, understanding markets is extremely important. And again, here you can see the importance of socio-emotional skills. We know that employers complain about those. I think I heard them complain about those in all the countries in which I worked. And so certainly having comprehensive programs, such as programs a la Jóvenes in Latin America that address both socio-emotional skills, technical skills, provide job search support is important. And I think we're starting to have some interesting also experimental evidence on skill signaling, on the fact that allowing youth to test and provide information on themselves to employers does help reduce frictions in the job search. Now, the last scenario, and I'm coming to the end of my presentation, is the one in which adult and youth employment have both recovered. This is a case in which one could say that, at least specifically for COVID-19, I mean, doing nothing, I mean, and such cases are rather rare, but they exist in Jordan, for instance. But in such cases, it's possible that, quote unquote, doing nothing might not be an unreasonable course of action. Although, again, in the set of policies that I have shown before, and I don't think I need to convince this audience, but investing in education and human capital is certainly is probably a no regret, definitely a no regret policy. So that remains relevant, and then possibly some ALMPs, but rather more for upskilling to improve job quality in a context of accelerating technological change. And this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Abla. So we'll go on to the next speaker. Anthony from the OECD.
Hey Alice, sorry, I just lost a little bit of connection. Are you ready for me?
Yes, we are. We can see
great.
you and hear you clearly.
Very good, very good. Excellent. Okay, well, thank you so much. It's really good to come on after our first two speakers, because I think the presentation which I have is going to align very well. So I work at OECD, and I have some slides to share with you guys as well. Here we go. Okay, and I'm going to be mainly talking to you all about preventative measures, in terms of better labour market outcomes, better labour market experiences for young people, and in the context of career guidance. And we are in the midst of Global Careers Month. It's the first time it's ever happened. It's a collaboration of OECD, the World Bank, UNESCO, the ILO, the European Commission, and a number of international organizations, because collectively we feel that career guidance needs greater attention in most, possibly all, select countries around the world. And there's a kind of the rationale for that is kind of very simple, really. It is that young people are staying on in education longer than ever before. They're staying on into upper secondary education, they're staying on to tertiary education. They have more decisions to make, therefore, about the investments which they make in education. Human capital theory assumes that they're going to make good investments, but they can only do that with good information. But at the same time as them staying on in education for longer and having more decisions to make, we see the labour market itself becoming more complex, more dynamic, more unpredictable. We see some jobs used to be very good jobs now becoming more precarious. We see demand in new areas such as green jobs. We see automation changing the character of work and what's going to be useful for people. And then, of course, COVID-19 and its impact. I'm sure in Thailand, the tourism industry is possibly still recovering from the effects of the COVID and wondering how it's going to go. So this is kind of the theoretical approach, but I want to talk to you about the empirical approach, about the evidence behind this. And so, the question really is that, can we rely on career guidance to prevent poor employment outcomes for young people, to give them better opportunities when they go into work? And, historically, we've had a bit of a problem. Our problem has been that, the data hasn't been good enough, really, to be able to say this with real confidence. In order to be able to be sure that so guidance works well, we need to be able to understand what guidance interventions young people had when they're still in school, and then we need to be able to see if they worked later on. Was a relationship with better employment outcomes 5-10 years later. And so, as you see here in this review from 2016, which I was involved in before I joined the OECD, there is real shortages of quasi-experimental studies. So these are longitudinal studies which follow big groups of people over time, and randomized controlled trials. So we just don't have enough. We didn't have enough data, but there was some aspects of the literature where we found quite strong patterns in terms of existing studies. We knew from studies in the US, Australia, a couple of other countries that career pathway programs are quite effective. These would be particularly between the ages of 15 and 18, where you're still in general education, but you're exploring a particular vocational area. You're not being prepared for a specific job, not in sort of vocational education training sense, but exploring maybe healthcare, engineering. We know that part-time working, we knew that part-time working was associated in many studies with better employment outcomes later on, but also some of the ways that teenagers think about their futures was related to better outcomes. And so what I want to do is share with you firstly some international data, which gives us new insight to whether career guidance works, what works, how much it works. And then I'm going to drill down into the experience in Thailand and share with you some data we have from Thailand about the extent to which young people are being prepared in different ways for succeeding well in the labour market. So last year, we took a bit of a gamble. We got some funding and we decided to do a review of national longitudinal data sets in 10 countries. And so these are data sets which follow big groups of people from childhood into adulthood. And these are the ones which ask some good questions about what sort of things they were doing in school related to career guidance, career exploration. And then we could see if that's related 10 years later, age 25, with lower employment rates, unemployment rates, higher wages, greater job satisfaction. We put in controls to make sure that these weren't masks for other things, like, these weren't all, kind of the very privileged kids, most advantaged kids, the highest achievers who are doing these activities. And then we integrated our findings into existing literature. And as ever, with studies like this, there are always caveats, there are always limitations. And, our data is a little bit old, has to be, otherwise we wouldn't know the outcomes. We don't have every question in every study. So we have to look at, what we do have and compare what we can compare. We look at the patterns. And I should tell you that we don't always know much about the delivery, but we can find out about the delivery by using other methodologies, other techniques. So this is what we found. We're able to confirm 11 predictors of better employment outcomes at age 25, linked with teenage activities, experiences, and attitudes at around the age of 15. And we had 3 extra ones as well, which probably worked, but our data wasn't quite strong enough for us to say that with great confidence. And I'll take you through some of these, but perhaps the most interesting thing here is this aspect which we call exploring the future. And that was something which has come up in some of the other presentations already this morning, that we kind of know, and I'll show you some data to evidence this in a moment, that young people tend to have very narrow views about their future, futures in work. They tend to be often illustrate quite a lot of confusion about what they want to do. And we find that they often don't have good opportunities to explore for themselves in kind of the labour market. And you'll notice here that these are activities which schools offer, but many of which can only really be done with first-hand engagement with the world of work, with employers, people in work. It's these first-hand experiences where our data is particularly strong. And they link as well to first-hand experiences, whether you're working part-time, you're volunteering in the community. This authentic first-hand interaction, there's something here which is very meaningful. And what we found is, using other data sets, is that the more young people explore and experience potential futures in work, the clearer, the more productive, the more helpful their thinking was about the future. We saw them being more certain, more ambitious for themselves, having greater motivation at school. And we have now, from multiple countries, data which allows us to give a degree of confidence. Now, I'm going to drill down into impact on labour market outcomes in some of these aspects around exploration. And these are particularly exciting and interesting for us because before this study, we had very, very little to be able to say anything works in terms of career guidance, in terms of long-term outcomes. And you'll see here, these are the countries where in our study, we found new associations. When it's in bold, it's that we didn't have any evidence from that country before. So, kind of some really useful select material. And then if you look at the size of, kind of the outcomes, well, these do vary. But what we find in different ways that young people are less likely to be neat, which we mean to be not in education, employment, or training, which means effectively they're unemployed, they're outside of the labour market. We also find a lot of evidence of higher wages, often between 5 and 10%, across the predictors which we've identified. And in this case, there's kind of quite an interesting discussion, and maybe Abla might have some views here about the relationship between better matching of individuals with greater productivity, because young people in schools can't necessarily create lots of jobs, but they can help young people progress towards jobs where they're going to be more productive, where they're better matches, kind of what we have. And so there are some takeaways here, and I've kind of summarized them a little bit for how we might conceptualize kind of our career guidance. And, this is, there's some very big studies you can read, and I'll give you our project website at the end. But I think there's some really simple takeaways about effective career guidance. And if we think about, exploring, experiencing, and thinking, it's really important to begin young. We kind of know from studies that young people form ideas about what's reasonable, what's thinkable for somebody like them to do at quite a young age. That ideas are very gendered, for example. Actually, boys more often than girls, kind of would limit for themselves an understanding about what's reasonable for someone to pursue. We kind of know that they have very narrow perspectives. And this aspect about thinking, about continuous reflection is really important, because a lot of these assumptions are unspoken, and it's important for young people to have a good opportunity to be able to think about the potential futures in work in relation to the education which they're pursuing, so they can make better decisions. So the human capital theorists can have greater confidence that young people with open eyes are making good choices about their education. So, so 3 takeaways for effective guidance: keeping it simple, is beginning young, rich in employer engagement and first-hand experiences, enabling continuous reflection. And we kind of see the way that, there are activities which deliberately allow exploration, and exploration of a particular sort. The sociologists, talk about hot information. There's a difference between reading some kind of website or reading a leaflet or a pamphlet, and actually being able to look somebody in the eye, or hearing somebody talk about something, or seeing for yourself. The power of the information received is much greater. It has much more weight. But those first-hand experiences are very important, particularly for older students, as they will look to be able to develop more relevant experience, more relevant understanding what it's actually like in particular work areas. And this continual aspect of thinking. And so, kind of one of our indicators is about certainty, and we don't require young people to be certain about what they're going to do at 15. But if they're not, if they can't give you a sense about the sort of job they're pursuing, well, you have to think it's going to be difficult for them to make good decisions about their investments in education. Not just what and where they study, but how hard they study. And that takes us all the way back to kind of early education. And we see these providing support for young people in terms of the development of human, social, and cultural capital, because human capital is kind of clearly important. Qualifications, have a weight in the labour market. Experience has a weight, but what are the right qualifications? What's the right package? Which are the subjects you really need to focus on? How can you get experience which will give an employer confidence that you'd be a good bet for a job like that you understand it, and then somebody else has seen you do that, which links to the social capital. That how can you really leverage? How can you make use of the experience and qualifications you have? How can you get access to new and trusted information? Because if we think about young people having kind of narrow perspectives, this is a really important route to new and trusted information. And it's a form of social capital, which is seen in many surveys, many studies, as linking to better outcomes for young people. But these are also, you can develop connections which provide useful advice: what to study, where to train, who might be looking for to employ somebody like you, give you a recommendation, maybe offer you a job. And these aspects link to perhaps possibly the most important aspect, which is we need to be able to give young people the ability to visualize and plan their future, to show agency, to have confidence, to understand the rules of the game as they exist in different economic areas. And they are very different. It's different working in a hospital, it's working in a garage, it's working in an office, it's working at different levels. And we need to help young people to be able to progress with confidence. And I'm going to show you now, as I'm coming towards the end, just some of the data we have, which includes Thailand. And I picked out a few countries which are, or regions which are in East Asia or Southeast Asia from our PISA survey. And PISA is a program for international student assessment. Every 3 years, we ask hundreds of thousands of students, representative samples of students around the world, questions about all sorts of things, including their participation in career development activities, their plans for the future, their occupational expectations, and so on. And we can see here, I've kind of split it between the bottom quarter by social economic status and the top quarter, because that's a pattern we see in many countries. And so here in Thailand, around just under a third of students say by the age of 15 they've taken part in a job fair. Well, that's That's not bad compared to some countries, but really we should be seeing young people, all young people in education, have the opportunity to explore for themselves in situations like this by the age of 15. It's positive that young people in the bottom quarter of SES are engaging more often. That might relate to possible tracking within the education system. But we find generally, if you think about these capitals, that often access to these resources will vary by the social background of the individual student. And the most disadvantaged students will need greater support. So I can show you a bit about, we ask a question about job shadowing and worksite visits. Here we see reversed, that is the, they're not big gaps, but we do see a little bit of a pattern. And we see stuff like Thailand doing, kind of reasonably compared to some of its neighbors. But as we would say, these are things which we expect all 15-year-olds to have done by the age of, by that age. And then internships, well, that's much less, only 1 in 5 students who spent time in a workplace doing tasks within a workplace by this age. At 15, they're getting well through their education. Maybe it'll happen after 15, but this gives them valuable experience, which they can actually trade in the labor market. And then I want to look at some of these aspects about thinking, well, we kind of have data for, about how uncertain kind of students are. And this is the response to the question, what type of job, what kind of job do you expect to have at age 30? And students, write in their answers. And what we find here is that, these are the ones who can't write in an answer, who don't write in an answer. The bottom quarter of SES, nearly twice as many of that group, find it really hard to say what sort of job they expect to have. And this is a flag. We need to be, by this age, we're expecting young people to have formed a plan, to be able to progress, to show agency. And, they might change their minds, but they need to be thinking about it. And it's an indicator which they're of them not thinking about it seriously. And we kind of know from multiple studies that uncertainty at this age is related to poorer outcomes than you would expect. 5-10 years later, you have to be controlled for academic ability, academic performance, social background, and so on. And then similarly, another concern is around what we call misalignment. And in PISA, we ask students, what sort of job do you expect to get? And what's the highest level of education you expect to get? And we find that in many countries, very high percentages of students say they're going to be a manager or a professional. In those groups, typically, it requires kind of, a university level or tertiary level education. And so if they're planning to get less education than that, we see them as being kind of misaligned. And you'll see here that, and this is typical for most countries, it looks like, kind of young people from most disadvantaged backgrounds in Thailand have kind of high ambitions in terms of their occupational plans for the future, the jobs they want to do, their job ambitions, but they're not planning to get the education which they might need in order to be able to achieve it. And the risk is that they get caught out. And again, we find that young people end up doing a lot worse in the labour market than we'd expect, given their qualifications and experience. This is always kind of like interesting, and I'll share the slides rather than go through it. But you'll see here that when we ask young people, what you expect to do, later on, that the results here are very concentrated. So we find, 60% or more of girls and boys at 15 say they're going to work in one of 10 jobs by the age of 30. Now, that speaks to the labour market not signalling well to young people, that, we find an overrepresentation of interests in often a small number of jobs. And you'll find here that these jobs are also often very ambitious. I can tell you that in Thailand, 67% of both girls and boys, all young people, expect to be managers or professionals. 69% of them expect to go to tertiary education, to have a university level education. So often young people are very ambitious, more ambitious now probably than they ever have been in history. But we need to be focusing on broadening their interests and helping them to understand the breadth of the labour market. And here I can show you how Thailand compares to some other countries. It is relatively high, but there are countries where it's more than 75%, even 80% of students say they're just going to be working in one of 10 jobs by the time that they finish. So I'm going to pause there. I think the key thing our data is showing that is that career guidance has a really important preventative role in preventing poor employment outcomes for young people. There's a strong case for it being used strategically, so by governments, as part of a strategy for reducing youth unemployment. We're working on a whole range of areas related to specific aspects of guidance. And we've just published a paper on job shadowing. We're looking at how digital technologies can enhance guidance. We're looking at how guidance can address inequalities and enhance access to green guides. So I'm going to stop there. As I say, we're going to share these slides, but if you want to get in touch, please do so. And I look forward to the discussion, and thank you very much this morning.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you to all our panelists. And yeah, so we'll take questions from the audience. Can we have our speakers or panelists on the screen so that we can see them and interact with them more friendlier? Okay, all right. So I'm going to take questions. So if you have any questions, you can just put your hands up and I'm going to call you to when you introduce yourself so that we know yes. Okay, right. Thank you.
My name is Dieterle, and I'm an executive director at ETS, or Educational Testing Service. My question is for Abla. I appreciated the richness and also the breadth of the information that you shared with us during your presentation today. I'm a formally trained program evaluator, and I wonder if you've thought about organizing your information in a series of logic models. And also, I'm a new student of scenario analysis planning, particularly the models put forward by Toffler and also by MIT. And I wonder if those are frameworks that you've considered when presenting and representing your work.
Abla, did you get the question?
I think so. Okay, and so you
Okay.
want immediate answers, right? I was wondering if you wanted to take a round of questions first. Thank you for your question. I think I heard it. I'm not sure if I fully understood it because I don't know about the logical frameworks that you have just mentioned. And sorry about that. Very happy to learn about those. You know, this is rather basic, right? I mean, in terms of the thinking, these are sort of just three different possibilities in the labor market. If we think of how labor markets are and whether and how labor markets are recovering from the COVID-19 impacts. Yeah.
I'll follow up with an email. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
All right. Thank you very much for your question. Can we take any other questions? Okay.
Hi, I'm Vernon from the CP group. My background is actually in sustainable development. But what we've been really talking about here in my field is the future of work for people within our business. Our business, we operate agriculture and food, retail, telecommunications, and we still find that there is a need or a lack of supply meaning professionals coming to our own company and business. So I'd like to ask, based on your research and your studies and your experience, how exactly can business link towards schools, universities, education with an impact? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is for all speakers, and so we can take turns. Yeah.
Sure, I'm happy to start, and Anthony and Abla, feel free to chime in. I think first of all, we need to make sure that education providers and employers are speaking the same language, because I'm not sure at this point they do. In school, students learn a lot about disciplinary skills, but there isn't enough training on the kind of transferable skills. On the employer side, our research shows that across a lot of the job postings, employers ask for communication, they ask for critical thinking, they ask for collaborative problem solving. But even using the same terms, do they mean the same things? We don't know. We followed up with a detailed survey and found out that when one employer was talking about collaborative problem solving, the examples they raised was really about ethics and professionalism. So that is an example of there is a need to unify the language and making sure that the education providers and business are talking about the same thing. And second, on the education provider side, programs will have to make intentional effort to engage employers early on as they design their curriculum, as they set up their program, so they can factor in critical employer needs. It should not be an afterthought, like by the time students are almost done, they go to some sort of job market or career service offers by the university or college. And then on the employer side, it's also critical that they expand access for students to have more opportunities to be an intern, extern, or apprentice, making sure that they gain this kind of real work experience before they graduate. I want to mention that in the US, there is now a group of colleges called work colleges. So they design very intentional programs on campus to help students gain employment. For example, the students can be in charge of the building maintenance or food service in the cafeteria. So by the time they graduate, they already gained a lot of real work experience. And at the same time, they also are getting paid for doing their jobs. So by the time they graduate, they incur a lot less debt than students in other regular programs. So I think another thing I want to mention is, at least in the US, the graduation rates are really low for students. So you have students who spend a number of years in college without a degree, but it doesn't mean that they haven't learned anything. So we really need both the employers and higher ed institutions to reimagine certification. How do we document a students' qualifications when they don't have a degree? So there are various initiatives created to support that. I want to pause here and I want to turn to my fellow panelists.
Anthony or Abla, who would take 10?
Sure. Well, maybe I'll jump in next. And I mean, I think the key thing really is this, like being part of the solution. This is about signaling to young people. It's, it is not sort of like, it's not the primary responsibility of schools to make sure that young people are prepared for specific occupations, specific areas. But we kind of know that that very often, as I presented, young people have a very distorted, a very uninformed view about the labour market. We can help the labour market to signal better to young people. If employers are finding themselves in a situation where they're struggling to find the talent which they need, there are ways and means which they can work with schools, and they can work with schools from a young age to help maybe challenge some stereotypical thinking there might be about professionals, ignorance about a profession. They can make it really easy for young people to understand in more depth. Something as simple as career talks, where an employer would encourage staff to go into local schools to talk to people about the job which they do, how they got it, what it's like. It's really effective. Actually, we've got some really good studies which show that has very positive impacts upon young people. And I think that kind of the messages for employers are, kind of to be accessible. Sometimes it's not always easy to connect with schools, but to make it as easy as possible for those schools and their intermediaries to connect with you, to be really authentic. This is the real value of that sort of social capital. It's allowing young people to really trust the information which they get. So don't be too polished. Tell them like, how it is. You want to make sure that the people who come to you have a proper understanding about what work is like in those sectors. Diverse in terms of the diversity of people who work there, but also the different roles that people have within employment. Be aware that schools in more disadvantaged areas are often serving students who are have greatest need, kind of for this kind of additional support. And if you're a large company, really be a leader. Sponsoring programs where it's easy, for schools to connect with young people. And one of the things that's really important is to really work with the schools on this, to make it easy for them to, to work with you. There are things about employer engagement which are really special that schools can't easily replicate. And we don't want to get into a situation where schools are feeling criticized or defensive for not producing, what's being asked for, when they're under a lot of pressure to get exam results up as well as possible. To work with schools to make it easy for them. And there are a range of initiatives around the world which do that and do that very well. We have a publication recently about this, which is aimed at employers, looking at the results. It's very accessible. Got lots of nice pictures. It's called Meet the Future, and so OECD career readiness, Meet the Future. You'll see our advice for employers, how they can help themselves by helping schools.
Thank you very much. Do you have a follow-up question?
I just wanted to add on from my question is that one of the solutions from us, from the issue we had, was that we actually created our own university and vocational school. What this means is that to enable us to bring in quality students, we decided to create our own university and school with our own input and the needs for the students to actually conduct action learning. So they spend 50% of their time, for example, working in our 7-Eleven stores, working in our food businesses, and 50% is theoretical. And at the end of their studies, they actually get a degree, a university degree. And more than 70% of the students actually are on scholarships. So this is just an example from us that maybe could be applied and scaled to other countries as well.
If I can react to that, because you did exactly what I was going to suggest that you do. Because I guess it depends on what we mean by schools. My understanding is that Anthony may be focused on younger students, right? And so when Anthony started by saying it's not the job of schools to, train people for occupations, actually, if you think of, TVET schools, actually it is, right? Now, however, it's not your job as an employer to train people on skills that are useful everywhere, like these socio-emotional skills, good behavior, these should be developed throughout the training system. But, in an ideal world, you need skills, you should be training for them. And some of the most, I think, successful examples of training are, as I said in my presentation, are employer-led, and some of them are indeed to have. But that only large groups like yours can do that, to create your own training institution. For me, it makes a lot of it makes a lot of sense. Now, that's not always possible, including for smaller firms. So the theoretical model is that general things like counting, reading, having good behavior, that should be developed by the general school system, and then sector skills should be developed by sector associations. But again, when firms are large enough, they can also, just one firm can tackle those. And then when it's things that are really more specific to firms, then those should be done in firms. But I also, I agree with the other comments that others made, because typically employers often complain about not finding the skills that they need, but they don't always take the time to do what you did, or even to do other things like like providing internships, sitting on sector skills councils. At the same time, sometimes when a role is given to employers in skills development, sometimes the role is not strong enough, And sometimes it's superficial. So what we do when we do actual projects in countries at the World Bank is typically to encourage stronger employer engagement, both at national level, but also at school level, to have things like industry school committees, and then employers can really shape more training. But again, what I'm saying applies to a lot, mostly to TVET, to TVET institutions, and maybe to some extent to some universities.
Yeah, and we can. I mean, there's a lot of good lessons from TVET, and kind of the work-based learning approaches which are described are certainly what is seen to be most effective. But I think we need to look at the the larger flow of young people within the system. If you're looking for the efficient flow of skills from schools, general schools, into the labour market, I'd say that there's if large companies have the resource, well, they'll be helping themselves by helping this more efficient flow across the whole of the country, across all sectors, because everybody will benefit.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, first of all, I totally agree with you when you said that life of the technical skill is getting shorter and shorter because our technology advances at a very fast rate. So, however, when you show us that what right now ETS focuses on helping people that has been affected by outdated higher education system. So these people must be at least 20 something, right? So when it just occurred to me that when Mr. Mann from OECD showed us that when people were taught or were exposed to some kind of activity at a young age, they tend to do better in the future. So my question is that, do ETS offer any kind of program or training for the younger people, like younger generation, maybe junior high, senior high schooler? And if no, then why not?
Thanks for the question. In fact, the population we serve ranges from K-12 to higher ed to workforce, or in terms of age, they could be really young, like several years old to 60, 70. So it really depends on the purpose and the use of the assessment. When we think about the kind of education to workforce transition, we tend to serve younger people, like the kind of population we're talking about is like between 15 and 24. But when we think about a lot of people who are currently unemployed, or they have a job, but they want to finish their upward mobility, they want to move into a higher paying jobs, and there is really no age limit in that. For example, we're currently in collaboration discussion with a number of large initiatives within the US. They tend to serve ages between 25 and 45, because a lot of individuals in this age range are either looking for a job or looking for a different job as they have a job. Going back to your question on whether we offer training programs, we have been an assessment organization, and we have gained a lot of success in this domain, but we are interested in moving beyond assessment. We want to leverage the rich data that are generated from assessment to really help a host of stakeholders make better decisions. For example, to help schools make better decisions, to help governments, business, and teachers in the classrooms. And we are piloting some training programs. At this point, our training modules have been focused on the college and workforce population. So we have been doing pilots with 2-year and 4-year institutions and individuals who are in the job market. That said, there is a lot of potential for us to expand the age group, either downward to like K-12 and upward to individuals who are in different phases of their career. Okay.
Thank you
very
much.
much.
I ask this because I see that Thailand really need to change its education system, but we are a small country. We have a very limited resources. So My question is, given the same amount of money that put in, should we put it or spend it on youth, like 15 to 20, or maybe people who are already in college? Like, what would be the better way for Thailand to spend budget?
I would really say that it's important for Thailand, the various stakeholders to agree on what are the skills that are most important and then go from there. To me, I feel like having data on how our youth stands on those critical skills. Can they read? Can they write? Can they think critically? Can they work in a collaborative environment? Is really critical, and assessments provide a very efficient tool for us to figure out and make some data-driven decisions. So I would say, like, identifying those skills and do assessments to find out where the improvement areas are would be a very critical first step.
Okay, thank you very much. We run out of time, and I would like to wrap up the session now. So we have discussed several components of it. So just as the title of our panel said, linking education, industries, and labor markets. So it is obvious that everybody has a stake in how to prepare young people for the world of work, and especially the future of work. And the balance is not left with one person. It's neither the governments alone, it's not industries alone, it's not schools alone, because all these sectors are linked together to ensure that young people are ready for the world of work, are being prepared right, the labor markets are ready. I mean, this is my area. And so one of the things that from my own research I have sort of identified, again, it goes back to what Anthony was discussing, of getting young people prepared from a younger age, not just towards particular employment sectors, but to get them ready thinking about employment. And what is fascinating from my current research was that young people begin to have future orientation of careers from a very younger age. And so people start to see within their communities, teachers, lawyers, doctors, nurses, because this is their immediate horizon. But beyond there, what are employers doing to make sure that all the different, what I call jobs behind the curtains, which are not the obvious ones that young people see in their communities, realize that these are opportunities that are available, and beyond their horizon, they can become part of these labor market sectors. And so I'll wrap up with going back saying we are all stakeholders in preparing young people. Young people themselves are stakeholders in the journey, and I wish everybody the very best in contributing to higher employment rates for young people. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Abla. Thank you, Lydia, and thank you to all our audience. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
May I ask a question? I see.
Our dear distinguished guests, please do get seated in the front, and we will have our summary and closing ceremony shortly. So please do join us to the front rows. Did you went to any? Yep. Everywhere. Like, and go and sightseeing. No, I didn't see it. That's the best. I can go. I like stay at the I think we'll have my back. Go down to right? Right?
All right, everyone, I would like to ask you guys to move forward to sit in the front row to make it more warm and cozy. This closing ceremony.
It's like a family time now.
That's right. So don't be shy and join our family in the front row.
Exactly. Join your family to the front rows. Exactly.
One big family. So all right, I would like to remind all of you that tonight we will have a party.
Yes, we're gonna have a party tonight.
Yes,
But
at the
before that-
courtyard.
Yeah. But before that, we welcome everyone that was in the workshop to back to the auditorium
Yes.
and join us to the front.
Yes.
We asked them. Of it.
So we just invite them one by one, or just okay, great. Just say them because they say that the bus will
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the auditorium. We hope that you've all enjoyed the workshop that was going on. We have very exciting workshops that was going on, and people are slowly coming back. Before that, I think
Yes.
we are inviting the lead
right.
of the moderating panels.
That's right.
To give us short summary of what was going on in the workshop, and
Yes.
will joining us for like a quick summary. Okay,
Okay. Yes.
why don't we invite the workshop moderators?
Okay.
First, let's invite Dora,
Right. Please welcome.
representing the How Are You session, social and emotional learning. Go up.
On the stage, please.
And Alice for the second panel, linking industry, education, and labor market workforce to prepare for today's youth for the future. And panel 3 for Jonathan, a look into Louisiana's education climate with US policymakers and education professionals. And panel D, educational and future skills in shifting landscape, Singapore entrepreneur and young leader voices from Dr. Ong San Tan. And then we have the session E, which is the role of international education in fostering students' resilience and adaptability. Tony Gao will come up stage again. Awesome. Okay. So I will give the microphone to you and you, yeah, perfect. And you will all quickly also share with us about the workshop. One round, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
Sure. I guess we can go first because we're the on the list. We were like the first workshop. So I was running the How Are You workshop. I think a lot of people joined our workshop because the name was different. So what we were discussing, so we had a little workshop where we had everybody do what we call a deep listening exercise, where the question that was posed in the deep listening exercise was quite simply, how are you? And the reason why we did that was just because on a day-to-day basis, not a lot of people are fully aware of how they're feeling on a day-to-day basis. And oftentimes, like if I asked everybody here very quickly, how are you? Or if we met in the hallway and I asked you, how are you? Usually the result would be, I'm fine, thank you. But on a day-to-day, are we actually fine? And in the workplace, are we actually fine? Oftentimes we are not, but we don't know how we can convey those emotions so that people within our organization are able to understand that we are not fine. And often when we are not fine, that's often when it also impacts work. Interestingly, because often social emotional learning skills are overlooked since a young age, it then translates further and further into the workplace. So the discussion, initially we were going to kind of go into a discussion mode, but I think there were a lot of questions that popped up on how do we resolve this issue in the workplace? So a lot of the discussion revolved around that. So that was our session.
All right, so our session is a little bit different, but equally relevant to the conversation as well. So we're looking at linking education, industries or labor markets, and looking at the future of work. And so our conversation bordered around how to prepare young people adequately for the world of work, as well as making sure that there is a direct link between what educators are doing in school, what young people are privileged to learn in those schools, and how they are ready to use the knowledge and skills they have acquired in school for productive work in the labor market. And so there were different perspectives that were drawn on by our different speakers from the World Bank, from the OECD, as well as from the ETS from the United States. So the United States perspective from leader from the ETS showed that there's actually an overflow of work, available work in the United States. And there were some interesting statistics showing that while there is about 6.1 million job seekers, there's actually over 10 million employment opening. And so this showed there is a mismatch between the skills available and the jobs that were available. And so there was the need to critically look at what measures and interventions could be created to ensure that those gaps are bridged. And then there was the conversation by Abla from the World Bank that showed what perspective can be used to ensure that the scarrings caused by the long-term impact of COVID-19 on youth employment are what are secured, or ensure that there are interventions to make sure that young people are being prepared for employment. And she looked at demand side factors, supply side factors, as well as institutional interventions that could help young people prepare for employment and reduce unemployment rates. And then there was the interesting conversation by Anthony from the World Bank, who looked at preventive measures. And so how do we prevent unemployment among young people? How do we reduce unemployment among young people? And he took it from the perspective of career readiness or career guidance and counseling, and making sure that young people begin to think or explore careers younger. They receive rich employer engagement in education, and then there's that continuous reflection throughout their career perspective. In the end, we conclude that preparing young people for the world of work and ensuring that there is employability for young people was not just left for
one sector, but rather employers had a role to play, educators or educational institutions have a role to play, government through policies and interventions also have a role to play. And so there's a direct link between what every stakeholder plays in the sector of ensuring that young people have adequate employment. And of course, what young people themselves are doing to ensure that they have the ready skills to be employed in the labor market. Thank you.
It was nice. So we got to hear from policymakers, state legislator members. They write the laws, they write the bills where I live in the United States, and their takes on what they're working on. And we got to listen to the Dean of Graduate Studies from Louisiana State University, Shreveport. And from him, specifically, Dr. Sanjay Menon, he grew up in India. He went to school in India, then he went to school in Canada, and then he came and he's teaching in the state of Louisiana. It's a big journey. It's all over the world. And he talked about the globalization that's happening today and the importance of being international. But then we also heard from people that are promoting the trades and the vocational education. And it's important to be local as well, because not everybody is going to be all over the world, and not everybody is going to be the CEOs or part of big corporations, but we still need people to do the regular everyday jobs. And if that's what they want to do, that's okay. And we should be able to encourage them in that. I got to have a very lively discussion with Gia, which was amazing. And I think the conclusion we came to is that there's no one size fits all approach to education. It's very different. There's some people who do want to go the 4-year university, get the master's, get the PhD, but then there's some that don't want to do that. And back where I live, one thing I briefly mentioned was that some of the greatest uneducated minds that shape mankind, you know them. You've heard of Henry Ford. Very little formal education, and he finished his studies at age 10. He created the assembly line. And the Wright brothers, we can thank them for aviation. They were the only two in their family to never go to college. So it's very important that we promote curiosity and innovation and support that, because we don't see it supported much in the university system. So that's a little summary of some of the stuff we talked about.
The first conclusion we have for our panel is we feel that the success of the international education is based on the confidence of the students. If the students is confident, then they will have a successful academic journey. From our panel, we have like a great story from Origins. He actually like went to Congo like when he was only 9 years old. And Guo Hao actually studied like in Singapore when he was 5, and moved back to Beijing actually for middle school and studied in the States for his college degree. And Eric actually had a beautiful like exchange experience from Singapore to Peking University and stayed there, finished his bachelor degree. And like for Dr. Davis, she actually came to the States with only $17 in her pocket. And because of the courageous and the confidence, we actually made it happen. So for international education, the confidence is really the key there. And the second conclusion we have is like, so the question is like, how can we make every student's confidence of their studies regarding of like, regardless of their, like their backgrounds, their social status, like in the education system, how can we contribute? That's another like critical issues for us. And third, education is key to cross-cultural exchange. International studies and also international students will become the diplomatic for the countries that they have studied in. Dr. Davis has shared with us the beautiful story of like her 2 exchange program students actually have met with each other, 2 months program. And after that, they have report to the prime minister of both of the countries. And 2 of the students eventually work for the state and become higher level government officials. And so like, but like, unluckily that program only lasted for like 1 time. And if we really want to actually like have the like peaceful environment, different countries can tie together. international students is the key to open up the country. And the last, it is our belief that the international students is the only thing that can prevent international conflict and even stop the war. So that's how important the international education is.
So we were looking at the future of education, given all the consideration of skills and the challenges of the century. And we have very different perspectives, basically perspective from a young entrepreneur, somebody who was a teenage entrepreneur and now graduating from the university, have his perspective. We have a teaching scholar's perspective. We have a perspective from anti-hacker, very brilliant hacker who actually now work for an IT company from her virtual sharing, so to speak. We had the perspective from a vice chancellor and myself as the moderator. So I will just highlight some of the key points which I think is quite refreshing for us. One is that there's the conversation was around the fact that every time we talk about the 21st century competencies, I think we tend to think of it that there's another different set of competencies that we need to put into the curriculum. But from their experience, actually, when they actually is something that is very natural in life. All these actually life skills, which actually the young people are quite aware of it, whether you talk about curiosity, collaboration, and so on. So it should happen more naturally within the curriculum. And from that, we realize that it is highly dependent on the teacher's skills in facilitating this. So it's not just putting things in the curriculum about these 21st century competencies, but creating the opportunities for the students to be able to show forth all of these qualities of curiosity, of collaboration. And so the perspective and the experience and opportunities are really, really very important. And we found that all of them actually, because of exchange opportunities, because of service to the community, they actually pick up all these key skills that we all are talking about. I think the other second observation is that a stronger degree of tolerance for failure. I think it's something that from whether the parents, from peers, whatever, I think we still need to have that understanding and helping them to that it is okay to fail and learn and have different opportunities. And we also opened the conversation to the people who were in participating, and they asked very good questions. One of the questions I thought worth talking about is the fact that, yes, our students today, the younger students today, tend to be more vocal and they do ask more questions. But what do you do when they ask very superficial questions? It becomes a disruption. And so it's not necessarily more productive than, say, an old school quiet classroom, right? And this points to the fact that actually, even the teachers and the students themselves in this new landscape also need to learn how to inquire and ask questions in a good way. Are they clarification questions? Are they probing questions? Are they reasoning questions? Are they questions of controversy? So students need to be taught and given a good environment of how to ask good questions, how to appreciate, the peers questioning, rather than just putting into a very open environment. So this calls for the fact that actually the professional development of teachers are still very, very important. And I think the last point that was sort of raised a lot was that the issue of actually student self-awareness, because so there was this conversation about kids today who in secondary school who said that their ambition is to be TikTokers. And many of them want to be TikTokers, and there was a real case of a kid who said that I want to drop out of school now because I want to be an influencer, So how do you help these kids in this kind of generation, right? So there is always this, while we encourage curiosity, I still need the balance of the values and the character aspect that we must not miss. Yeah, so that's about it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
All the panelists. Thank you again for summarizing and also moderating your panels. And those points you have brought us has really brought insight into this. And we see that there's a lot of young leaders that are in this group. Also our professor that is leading the workshop that has also showed us that we learn from the past as well as we look into the future. So I think that has lead us to our final moments of FWE of the conference at this moment. So exactly, so we're going to introduce our FWE leaders who will make summaries of the conference and will inform us about the future plans. We're very excited for the future plans that are coming up. So let's welcome them on the stage. First, please welcome Dr. Chen Davis, the president of FWE, the woman and the scholar that has brought us all here in Thailand.
That's right. And next, Alice Ameka.
Our young leader representative, Alice. Oh, she has to take a flight. Okay. Well, now let's welcome Andreas Schleicher. Thank you for coming all the way from Paris to Thailand.
Thank you. And next, Wilfried Hartmann. Please welcome.
Thank you for flying from Germany to Thailand and really spend a lot of work into putting the forum together. And then we have Alistair Jones. Thank you from flying from New Zealand. It's really an international board right here. Yes, and I think now we give the mic to Professor Davis.
Yes.
You have another person, Alice.
Alice, she left. She went to took a flight.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, and first of all, and I would like to say the two days conference. She wants to come.
Please allow me to welcome Susan Sclafani, our VP for FWE. And let's welcome Chancellor Yu Li Zhou to join us also on the stage.
Can we start now? So, and we don't need to introduce to you all of this. I know they are the FWE's really senior leaders, and they are my boss. Okay, so I really want you to see them, and also we want to discuss how we can summarize today's the conference. And we all first I want to ask you guys, and how do you like this conference? And how do you think about this conference should get improvement? So, and if you like to give us your opinion, so then we will, each of us will tell you how we think. But you are the important person to evaluate this conference. So anybody wants to say something? Raise your hands. Yeah.
Hi.
And can you give the microphone?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Dora from Thailand. Actually, thank you very much for having us here for the two-day conference. I think a lot of the sessions for me was very insightful. And I think it was good to having gone to a lot of education conferences, getting to see insights at a very higher level. I think it was very insightful to be able to see that. So that's as a design thinker, we usually do I like and I wish. So I think that was my I like, getting to see the insights from a lot of different perspectives. In another perspective, for an I wish for, as Professor Chen asked, like what we can see as improvements. I wish there was a possibility for more interactions within all of the different sessions, because I felt it was a lot of, we were learning a lot, but it was also a very long session. So we often didn't get the time to digest a lot of what was going on as well. And another part is I think in the learning environment between the sessions, it would have been good to also have, I guess, more external, I wasn't able to connect with too many educators it was a lot of business people. And so I was always switching my hat to be like, okay, when am I talking business? When am I talking in an education sense? So I think it would have been nicer to get a blend between the two. And I'm being pressured into from my team, but I think that's the main takeaways that I have, and improvements for if we were to do this again in a similar setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody wants to say something? Yeah.
First of all, I would like to thank the FWE to give us this opportunity to listen from people around the world. I think we live in different society. We have different point of view. We have different culture. We have different needs. From the way that we listen, we understand how you deal in different way. US deal in this way, Singapore deal this way, how Thai people would deal in this way. So it's good for us to get different perspective from you guys, which is really a good thing that I hope that FWE can continue doing this. Okay, but from my suggestion, if it's possible, most of the time we listening. I would love to see in the future if we have some certain kind of action, what we could do together. So not like everybody listen and go back, try to figure it out. Okay, but if we have something that we can working together and make a better education, like for example, I think Susan mentioned something about how to evaluate people in US. They have a lot of certificate to evaluate people. So people would know that, hey, they're ready for the career. So if that kind of thing could be for worldwide, everyone in the citizen of the world can have that kind of evaluation. So then they could be able to test whether they are ready for their work or not. But I hope that's something that I understand that it's some financial that we need. Okay, but if FWE can make something further in terms of action that happen, that would be really good. And another thing is that this is so limited in terms of, let's say, 100 people. I love all those things to be heard, okay, to all educators. Okay, that I also teaching in university, and I will pass this message on, okay, to my university. And I hope that educators around the world could hear this kind of thing. And I hope that it keep going on and make our better society in terms of education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Come on.
By the way, we did have nearly 9,000 people around the world who were signing on to our sessions online. So we did have a broader impact as well.
Wow, that's great. So I would love to see one thing that I'll mention, more of a networking opportunity, because the time we spent, say, socializing it felt a little limited. There's obviously opportunity to meet people in the hallways, but more networking opportunity to connect with the people that are speaking and the people that are attending. And also maybe to have some representation from the not highest academic level schools, maybe some of the more public level schools that the majority of people attend. That's just my suggestion.
Thank you very much. And I think if anybody wants to say something, please. Okay.
Hi, my name is Samuel. I'm from Singapore. I'm 25. This is my first time being in such a forum on international scale. I love everything because this is the first time, and there's nothing to base off another experience, you know. I love hearing from the professors, love hearing from business people. I would love to actually see more student union leaders and student leaders coming in so that we can all participate in the future of education. I also love to see a panel where like business leaders and education leaders sit down and discuss what they view is the future for education, because I think there is a great demand from businesses that education be tweaked in a certain way. Yeah. And one last suggestion actually is, I think education is so broad. We have preschool, we have special needs, we have international education, we have lifelong education. There's such a huge spread, and I think moving forward, it'll be great for us to have like various tracks. I mean, it's very ambitious. This is a second run. I'm so impressed. I'm hoping to hopefully can see more of that across the different age groups and various needs across the education spectrum.
Thank you very much. And anybody want to say something? And if you do not want to express your idea now, and would you send us your opinion and by email? So, and I would like you to get this email address, and we definitely like to have your evaluation. And now I want to have our steering committee members and to summarize our 2 days conference, how they say it and how we can get improvement. So I think first we would like to invite Andrew Schneider and the special advisor to the president of the OECD and the director of the education.
Thank you, Chen. And I must say, it is always a real pleasure for me to join the FWE. I truly believe in your mission to create a better world, a more united world through education. I believe really the vision of the FWE is really our only antidote to the times of polarization in which we live, the political polarization, economic polarization, the cultural polarization, the social polarization. As you said it very well, Chen, this is our only hope and our only bet to change this. And so what has made the FWE, and I think this forum, so successful? I think there's several things. First of all, there is this really compelling value proposition. The FWE has a clear mission, and that's really important, but it's actually not unique. You know, many people have a vision. You have clearly a great network of people. I think that's also really, really important for an event like this. Again, you could say that's not unique. You have created an open and honest conversation. I must say, I was very impressed by many of the panels, how they brought together different viewpoints. People shared their experiences openly and learned from and with each other. I think this is not something that you can take for granted in an international event. I think you have created that. Again, you could say that's not unique. Where I think the FWE is really unique is the way in which you bring young leaders into the picture. You know, young people are the most untapped resources on this planet. We do not really have the means often to bring them into the picture and to listen to this. And I think you've done that really, really well. You give them that opportunity to lead the world, to lead a better world, because you bring them together with the people who have the resources today, who have the means today. And that often are older people. And I think you bring them together with the different communities. And I really think that is, for me, the very unique capacity of the FWE, and the one that, you know, I would nurture, I would develop. It will take time, but I really think that is something that you can see here in this forum. It's working really well, and I think there can be a lot done to further strengthen that. Now, a second distinguishing feature, I think, is the whole of society perspective that you take on education. You have lots of policymakers talking with each other about improving education. You have lots of educators talking with each other to improve education. You have a lot of business leaders who complain about skill mismatches. You know, I see them every day. And that doesn't change anything. You bring those perspectives together. Sometimes it's not easy. Sometimes, we don't even find a common language, and we could see that also here. But I do think, that is the right approach. Education will only improve if it becomes a whole of society project and mission. And you, I think, bring this together. For me, those are the two elements at this forum that I enjoyed most and that impressed me most. And of course, there's one more thing, and that is really a leader like you, Chen, who has this unmatched passion and capacity to move mountains like education, you're an exceptional source of inspiration for so many people around the world. And you have this magic grace, this unmatched talent to get everybody to work for your mission and to do that with joy. And I think, again, I think this is something, a capacity that this FW has that I think you should really value. I know you want to get presidents and prime ministers to attend the FWE meetings. I think they will come. I don't think I would spend a lot of time writing lots of invitation letters to those people. You continue to do this work. You do the right thing, and one day they will knock on your door and they want to be part of this conversation. That's always been my personal experience. You do the right thing, and something good will come out of this. But there are things that you can do in the meantime, and sort of you ask for some suggestion for improvement. Yesterday, one of our young leaders said, giving back to college was giving him confidence and also the resources to reinforce, the belief in it, in the mission, and the kind of work to reinforce that work. And I actually think, the FWE can become a place for reinforcing this mission of global education. We see its value, but then we see how difficult it is. In practice, actually, it works for some, it doesn't work for all. And I think, by convening people regularly, by bringing stakeholders together, you can become that college that actually, time after time reinforces those ideas and brings people together and helps people to understand from each other. This is the only way that we have to create a better world through education. So I think that's convening regularly, I think, is very important. You need to create those habits, those, like, we heard yesterday, going back to the place regularly. Second part, I think that's very important too, but maybe that's my personal bias, is about strengthening the evidence base for global education. If you want to make this work count for those who can, change things, you need to have a very robust kind of evidence base about this. And that evidence base can help you, lower the political cost of action. Some of the things that we argue here for are difficult to do in practice. If you're a policymaker, you face a lot of competing interests, and I think you can help them make that easier by giving them the tools, the evidence, the examples of where, this is really leading to change. And you can use evidence to increase the political cost for inaction, making it actually a lot more expensive for policymakers to do poor education. I think that's something, in the moment we all get by with this. It happens a lot, and, nobody, does something because we all think this is sort of some public service that we have to accept as it is. You can make it much more expensive by exposing, the weaknesses of our education system. But, maybe, again, that is my personal bias, maybe. I want to pick up 2 points there, Jonathan made just now, and, global education has worked for us here, and globalization works for us, but it clearly doesn't work for everyone. And I think it is important to listen to the voices of those for whom it doesn't work, to improve, the approaches, the tools, the ideas of how to strengthen this. And I think there's always a risk that, you become your echo chamber by working with people for whom all of this has really worked. And I think that's something, as Jonathan said, I think is something to miss. And then I think, I very much agree with Dora's point about, the importance of having places for bilateral, multilateral exchanges, just networking of people. And You know, we had these wonderful lunches with this wonderful food, but, you know, there was always the bell ringing when the conversations got really interesting. And I think, you know, planning for that more intentionally, creating sort of spaces for networking, not just in terms of, you know, small group sessions, but, you know, to give people the opportunity. This is just a wonderful place for people to meet, and you can, you know, build that into a future program. But once again, I must say, I'm very impressed by the mission and the way this has worked out here.
Thank you so much, Andreas, and thank you. Yeah, and now I want Professor Alastair Jones from New Zealand and to evaluate our conference.
Well, Andreas has covered a lot of the points that I might have said, but I think I want to emphasize a couple of things extra, and that is, and maybe it's been picked up a number of times in the conference, but I think it's the power of the gap. You know, this conference is really looking to where the gaps are. It's not an education conference. It's not a business conference. It's not for old crusty professors, even if I might be one myself, but it is actually, where are the intersection? Where's the intersection between business? Where's the intersection between education and multiple levels of education? We've often talked about tertiary here. What's happening in preschool? What's happening for our young disadvantaged students? Where's the progression? How do we build global citizenship at the same time as we think about how we think about our marginalized communities? So how we bring all those things together. A lot of conferences focus on one of those things. I think there is a power here in the gaps that are between those things. Often there are policymakers, and I've sat in OECD meetings, and Andreas has, where ministers have sat around a table and they all talk about different policies in different directions. The real power is taking that policy and turning it into an implementation plan. And I think we can begin to drive that. We can look at the evidence, we can think about what works and highlight what works, and think about where we might take that next. And I think that's where the power of this group is. It's in the gaps, it's bringing people together, it's the multi-dimensional nature of what we've done, from young leaders to old people to from business leaders to emerging researchers. And I think there's real power in this, and I think the values of FWE, I get pulled in all sorts of different directions. This is something that I'm really committed to, because I think this is the kind of place where we can make a real difference.
Thank you. And now I want and Professor Hartman and to evaluate the conference.
Thank you very much, Chang. And I first would like to back up all the positive things that were said towards your leadership. Without you, really, we would have a problem and wouldn't perhaps not be so courageous to start with a proper conference after these 2 or 3 years of webinars and Zoom sessions. And saying this, I'm really grateful to all of you that you were not afraid of catching a COVID infection, that you didn't shrink back to fly 20 or more hours to reach this point, that you showed by your attendance here that this topic we are dealing with, our approach, is important for you, and that is given us an impulse to work more in this direction. I don't want to comment on the program, as we from the steering committee and program committee are partly responsible for it. And so either I would feel bad in saying good things, or I would be too critical. But what I would like to mention here is taking up some of your impulses here as well, is that we should use these meetings to give more room for interaction between all of you with people from other groups. Might it be other countries, other continents, might it be the business side for the educators, and vice versa. And I thought we should try at our next meeting to put together a participants list as soon as possible with information on the countries, continents the people came from, and on the background they have. And if it's just a simple B for business or E for education. I noticed during these short breaks we had that many of us were just in this situation, that's understandable, so happy to see old friends again and talk to those. And when they had exchanged ideas, there usually was not time enough to look for others. And I was ever so glad when by chance I met a person. I didn't know where she or he comes from and what the background is. And we suddenly found each other in deep discussions and exchanged contradictory viewpoints that really I consider to be very fruitful. And so I tried to be a little bit daring. Perhaps we could try to structure one of our conferences in such a way that we have a session of 4 hours from 8 to 12 and have a session of 2 hours from 4 to 6 and 7 to 9 and have the afternoon free to give people the opportunity to talk to each other, to exchange, and came back into the plenary with impulses they had perhaps never thought of. But perhaps that's too optimistic, but I would like to see what's happening in such a situation. Thank you to you all for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. And now President Xu.
I think all of us believe we are living in a rapidly changing world. Not only for the political economic situation, but also the technology has changed a lot about our living world. So I think that this forum is very, very important and meaningful because education can sharpen the future of the world. So if we have this kind of situation, we can stand together and sit together and discuss about the education, how the education can meet the requirement of the society. So this is the opportunity for us. We have the educators and the students and also the business leaders. We sit together to talk about how make the education is more appropriate for the future development of the world. So this is, I think this is the one theme of these forums. The second theme is about the global education. I think this is also very important for us because we are living in an unstable world. And if people, especially the young people, cannot understand each other, cannot understand the cope with the different culture, that is the big problem for the world. So I think this forum provides really meaningful opportunities for all of us to understand how to keep this world sustainable, how to make our future is more peaceful. So this is, I think all this topic is very, very interesting and very important. I just make a joke, because today I have no chance to talk about the NYU Shanghai, but actually I not only talk about the NYU Shanghai, I just want to talk about, give some data about the international cooperations in China. I think maybe it's very important because the people sit here is from different sector of the, different part of the world and of different sector of our industry. I got the date now. The international joint program in China, it's over 2,000. The program, the joint programs, and among these programs, there is more than 200. We call the independent joint college in the university. And then about 10, we like NY Shanghai, it's independent, legal independent, and the degree award the university. So this is completely is different, like it's completely is similar like a university, any kind of university in China. And then this is involved about more than 1,000 universities around the world, and more than 900 Chinese universities. So for all these joint program. So you can see, because I'm retired 2 years ago, and many people come to see me, and they want to know how to make the international cooperation, and especially for developer joint universities. So it's still a lot of requirement. I think maybe the people sit here, if you really want to develop this kind of joint universities, maybe China is the opportunity. And also, I hope more universities have a various experience come to China to work with the Chinese university and make the education more beautiful. I don't think only one university is okay, but if we have a diverse university, that would be great. Yeah. So I think eventually, I think this forum is very, very important and also really meaningful. I hope it can continue. Whatever this is in Thailand, maybe next time in somewhere, but it should be continued. Thank you, David. Thank you very much, and for all the committee members.
Thank you yourself, including yourself. Now I want Professor Chang, and you supposed to sit here, but you are there, so please say something. Professor Chang. And forgive us, we need a little time, okay?
While Professor Tan is coming forward, I'd just like to say, we really owe the participants in this conference a big thank you too, because you have been, I won't say aggressive, but you have been assertive at coming up and talking with the speakers and making sure that you are making connections that can move forward in the future to establish continued communication. And for that, I think that we all are very grateful.
So maybe I will just summarize this way. I think in this conference, we received a lot of mad ideas and the big ideas as that acronym to help you remember. I think M stands for multiple perspectives. I think the multiple perspectives that we have obtained is just so invaluable. Number two, I think A stands for authenticity. I think we all want to make learning authentic. Workplace, whatever, it has to be authentic. We need to link education to the real world in very, very authentic way. And the D, I think we need more dialogue. And this conference has provided excellent dialogue across all the different businesses, policy. And I think that has laid a very good foundation. So that's mad and big. I think it has made us to have a big vision, because we now see that education is not just about in the classroom or in the schools or the work of educators. It is really for everybody. And not only that, I think from all the hearing, especially for reaching to vulnerable groups and so on, we realize that education is not just the work of the school, but even the social factor, the community factor. And I would think we need to go more into that, understanding how the social environment and family environment is so important also for the education. So I think we need to see that it's a big picture thing. The good education must have the helicopter big picture perspective. And I think we have lots of I, because I hope it stirs up a lot of imagination of the future, the digital possibilities, technology, and so on. And the last is G, grit. A lot of grit needed for the next generation. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. And I just wanted to say one thing. And this very much appreciate you are here. And I want to thank you, my steering committee members, and they are the leaders, and tell me what to do, and I will do it. If they said, Chen, you jump, I only ask how high. So that is my job. Okay. And also I want to thank you, Andreas. And he is leading us, particularly for me, to understand we need to go that what stage I should go. So when Andrew tell me, Chen, you jump up again, so I will jump again. So this is our team. We work together. We always care about world education. So we need to understand this team. Nobody can destroy us. We are going to continue and for the world education. And you ask me what we are going to do. So welcome you to New York. And we are going to have a big conference in New York in September, year 2023. And we want you to be there, okay? I have to tell you, this forum, we have 75 speakers and 53 is in person. And the rest of them is online. They are world scholar, world speakers, and I respect them. And I want you to understand, and so far, and we have the 8,200 people follow up today, and on the YouTube for this conference. And at the same time, I want to thank you, our future and the young leaders. They made this conference, and they designed their own panel. They also doing everything possible to support this panel. So, and the students like Sophia, he is a student. She's a student, but she flew and down here to finish her job. She is our FWE's ambassador, and we really love her. And also, I want to thank you, Alice, and thank Alice. She is the Africa, the student, and from the Cambridge, and she is our PhD student, and we support her research. And the FWE doing everything possible to support her. And we want to thank you, our young leader who financially support our conference. And that's Tony and Guohua. They are the young leader. They built the business, joined the FWE in year 2019. Now they use their profit to support FWE. And that's incredible. Another person did not come, is Felix Zhao, and he also financially support us. And I have to tell you, we only have my team, 5 young leaders. One is Grace Nam. She is not here, but she behind the scene, planning everything, every time. No matter daytime, evening time. I said, Grace, she will be there. So, and all of the work she did. Financially, we did not give her enough money. Very, very little. My people and the only young leaders, our budget is very small. We don't care, but we continue work. And they all part-time, and they all forward their self, the mission, education. You can say Chichi, and he does everything. And he worked with me since he was a graduate student at the University of Pennsylvania. And every time, sometimes he make me cry, sometimes he make me laugh. Okay, we have that relationship. Then we have our young leader and be the MC and stand here, and they don't take 1 penny, but how you do not respect them. And so Andrea Wei, and she is the professional TV anchor, and she did a wonderful job. And I also wanted to thank you, the Tingting, and Tingting she is a mother, but she gave up put everything behind, continue support FWE. Anytime she will be there. So, and this is our team. This is, and Jonathan just joined us, and we thank you him as well. But I want you to know, FWE is belongs to young leaders. Today, they are working as a staff. Tomorrow, they are taking place, my place, everybody's place. And so that's why we want them to be with us. So, and a very powerful group. And I thank you, the leaders. I thank you, the people working with us. I do want to thank you, CPLI. And they provide a beautiful facility, senior leader, their senior chairman. And I just cannot thank you them enough. And I want to thank you, CPLI's entire team. And they work from morning and the night. We have the committee work. And sometimes we work with them online. Okay, every week we have a meeting with them. And I drive them crazy. They don't drive me crazy. Okay, so and that's a relationship we built up, and you couldn't believe and how much time they put down. And you ask me, and what is our future? FWE choose this place. Working with the CPLI, you will say we have the biggest summit will coming in this place. And that's we want to put education on the top of the world. So this is what we want to do. We need your help. We need you join us. We welcome you to be share with our work, share with our difficulty challenges, but we will go there. So thank you so much. And if I did not thank you, everybody, I need to thank you, the sponsor for our tonight's jazz music. And our steering committee member, Mr. Li Ping, and put down all of the money, bring all of the jazz player from the New York and from Hong Kong and from Hong Kong, and come over to play jazz for you. So, and we want to thank you her. We want to thank you the Edric, and he also is the young business leader in New York. And he put down his resource in New York, and he put down his financial support for us. So we want all of this, thank you, this young leaders support and to us, of course. And I want to thank you, CP's senior chairman, to provide the financial resource for us in this facility and make this happen. So thank you so much for your coming. But I wanted to, so what is the problem? This conference, I think next time I want Mr. Xu and the CPLA to let your drivers vacation, because we don't want them to bring our participants go back to Bangkok. If you come to this conference, you stay in here for 2 days. But you can say today we don't. Many participants went back to Bangkok. So, and because next time if we have a conference, we want to make a commitment. So if you have your driver's vacation, they cannot go anywhere. So they will stay with us. Okay. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. I think the steering committee do deserve a round of loud applause for them. And thank you very much for flying from all over the world to join us here. From China, from the US, from New Zealand, from Paris, from Germany.
So we have 17 countries, and the flags and on the stage is represent our speakers. So we are very proud of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, our steering committee member. It's them that brought us all here. And thank you very much. We do have the jazz band outside that Chen has mentioned about at the courtyard. So let's go dance.
Yes. Have fun, Angel.
Have fun. We're best friends now.
and we're gonna go leave. And,
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. Yeah, so cool.